Hello, good morning.
Morning, Professor Pratyush.
Morning.
Is the class starting now or at 10?
At 10. We'll
At
start
10,
at
is
10.
it? All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Thanks. Then I'll join back at 10.
Right, sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Sharath.
Good morning, sir. I was struggling to unmute. How are you, sir?
Yeah, doing fine, doing fine. So you have got all the materials with you, right?
Materials in the sense, the
In the sense,
PPTs you sent,
PPT.
I've
And the
saved.
data sets also, right? The data sets you have got, right?
Oh, you had sent the data. I only noticed the PPTs. You sent 5 PPTs, I think.
Right. One mail may have come from the MDP office. You may have seen that. MDP office.
MDP office.
Can you just check? If not, I'll share again.
कोई नहीं, sir. MDP office, I don't know. Nahi, sir.
Okay, okay. I am sharing again. Okay.
Okay, sir. I don't know मेरा नाम कैसे मिस होता है. And so, what's the schedule for today?
So today again we are having 2 sessions pre-lunch and 2 sessions post-lunch, and the entire day is dedicated towards understanding predictive modeling. I mean, if you are having some research question or some kind of a problem statement at hand, how will you create that in a statistical parlance, and how you can address that using R without doing coding. So that is the agenda. Also a little touch base on how to do it the same thing in Excel also. Touch base on both. And tomorrow we are going to discuss the machine learning and text mining. That is the final frontier for us.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So the class will be till 12, is it, sir?
10 to 11:30. Then there will be a 10-minute break. And after that, 11:40 to 1:10 or 1 o'clock. By 1 o'clock, we'll wrap it up for the lunch. From after 2, then 2 to 3:30, and then 3:40 to 5:10. That's
Okay.
how the plan. So any session where you cannot attend, that's fine. As I mentioned, there are videos available for you to take. Okay, all these sessions are getting recorded and we shared it with you.
Okay, sir. No, I'll be there, sir. Just that the afternoon I have to just drop my family somewhere. That's all.
Right. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's not a problem. So you have got the link for downloading the software from me, right? And you have downloaded.
Which I've downloaded, but I haven't executed the download. I've just downloaded
Right.
R and Orange.
Right. So if you want, you can download Orange. I mean, execute the file and keep it ready with you in the meantime. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Orange doesn't require the Python installation, is it?
No, it doesn't require.
Okay. Miniconda. I've heard of Anaconda.
Yeah. So they are all part of the same family only. So the same language, Julia language, is there in the back end. So only next week only MDI Gurgaon is also conducting one workshop using Orange. So that workshop also is being conducted using Orange. So Orange is currently getting more traction.
Okay. So, but then first we'll start with R, right? So I have to
Yeah,
install R
yeah.
also.
Yeah. I have shared with you the data sets. So we have people in this group uh, from learning and development domain, as well as from DNI domain,
Okay.
recruitment domain, and there is one person who is from. There are two people who are from NTPC, so they are mostly in the executive domain, and we have 2-3 faculty members also who have joined in.
Okay.
So it's a diverse group. Total there are 11 participants, including you.
Okay. But I didn't see Varun's name yesterday.
Yeah, so he could not get the approval. It was a short time, so he said he will do it next time. So I said next time is only in April. So he said it's fine, he will do it next time. So I said okay. Like that, there are several other professionals who could not make it this time. So next year, April, I plan on doing it again.
Okay, sir. Okay. So what is your area of research, sir?
Apart from analytics, yeah. So
academic standpoint,
I actually work on technology diffusion in workplace, especially say the new age technologies like chatbot, digital twins. Then you have online platforms like social media recruitment. I mainly work in that area.
Oh, nice.
So
Okay,
my
sir.
main interest area is the use of technologies. I was an electronics engineer at one point of time, so maybe that is still there somewhere.
Okay, interesting, sir. Interesting.
Yeah.
My study is more into OB, sir.
OB,
I'm into,
I get it. Yes.
My PhD topic is on meaningful work and
Meaningful work, right? Yes.
More because of my spiritual
Right.
alignment.
No, I understand. Yes. One of my acquaintances that I am Indore, he works a lot on this spirituality. Professor Jatin Pandey. If you wish, I can connect you to him. He has a lot of insights, so you can get some idea.
Yeah, sir. I'm almost installed.
Right. Good that you have joined little early, so that this installation issue is done. So you will not lose time.
Hey, anyway, I had downloaded, sir. I was just thinking whether to install
Yeah. Right. Actually, there is still further installation required. So that part I will guide you people. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand. So this is the first stage installation. There is a next stage also.
Oh, yes.
That's what people don't know, that within R, there are some packages. If you install them, then you don't need to type codes. You can simply use them like a GUI, like SPSS.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You can do everything you want. You can
Yeah. Right.
SCM and all.
Same though. Anyhow, you cannot do even in SPSS. You need MOS, right? So, but you can do CFA within this platform. Although you don't need to get to draw the diagram, but it will throw at you the GFIs and CFIs, all those metrics. That part is done. When it comes to path analysis, definitely you need to go to MOS or maybe Lisdale, Smart PLS.
Okay, sir. Okay. Probably they'll have some packages for that also, no?
Or maybe, yeah, not in my knowledge, maybe.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, they may be having something. There are a huge number of packages.
And I think in Python once I had seen, sir. I was just searching.
Yeah.
So I got one package, something was there, but then
Right. Okay, that may be the case. Yes. This issue is very vast actually. If you explore, you will see that there are so many other things possible. Like I am very recently discovering that you can do machine learning using Power BI without getting into Azure. So that also is possible.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Neil. So Mr. Neil is from NTPC.
Hello, Neil. Oh, I have my son's name listed here. Harinandan is my son. I'm using his Zoom account. I don't know.
Okay.
How do I change the name?
Shall I change it for you?
No. He's come.
Okay. They are more conversant in these technologies than us.
Oh my God, absolutely. Even in my car, I seek his help. You can come and do it. Don't worry.
There's no really.
Okay, we'll do it in the next. Okay, let it be. It's fine.
No, it actually can't be.
What was that? And next time after the break when I join, I'll.
Yeah, right.
Half the thing in my car, I don't know. So he only helps.
He will be helping you.
Please help.
Good morning, Pallavi ma'am.
Where is madam from?
Ma'am was earlier with IMI Bhubaneswar only, but now she is with IFMR Trichy.
Okay. Hello, madam.
So Sharad sir could not join last day. You're with PWC, right, sir?
That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
So and he is also doing his PhD from IIM Ranchi.
I think madam is not connected.
Madam is not connected. Some connection issue. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the day, sir. जब एक paper निकल जाएगा.
Definitely it will happen.
Papers got rejected after the second review.
Okay. No, that is happening everywhere now. I don't know. I mean, suddenly it has become very tough. The market has become very tough. Who is your guide there?
Gaurav Marathe.
Marathe sir. Right. Okay.
And Aditya sir is my co-guide.
Co-guide, right.
He's from marketing.
Yes. I know a lot of them because some of them are my friends only, my colleagues only. Dipanjan is there. He was my friend. He's a very big friend of mine. Dipanjan there. And then Varunto definitely I know.
So did I tell you, sir? I studied from Tapmi.
Oh, you studied from Tapmi. Okay. Which batch, sir?
2007.
2007. Okay. So you are from that era where our George sir, Simon George sir and all, right?
Yeah, exactly. Simon George. Nagabrahmam, Professor Nagabrahmam was the
Raghunath Rudran sir was there.
Yeah.
Maybe Gururaj Kidur sir also was at
Kidur sir was there. Shankaran sir, if you know
Shankaran sir may have left by the time I joined.
Yeah. Kidur sir is still there, no?
Yeah, Kidur sir is still there. Raghunath sir is still there.
Yeah, I go for some alumni meet when it happens in my school.
Yes.
And I used to lead the B school recruitment while in Cognizant.
Oh, okay.
So then I had Mr. Srikanth and.
Now, though, we have the campus in Bangalore also. It's a undergrad campus, but some of the faculty members also have become permanently stationed there, and they have started the admissions last year. I think this year the second batch is coming up. It's a 3-year undergrad program they have started.
It's somewhere in Yelahanka or something.
Yelahanka. Yes. Good morning, Lakshmi ma'am. Lakshmi ma'am is from TCS. Others are also messaging me that they're joining in short while. So very soon we'll be having full house.
We should have a WhatsApp group at the end of it.
Yeah. I think today let's see if we can create that.
Because while learning everything might seem easy, but when we really start doing things,
retaining is the biggest issue. I have found that retaining is the biggest issue. Retaining whatever is passing on.
Good morning, sir. Pallavi here.
Good morning, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask if the recordings of this session will also be shared with us.
Yes. All the recordings will be shared with you. So the recordings are right now getting made in the cloud, right? So link will be shared with you. For the next 1 month, you will be able to access the recordings.
Okay.
All
right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Right. Good morning, Manisha ma'am.
Good morning, Professor. How are you?
Doing fine, ma'am. So Sharad sir has joined us today. He's with PwC and he could not attend last day, but he is very much interested in all these analytics concepts. So he has taken his time out for today and tomorrow.
Hello, man.
Hi, Sharad. How are you?
Doing good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, very well. Thank you for asking.
So Monisha ma'am is in the consultancy and in the D&I space.
Okay.
Archana ma'am also joined, but she logged out. Now she may join again. So those who have joined, you could install R at your end, the base software. Those who plan on doing the analysis with me, using the link that I've shared. Kindly confirm. Although we are going to also conduct the analysis in Excel, but I will also try to establish the case for R here and how easy it is using the package that I have mentioned, that I want to mention and show you. Not many people are aware that within R, without coding, you can do analysis, and that to a very high level of sophistication.
Professor, it is that RGUI 64-bit. This is the one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have two more people who have joined in.
So Pratyush sir, I'm joining from the other device as well.
Right. Yeah, no problem, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Let me change your name first. Again, it is P9F2. So this P9F2 candidate is not an alien. This is Professor Ritu from IIM Raipur.
Panel number 9, faculty number 2.
So I think we can begin. It's 10 past 3 and Anil sir has mentioned that he will join a little late maybe today. And we have one more information today. Who is coming late? Okay, Pushpendra sir may be also joining a little late. So anyways, let us begin, and then as we proceed, we'll take stock of how things are. So today, whatever we're going to discuss will require a little bit of technical acumen from us, but trust me, it is not going to be too much heavy also. So first of all, our agenda, the first session agenda is what? It is to understand how to create a structure around addressing any analytic problem at hand. Any analytics problem that you are trying to address, how do I create a structure around it? And to do that, we need to have some clarity regarding certain concepts. So we'll start our discussion with that. We'll have some exercises go in the way. Okay, I'll give you some information and material also. So we will do that, and we'll see how good we are in conceptualizing our research question or our problem statement. Whatever be your problem statement, how do I go about that process? That is going to be the agenda. So understanding the nature and types of variables, okay, corresponding statistical analysis which can be done with them, developing actionable hypotheses for testing relationships or impact of the different variables, understanding fundamental statistical tests. These are going to be the agenda for us. So I have clubbed both of the two sessions in one PPT only. So I'll just continue with that. So what do we actually measure in any statistical analysis or any predictive analysis that you want to call it? What do we actually measure? First of all, we start with this particular thing. We propose some expected relationship or influence of certain antecedent factors with respect to one or more outcome factors. Now, this particular statement becomes clear with this example. We can propose this, that a positive perception about a culture of psychological safety may increase employees' commitment towards their employers. Read the question very carefully, or the proposition very carefully. Okay. Now, think in your mind and tell me, does this make sense? Or do you think that this kind of a proposition is worth pursuing as an analysis?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Right? Okay. Anybody feels that no, this is not something which I don't feel it is meaningful? Anyone feeling like that? Or do you think that yeah, it makes sense that if I have, as an organization, I have created a climate or a culture of psychological safety, I must gauge what my employees perceive about that effort. So this perception about the culture of psychological safety is nothing but the organizations trying to understand whether their efforts have been appreciated by the employees or not. Does this concept get clearer to you? Let me know.
Yes.
Any doubts, please ask. Right. So right, yeah. So then if that is the case, if the company has created some culture or some initiative, okay, of psychological safety, the company will also expect in return something. They have made some investment, right? Maybe it is not a monetary investment, but there is a conscious effort. Okay, some time investment has happened. Okay, and okay, Pushpensar also has come in. So let me just wait for this person to join in, and then again let's rephrase the question. In the end, what is this particular proposition about? To test some HR outcome because of some HR process. There was a process that was implemented by one organization to create a culture of psychological safety. Okay. Now this process may be what? It may be like that from now on, we will have some open forum for discussing our inner fear. That's a process that the company has started. Okay. They may also say from now on, every Friday, 4 o'clock, we'll be having a coffee room or a fireside chat with a seasoned psychiatrist or a counselor who will, ask us what is our inner demon or what is troubling us. We can tell everything to that person, something like that. Okay. And maybe they have also started one blog where people can express their, inner, desires. Okay. They can write poetry. Okay. So, or they can maybe create a mutual group where people discuss some topic, that kind of thing. So in other words, they are making the employees feel at home and in the organization. Now they're expecting, if that is what is happening, are my employees perceiving this as a culture of psychological safety or not? And if so, are the employees committed to my organization more and more or not? Okay. Are they getting more and more committed and more loyal to me or not? This is the kind of question that you need to ask when you start your journey in your analytics problem. Any problem that you have starts with this. Okay. Now, when we have proposed this type of expected situation or a proposition, we need to back it up with some psychological theory. Why? Is because, see, somebody may say or rather argue that it's not necessary that if you create a culture of psychological safety, it will lead to employee commitment. There is no guarantee. Somebody may argue about my proposition. So I need to tell that particular critic why I believe strongly that if someone believes in psychological safety, then their perception of commitment, which basically we are talking about here, is the affective commitment of employees, will increase because of some psychological mechanism inside their mind. That psychological mechanism will trigger that sense of commitment. Okay, let me give another example. Suppose we propose that merit-based compensation structure will lead to higher sense of inclusion. The back-end theory at work is Adams' equity theory, who suggested that as long as people feel that everything is fair, there is no disparity in terms of the different aspects due to which somebody is getting more or less, people feel that they are all equal. People feel they are treated in a fair manner, and accordingly they may feel a higher sense of inclusion because there is no disparity in that particular compensation structure. Okay, it's not because of some demographic issue, only merit. Okay, so there is a sense of distributive justice, okay, which also comes from Adams' equity theory, and also a sense of procedural justice. That means the process is fair and the distribution of reward is also fair. There is no bias here. That's why this particular proposition will hold true. Are you agreeing with my argument, or there is any doubt? Let me know. Let me know. So when you have thought of any problem statement at your organization or for your clients, can you now share with me some problem statement that you also have faced, and can you make some effort to create something like this and put it in the chat box? I'd like to see how you frame the question, okay, and what is the reason. That theory will come later, okay, and what is the reason intuitively you feel is the reason why you think this will lead to, means X will lead to Y. Why do you think it will happen? So Sharad sir is working on meaningful work. So can you think of something, sir, and share with us?
Sure, sir. I was actually thinking something from the organizational context. I'll try to type that, sir. Yeah.
Right, sure. Others also please make an attempt. Okay, I want to see what you have to share about this. So Adams' equity theory, I believe most of you are familiar with. In case you are not, Adams suggested that, or rather, I think Adams. I'm sorry, the apostrophe went in the wrong direction. So Stacey Adams, right? So she suggested that that human beings by nature are always comparing themselves with another referent individual, So in Three Idiots movie, there is a dialogue, right? दोस्त को कम मिलता है मुझसे तो दुख होता है, बट दोस्त को जब ज्यादा मिलता है तो और ज्यादा दुख होता है. So that's actually the human nature, and that's why equity theory is something which explains this particular proposition. We have things coming up, very interesting things coming up. So let me just expand it. Moonlighting leads to poorer performance. Wipro's action. Okay, so moonlight leads to poorer performance at your organization. That's what she means. Making organizations more inclusive towards PWD talent maybe maybe attraction, right? If organizations are more inclusive, talent attraction or talent quality increases. Okay, that may be a proposition. Quiet quitting leads to lower performance. Okay, immersive learning approaches enhances learning effectiveness. Very good. Results in Archana ma'am says making PW talent results in increasing higher. Right. Introducing hybrid work may lead to increased work-life harmony. Very good. So you see, these are the questions that we have started our discussion with, right? These kinds of questions should be in our mind first. The next challenge is how to back this question or this particular proposition with a corresponding theory. Yeah, so Manisha ma'am's problem statement is running the women leadership program will get more leaders in next level. We'll get more women leaders in next level. Do you mean that? Right. Okay, great. So so I have got plenty of anecdotes here. So let's take one of them. At random, and then we'll proceed. Okay, how do we proceed with this statement? So immersive learning approaches enhances learning effectiveness. So what is an immersive learning approach? It may be a audio visual or a augmented reality, or maybe it is a blended learning, okay, or a virtual reality type of learning. Now, why can it enhance learning effectiveness? What is the reason? Sarath sir, make an attempt.
Because the learner would be more connected to the topic,
Right.
And further, by following adult learning principles,
Right. Very
be
good.
more effective.
Right. See, he mentions adult learning principle. That is the back-end theory due to which this proposition holds true. Adult learning, there are adult learning theories. Bloom's taxonomy is one of them. Solo taxonomy is another. So there are several adult learning theories. Vicarious learning or vicarious learning, how it pronounced, I am not very sure, but that's what we are after. That theory in the back end, what will happen the moment I connect this proposition with one backend, a backend validation. Let's not call it theory even. The theory sounds boring. Let's call it a validation from an expert. Then this becomes a strong question for us, a strong proposition. Okay. Then what happens? See, I have seen this happen even at my my consultancy experience with the corporate. We initially take a lot of time. Okay, we say that no, we'll not begin any analysis, no data collection. Let's get the questions right first. So we do this deliberation like you are doing right now. I have Microsoft Teams meeting with these people at 8 p.m. at night when I have done these consultancies, and for 2 hours we'll brainstorm. And I'm talking about pretty top management kind of stuff. And I'm here sitting at my laptop's end, and I'm just rephrasing those questions which they have in mind. Initially, I am asked them to do a freewheeling, any question that comes to mind. Later on, after some iterations, the questions become more structured, and then I help them tie those questions to the back-end validation. Once that is done, then the next part comes, the next challenge comes. I'll come to that later. But right now, I think all of you are in very good track. Most of the questions make very good sense. Okay, let's take one more thing. Pallavi ma'am mentions introducing hybrid work may lead to increased work-life harmony. So ma'am, can you suggest any back-end validation for this proposition? Why this will happen?
Yes. So
Yes.
the increased hybrid work. So the background of it would be, it would give a lot of flexibilities,
Right.
and reduce time-related constraints,
Right.
work-related strains,
Right.
and there will be, so there's a reduction of strains, and there is an
Right.
increase in
Yes.
the overall,
Yes.
in
Yes.
theory we call it psychological well-being.
Right.
So there is a very famous theory with
Yes.
conservation of resource theory that
Yes.
backs that.
Right.
Maybe there can be n number of theories.
N number of theories, yeah, but at least one of them comes to our mind is the conservation resource theory, psychological well-being, maybe maybe even this work family conflict theory or role conflict theory. Okay, those of them, those can be ingrained in your proposition as a backend, right? So when we say that I mean this will lead to this, I am not saying it out of thin air. I'm saying this based on some fundamental, some foundation, right? Are you all getting the message here, all of you? Okay. Any doubts, please let me know. Right now, the question comes, do all propositions need to have a theory? That question also comes, right? Not necessarily. There are certain propositions where we may not need a theoretical backup. We may rather need something called a data backup or an empirical backup. That means the theory is not there. Okay, you don't have the theory. I mean, such novel things are there currently in the world for which no theory has been created yet. Okay, nobody has been able to find out why this is happening. Okay, such things also are there. In that case, we look at the observation of that phenomenon, how related things are shaping up, and you create your own theory. Okay, your own logic. Theory is the logic basically. Okay, theory is logic, theory is validation. So there are situations when there is no theory. Sometimes we are lucky when we get that validation, sometimes we are not. So we have to trade with both scenarios, no problem. Observe the phenomenon closely, you will definitely be able to witness, a better explanation, or reach to a better explanation. Okay, let me come back. So now that we have established that this is a systematic process, first coming up with your research question, because this is your pain point. Okay, why did you come up with this research question? Because this is the main pain point. Okay, all the questions that you ask me, I'm assuming that these are the major focus areas for you. Okay, then in that case, I'll try to get a validation or a logic behind that particular formulation of my question, problem statement. Okay, the problem statement comes first, logic comes as a backend. We also need to cite enough evidence of similar propositions holding true in other interventions. That means in other organizations, in other cultural contexts, have some kind of work been done. Okay, if that has been done, has it been documented as a case study or as a report or as a published article? Take resource from that. Okay, once you have taken resource from that, you can cite them. Not only Adams has said that this is going to happen, this is already been happening across the world, across cultures, across industries. Okay, and this is something we can call it a universal theory. So Adams equity theory is considered to be a universal theory, but there are also certain theories which are culture specific. Okay, so culture specific theories are only applicable in certain context. It's not applicable in another context. So some of these happen, like Japanese culture has certain unique features which can be only related to their culture. Very rarely you will see that manifesting in some other culture. Similarly, India has some cultural elements which is very unique to us. So there are certain theories, if I take some theory which is from another context and put it in our context, then it does not make sense. So in that case, that's what I'm saying. Certain times we don't have the theoretical backup. So observe the phenomenon, document the data or the observational findings. From that, draw your inference, create your own theory. Example, I'll discuss those examples also. So after strengthening our argument with suitable theoretical literature backup, now we need to think about how do we measure those factors which we have proposed for the analysis. I'm using the term factors, not variables yet, because we'll come to that little later. What is a variable? What is a construct? We'll come to that little later. And why do we need to differentiate between the two a little bit? If not always, but at least for this session, we'll do it. Later on, you can continue with some baseline assumption only. So these are some important theories in social science research, which I have just jotted down for you people to have as a like a template for you. Okay. So at psychological behavioral research, you have theory of reasoned action and theory of planned behavior. Most phenomena in our world get explained by these two phenomena, TRA and TPB. Okay, given by Fishman and Eisen and Fishman. So they have given very useful theories for us. For personality or psychometric analysis, transaction analysis, Freud and Jung's psychoanalysis, these have been used. More advanced applications are there. Social level theories also there. We have different kinds of theories, and all of them can help us understanding some problem statements. So this list is not exhaustive. My suggestion, in case you are planning on embarking on meaningful analytics journey, for the space where you are at, make a list of the theoretical backups for certain common themes or scenarios, so that in future, whenever a project comes, you can immediately refer back to that literature. It will not never go out of your mind. So for any domain that you are working in, certain theory or some logic is always there in the market. It is published, it is already available in books and articles and other resources, or you have maybe attended some session by some other stalwart who has shared some material. Take cue of that, keep a note of that always with you. That will really help us. So this is a theoretically supported research framework. If possible, try to develop this kind of a preliminary framework for any work that you do. So what this particular framework tells us, that there are online recruitment websites everywhere now. So if you have to understand the effectiveness of the recruitment website, you can look at two aspects of that website: quality aspect and credibility of the information. Once these two aspects are measured, then we try to see whether that is increasing the attractiveness of the employer in the mind of the job seeker or not. And if that is happening, are the job seekers feeling more willing to apply online or not in that particular organization's website? So this kind of a proposition I have framed in one of my research papers, and it was part of my PhD thesis. So I used the theoretical support from technology acceptance model, which is a very established model for understanding why people like online platform or not, or maybe technology, any platform, any technology, why they like it, why they accept that technology, or why they don't. So that particular theory explains that. Media richness theory and media credibility theory, they both explain why people may find websites less attractive than maybe a physical interaction or maybe some other validation. So that's something which I found to be interesting in my study. So none of these studies are organizational behavior or HR related theory. One of them is a IS theory and information system theory, and the other two are marketing research theory. But I have used them in my research, which was part of my thesis, which is also the domain is HR, but the theories are from another domain. So that can also be applicable in your case. Okay, the theory or the logic may come from some other domain. So that can also happen. So keep that also as in mind. Okay, now I come to this particular very important discussion point. So what is a construct? So a construct is also a variable, but a variable is something which may be perceivable as well as unperceivable. A variable can be age, because say I have collected data from 100 employees. The age will vary across those employees, right? But I can look at the data of the age and I can understand whatever person is having what kind of age level. So there is nothing wrong in that. But when I am measuring say personality, personality is invisible. Okay, it cannot be seen or touched. It can only be perceived. So any variable which can only be perceived, like an abstract idea, that is known as a construct. Why did I mention this? In our HR space, we mostly deal with constructs rather than concrete variables or objective variables. Objective variables are there. Say if you are collecting data of salary, you are collecting data on absenteeism hours. Okay, if you are collecting data on age, we are collecting data on revenue generated by the employee. These are also variables across different employees. These are also varying across the employees. But we mostly collect data with respect to say work-life balance, with respect to psychological capital or psychological safety. Okay, we are collecting data on inclusion perception. We are collecting data on perception about organization culture. All these are perceptions. Whenever I am measuring a perception, we are basically doing that using constructs. So here some examples are given. Can you think of any construct or an abstract idea that you want to assess? You can mention that in the chat box, or you can speak up in your area one by one, or you can put it in the chat box. Any construct or idea that you are currently considering visiting. Satisfaction. Thank you. Pallavi ma'am is trying to measure satisfaction. Okay, employee satisfaction. Right? Yeah. Anybody else? Anything that comes to your mind? You can use the chat box. Happiness. Very good. Okay, just a second. Learning growth. Okay, intention to do moonlighting. See, one thing has come up. Intention to do moonlighting. Learning growth. Happiness. Okay, so you are trying to measure this. Now all of these are what? Now learning growth is also something which is a perception only, because the growth can be quantified into a meaningful metric, but it can also be something where we are trying to measure the perception regarding the trainee, whether they have learned more or not. For example, you started the training yesterday morning 10 a.m. right? You have probably never heard of any of these that I am discussing, just to give you an idea. Now after the training, whether your growth has happened in terms of analytics, that's a perception only, right? Yeah, empathy among leaders, okay, and all employees, or unconsciousness bias among leaders and all employees. Very good. So these are some things which we are going to address today. To a certain extent, we are going to address certainly these kinds of problem statements. Okay, how do we address this? How do I make an attempt to measure some of these things? We can have a look at that. Okay, thank you for this information. These are certain constructs we usually measure in HR. I have given my own version. So you have given me 7, I give you 14. Okay, and we can always one more thing, when you get time, I want you to create one table, okay, where you mention all the attitudinal constructs in one side and all the outcome constructs in another side. Remember one thing, all the antecedent or attitudinal constructs are your independent variables. Okay, the outcome variables are your dependent variables. Okay, if you keep a structure of this with you, what happens? Any problem statement that comes to your mind, you can immediately pick it up from your catalog. Okay, now I'll say one more thing, not just mentioning these constructs will help, try to add the definition also. Okay, in those places, the accepted definition of all of these, say for example, organizational citizenship behavior, whoever has coined the term, what does he mean by this? Okay, or job satisfaction, what is meant by that? Okay, commitment, how is it measured, or how it is conceptualized? Measurement will come later. Okay, somebody mentioned unconsciousness bias. So what is that? What is unconsciousness bias? Okay, asking these questions and then putting them down together in a structure can really help us. Now obviously you will customize it as per the domain that you are working. So for some of you, only a few of the things which I mentioned may be making sense. So accordingly, you can create this kind of a template. I do this for some of my research ideas. Okay, I keep something like this with me. Whenever I read something latest or something new, I try to put it up there. Although I may not be actively pursuing that for the time being, but maybe at a later stage when I get time, I may. So that is something which I follow. Maybe you can also take cue from this. Okay. Any questions so far? Any questions so far?
No, sir.
No? Okay, okay.
So Professor Pratyush, I'm just looking at point number 4 where you're talking about so first I wanted to understand, right, when you're talking about attitudinal constructs and outcome behavior constructs, right? Yes. This is like the first part of it is more in terms of what we want to achieve, and how do you measure that outcome is the other part of it, right?
Right. Yes. So that what we want to achieve is the process part. The process part. So basically, let's call it like this: inclusive culture, right?
Yeah.
So organization has done something to create this culture. Now we are measuring this perception, and because of that, we are trying to see whether the employees are feeling committed or not.
Okay, and it's just not limited to one outcome, right? It
No,
can have
multiple
outcomes as well.
Yeah. In fact, you can have a model where you can have 7 attitudinal constructs and 7 outcomes also. That also is possible.
Okay.
But obviously the problem statement becomes very complex because of that. And usually we are constrained by the data collection headache. So sometimes we make it simpler. So we are making the model simpler. But yeah, the possibility is definitely there.
Sure, thanks.
Right. And here I am talking about only kind of a point X to point Y. But in our area, research area, we have found out that there are intermediary paths also. So we call them moderation, mediation, and other sequential, conditional, indirect situations are there, which makes it more complex. But that is something which actually is happening in the market. But we'll get there when we want. Right now, let's keep it simple. So these are some of the aspects that I discussed. One way of measuring the constructs is this thing, which is very commonly used, the Likert scale or the Likert scale. Okay, so this is something which is one of the most widely used methods, right, for measuring these constructs. We float these surveys, strongly disagree to strongly agree, or not at all to almost always. These kinds of surveys we float. It can be a Likert scale, or it can be a point rating scale. It can be even we have these other semantic differential scales and all. Okay, Thrustone scales, different kind of scales are there. Scale means survey. So remember this point from onward going forward. So scale is a survey. So whenever you conduct surveys, we can run these analysis. So these are some of the standard psychometric scales which are used to measure some common constructs. So again, you can see that I have mentioned the link on the right hand side. So some of these are available free of cost. Some of these are not. For example, if you are trying to measure personality using MBTI, you have to shell out money. Or if you're trying to measure something using the Mayer, Salovey, Caruso, MSC, they are 3 people, Mayer, Salovey, Caruso. EIT stands for Emotional Intelligence Test. So if somebody mentioned, Archana ma'am, you mentioned empathy, right? So maybe to measure empathy, what is the questionnaire that is available and commonly used? That's what you need to find. Okay, or if you're already having that with you, then the next question will come out in our hand. Right now, our objective is any question, any research problem that we have in mind, you have a problem statement, happiness. You want to measure happiness. Then how do I measure employee happiness? Okay, what is the process? Shall I use a Likert scale? If I am using Likert scale, are these scales freely available or not? If not, you have to seek permission. Okay, get the copyright permission from the scale developer, or pay money to purchase that particular questionnaire, then administer the same. Or in certain cases, you may actually find that these questionnaires have been developed and freely disseminated by the research community. Just to give us very interesting research idea, perceived group inclusion scale, group inclusion. Okay, that is something which has been measured by these people, Jansen, Otten, Banerjee, and Jans, right? So these people, they have published this in the European Journal of Social Psychology. It's a very simple question, okay, and it is measuring whether people feel included within the group scenario or not. It is measuring unconsciousness bias to a certain extent. Okay, and you also have a psychological safety questionnaire by Edmondson and Woolley. This has got only 6 questions, and it is doing a very good job. I have looked at the questions, and I'm going to share the PDFs with you people. Have a look at that. It's very interesting if you are looking at a group level phenomena of inclusion and then measuring the impact on psychological safety. This is something which you can readily start with. Then you have got the work engagement scale. This is something which I would like you people to remember. So there is a 9-item employee engagement scale which measures 3 dimensions of engagement. Employees get engaged when they feel vigorous about their job, when they feel absorbed in their job, and then when they are dedicated about their job. So that's the main 3-dimensional conceptualization of employee engagement. Now you remember that a lot of times organizations are running employee engagement surveys, but most of the time they are running these surveys without looking at past literature. My suggestion, look at this literature, take some cue from the questions which they have developed. De Bruyn's paper mentions all the 9 items. A 9-item questionnaire is a very short questionnaire. You can administer these questionnaires. Similarly, Big 5 questionnaire for measuring personality is free of cost, is available in Open Psychometrics. Open Psychometrics is a website where you can get questionnaires for almost all constructs. Okay, validated questionnaires for all constructs free of cost. Okay, and you can easily go back and check wherever you are stuck. Any question that you want to develop, try to follow up with these already developed and validated questionnaires rather than creating your own question items all the time. It should be a balance between what questions you feel are important and what questions experts feel are important. If you create a synergy, then your questionnaire actually is going to do a very good job. I am firsthand seen this thing happen. Okay, whenever I have been part of these consultancies, questionnaire validation type consultancies, I have found excellent results coming up, and the companies also were happy that okay, so now this makes sense. So that is my idea. Can I get some feedback in this respect? What you feel should be done and what you feel I have not covered? Maybe just discuss that, and then we will proceed.
So, Professor, you were talking about the first link, right? Open Psychometrics.
Yeah, the first link. Yes. This one has almost 80 constructs, means questionnaires for constructs,
Okay.
which have been published in reputed journals, and they have been put up in this particular website. So it's a ready reference for us.
So I would like to second your opinion, Pratyush sir, that you are absolutely right. Industry measure work engagement through Gallup. The problem with Gallup's scale is that it is cognitively biased. So
right.
it is physical, cognitive, and emotional engagement actually talks about the total engagement of a person.
Yes.
But some of the industry used scales are biased in one dimension rather than taking the overview. So that is, and also if you see this Utrecht work engagement, some of the, because it is in European, in Scandinavian countries, they have Banerjee and Sheffield and so some of the items are not relevant. Not relevant, but overall it gives a very good score for measuring engagement.
You are right. So yeah, you are very true in that. So yeah, then one more thing. Thanks for bringing this up. Not all these questions will make sense in Indian context. So I am not saying blindly pick up the questions and apply in your context. That is not the agenda. You look at the questions, whichever questions make sense, keep them. Whichever questions you feel make sense, you can actually include them also. There is a process of including your own questions also. That can also be done. Actually, that enriches the final outcome. Okay.
Yeah, in my experience, I had a couple of times where I was doing these live projects with the industry, and
right,
the kind of problem they are addressing is so specific.
Yeah.
That it's not possible to adopt a questionnaire in those kind of situations.
Right. Yeah.
For
That
example,
is
whether we should go with this tool or not, like vendor assessment. It really depends on the question that
Yeah. No, whether you should go with a tool or not, that is not a construct. That is definitely a different research problem altogether. But if you're measuring a construct which is very specific to Indian context, right? In that case, probably it is very difficult. Like I was doing one discussion with one organization. They wanted to measure Jugaad personality or Jugaad mentality. So Jugaad mentality is unique to India. How do we get a questionnaire for that? So our discussion has ended up, resulting in some focus group discussions, and we are getting some unique insights from that. And from that, our next stage will be to create the questionnaire. So Jugaad mentality is something which I feel is very unique to Indian context, right? So yeah, we have faced that also.
Right. Thank you.
So yeah, so definitely it's not sacrosanct that this is what we are after, but yeah, as I mentioned, we have a problem statement, we have a logic. Now we need to know how do we measure something. It is always better to get some idea before measuring something, not just jump at the conclusion. These discussion points are for that only, to give you some idea, some food for thought, that okay, maybe I'll look at this, okay, make an note of what is actually in practice, then I'll create my own questionnaire. Okay, does that make sense? Any doubts, let me know. So Monisha ma'am, do you have you collected questionnaires using surveys? What is your experience? May I know?
So sir, our surveys are mostly on how the program is running.
Right.
I was just thinking aloud when you're talking about these EQ tests and all these are also we can include in our programs.
Right.
So
or maybe this inclusion, okay, perception of inclusion.
Yes.
Because if you are running, let's say unconsciousness bias training, right? So if that is leading to more group inclusion or not, maybe you can try to look at that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So at CGI, when Anil sir interacted with us, Professor Ritu was also on board on this. So we were trying to understand. They have conducted 4 or 5 these DNI initiative kind of trainings, orientation programs. So there was this unconscious bias training, the Unnat program. There were some these kinds of programs. Pushpan sir, if you can refresh my memory, some 4 or 5 programs were there, no? So there, our objective was this only, to understand, I mean, if those programs, they led to some change or not. We were trying to measure psychological safety, okay, and the objective was that only. But the questions were developed by experts. The questions were not essentially backed up by any prior research. But what we did, we ensured that the questions were properly designed and were properly administered. That's where I came into the picture. Okay. So developing questions to measure constructs, there are two ways of it. If you plan to develop questions on your own, right, conduct at least couple of focus group discussions with 4 or 5 members. When you do that, jot down the questions that are coming up. Okay, seek some expert or subject matter expert opinions. Do some kind of pilot test to check for this thing called face validity. Face validity means on prima facie basis the questions make sense or not. And using a pilot test of say 50 participants, you can always check for the consistency of the questionnaire. Reliability means consistency. Consistently, are participants reading and understanding the questions in a similar manner or not? Now this makes sense, right? If participant A reads a particular question statement and thinks that it is a question on satisfaction, and participant B reads the same question and thinks it is a question on commitment, then there is a clash, then there is an overlap. That can dilute your finding. So always try to conduct small micro tests. This pilot test can be done with 30 people also. Try to just check whether the reliability of the questionnaire is good or not, the validity is face validity is established or not. Then there are other methods to increase validity. Right now I am not seeing anyone in the industry practicing this. Only at an academic level we do this. But yeah, I have recently had some conversation with some CHR level people who asked me about this. Okay, even we had a meeting last week only. They were categorically asking me about, how do we enhance the validity of the questionnaire, and we had discussions regarding other concepts also. I feel that the awareness has become much more prominent, more pronounced nowadays. So you have to follow up the check for construct validity, which requires understanding of more sophisticated software, which is not free of cost also. So that is somewhere, I feel that also with R also you can do this nowadays. So the software which I am going to discuss, you can actually do it with that also. But yeah, overall, if you feel like this is something which is there, right? So, and if you plan to add the questions for already available questionnaires, check the reliability and validity measures reported by the source. You conduct your own survey to check for the reliability and construct validity in your own context. For example, Utrecht work engagements questionnaire developed in the European context. If you are applying it in Indian context, you have to check for its reliability and construct validity. The process of checking reliability and construct validity is actually very easy, but the fundamental knowledge that you require to understand what is reliability, how it is measured, how construct validity gets measured, that is beyond the scope of this program. Okay, this will become very technical, so we will not go there. But at a crude level, if I have some questions, how do we proceed with understanding reliability, understanding construct validity, that is something which I can give you a glimpse of. Okay, these are some of the major issues that data, when they get collected through surveys, that we face. Use of dubious surveys, that is without testing for surveys reliability and validity, we are going ahead with it. That means there is no foundation where these questions came from, whether they really make sense or not, whether they will make sense to the participants or not, nothing is established. Okay, everything is in the thin air, and this definitely happens a lot. Okay, not only in the industry but also in the academia, these things are happening. So that is something where maybe there is a need for some structured approach, because unless you are doing it in the right spirit, better not do it. That's my understanding. So incomprehensive surveys, that means not understandable by the target population. There have been situations when surveys have been rolled out in English to a population who do not understand English properly. That also should not be done. So surveys in native language, can we have that? Yeah, it's possible. Nowadays there are software who will do the back translation, front translation, everything for you. Okay, so try to provide comprehensive surveys. Even with English language, certain phrases may not be understandable by a certain population. We need to tweak with those statements. Unless you do that, it is not possible. And during the pilot test only, you can get an idea which particular question is incomprehensible and all those things. Then the last thing, which is the biggest culprit, is the tendency for social desirability. That means just so that they don't appear to be different, people may fake a response. Okay, you are asking a question on unconsciousness bias. How many may be giving a true response that they are not subject to unconsciousness bias, right? I mean, it is like you are opening up to your inner demons. You are opening up to your own internal self-belief that you don't want to reveal to others. If you look at that Johari window, that's the blind spot, right? That you don't want to, hidden spot that you don't want to reveal to others. So using our surveys, we are trying to reveal the hidden spot. People will try to protect that. So faking response is a common element which further makes us question collecting data using questionnaires, is it the right way? So have you ever thought of these questions? Anyone? Have you thought of these issues?
Yes, this is Achna here. Particularly the third point, right? Tendency for social desirability.
Right.
I think that is something that is very prominent, and I think somebody called out Gallup also.
Right.
There is a very high possibility for this particular tendency, when we're filling up any of the inclusive surveys or even Gallup to that extent.
Yes. Very true. And so I myself have lost faith in collecting data using surveys completely because of the this particular point only, the third point, because there is no control for this. Okay, and we check for common method bias, okay, which is basically like we're collecting data from the same point of contact. We never check for social desirability bias as such. Okay, although very few papers report this also, but mostly we don't. Okay, that social desirability bias is high or not. Even if we check for the bias, what will you do? If they have faked the response, what we are going to do? So there are alternatives. Without using surveys, some alternatives have been created. One of them is the implicit association test, which measures the strength of association between concepts and evaluations or stereotypes to reveal an individual's hidden or subconscious bias. In case of your domain, Archana ma'am and Monisha ma'am, basically, you may consider using this. So this test was first published by Project Implicit, Harvard University funded project. Okay, and you can see that I have provided the link for you. So you can ask people to take this test, but the problem is that this is based out of Harvard, right? So we do not have an Indian version of an implicit association test as of now. But this test has been found to identify hidden biases. Okay, and it's also a virtual laboratory for collecting data on the internet. Maybe explore this a bit. Okay, and maybe you can create your own set of questions to create an implicit bias test in the Indian context. Make it proprietary. I am pretty sure you will have a huge market for this if you create something like this. Okay, and we academicians can help you creating this also. Okay, however, as you can see, Sriram and Greenwald, these people have created a brief implicit association test published in 2009 in Experimental Psychology. Okay, please have a look at this article. I'll share this article with you. Have a look at this and please get in touch with Mr. Sriram, what he has done, how maybe he can help in creating an implicit association test for us in the Indian context. I believe this is a way forward for us, and this is not the only way, but one of the way forward for us to capture data in a more meaningful way rather than rolling out surveys. We do all the hard work by testing for the validity, reliability, consciousness bias, whatever, this common method bias and all. In the end, if the responses are fake, I mean, that's all, going to, botch up the entire process. So I am a strong believer in alternate ways of capturing data. You need expertise for this. I don't have the expertise yet, but I have started building my expertise. The moment I do, I will always pass on.
Sir, I have one question regarding that.
Right.
So, while interacting with people, in some of the people who visited here from Germany, here it is also the, you say, social aspect, some of the communities or the countries, their people take research very seriously.
Yes, true.
And in certain cultural context, this is a burden.
The
point is that if an industry personnel is collecting data within their organization, there is still also there is no guarantee.
No guarantee.
Employee will give a true perception
response.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in certain communities, they actually participate in research to that honesty and with integrity.
Yes.
That they think that research or this is contributing for a better society.
Right.
So in every context, the survey data is not appropriate. On that point, I different.
No, I also agree with you. I also agree. No, my point came from the perspective that I am operating in a country where research is not taken seriously.
Right.
And another thing is like it's not like that. I mean, even in other countries also, even if they take research seriously, when questions are asked which are sensitive in nature, human nature, to mask our response.
Because they want to say good in the society and which is accepted by the others also.
Yeah. Just to give you an idea, I mean, even this paper by Sriram also mentions this, that there have been evidences where studies conducted in the American context, which is a country where research is considered to be very seriously taken, right? The respondents are pretty cognizant about this.
Right.
But when questions are asked about racial bias, they become guarded. So then what to do in that situation, right? If I still proceed with my only idea that there is only survey, there is nothing else, in that case I am stuck, right? So my suggestion is then you please proceed with this in that scenario. Okay. And in our country, I think in any context we get biased response. So it's a different context altogether. So I have lost faith in my country's respondents. That's what I say. Yeah. This is something which is how we are doing it.
Yeah, Professor Pratyush, I wanted to add over here, like, for example, when, if you go back to the previous slide and where you're referring about this particular study, right? And somebody had just called out that there's a very high possibility that there is bias that still exists, right? Or not bias really, but people will probably still give socially desirable
response. Yes.
In that context, can't we complement it with empirical data? So, for example, if you're running a survey of sorts within the organization, or if you're adopting implicit association test within the organization, for example, if you're asking a leader about women, diversity within the organization, and if the leader is giving very socially acceptable and desirable responses, then can't we complement it with dashboards that talk about his own respective org to, test diversity?
Yeah, definitely we can. So this is a good point that ma'am has mentioned, the complementing, right? So that is essential. So I am not asking you people to let go of surveys altogether. Rather, I am asking you to create an inventory which has aspects from multiple perspectives. In fact, if you look at the emotional intelligence test by Mayer Silvi Caruso, there are 4 components in that. Each component has different approach of measuring the data. Because the nature of the asking question keeps on varying, the participants do not have time to fake response. They can't process the information that fast, okay, and they have to give near about truthful answer. So that is also probably a way forward for us to take cue from. Okay, so I definitely want to mention here or reiterate here that keep the structure of your asking of questions in such a manner that it keeps your respondents on the toes. They don't get the chance of repeating a particular pattern, otherwise it will get skewed. So I'll just give you an example of this picture. In implicit association test, these pictures are given only a few seconds for the participant to answer. So if you feel by looking at the darker picture that white or bad or black or bad, something like that, white or good. So if you have a perception in your mind that white and good are similar, then you have to type on say yes, and if black or bad is what you are trying to type, then type on no, something like that. So your fingers are on 2 different keys, right? So you will be asked the question, what do you think? So black or bad, white or good, something like that will flash on your screen, and immediately you have to answer. Since the processing time is lesser, usually we end up giving that response which immediately comes to our mind, rather than what I get can fabricate an answer. So that's how implicit association test works. There are other versions also, so maybe this requires some food for thought or some discussion. Hardly very few discussion is happening on this, so maybe a thought on that. Some people still are preferring this one, the thematic apperception test, which is also known as the picture interpretation technique. Okay, is still used for capturing unconscious person human mind. However, there is also a lot of controversy with this test. So my suggestion, if you are planning on applying this, use it as a complementary tool to other techniques. This can give you some, maybe some rich findings, some unique finding which your other questions or other approaches may not be able to give. Okay, anybody has applied this ever in your research, thematic apperception? It's also known as STAT. So this is like, you know, you're giving a question, this kind of a picture is there. Okay, so this lady is crying and a person is sleeping in the bed. So they are asked a question. This is a simple example that you are asking a question about what may have happened. Tell me the story. So whatever someone responds back, accordingly there is a way of, you know, tying it up to the perception or the unconscious thought process of the individual. So that's why it is less validated, and that is why it is also controversial. But some cutting edge researchers are nowadays investing even on this. So why are they doing so? Maybe worth looking at. Okay, so that's another food for thought for you. The most exciting part of it is this one. Okay, this is where, you know, I am currently getting invested, gamification in HR. And for example, already organizations are doing this, right? So Google has Code Jam, okay, using which they are identifying their talent. So rather than asking psychometric questions, they are following this particular approach. Marriott already had this. Okay, so they have their Facebook page where they have a Farmville kind of a game. Using that game, if the respondents are performing satisfactorily, they are selected. Whirlpool also, okay, they have cryptic puzzle games. Sodexo, they created the queer social platform using game mechanics. So now there is more and more evidence that gamified surveys can significantly reduce faking behavior among respondents. Okay, the citation I'm giving is here. There are several information available in the internet for this. The only problem is, how do I design a gamified survey? There is no clarity on this yet. Okay, and that's where my future MDP I am planning next year is only on this aspect. How do I capture data based on gamification? It will be a 3-day program where I will take you, step by step on how do we do this. Okay, and I'll keep you posted also. If you're interested, please get in touch. So this is probably the way forward for us, which can implement all the processes through gamification. You can implement structured questionnaires, you can implement implicit association, you can implement thematic apperception, you can implement anything else that you feel is not covered in the earlier 3 approaches. And because of the nature of engagement that happens through gamification, high chance that employees or other respondents are going to give more truthful response than others. In case of say unconscious bias and all, you can create scenarios, okay, animated scenarios, okay, 3D animation models can be created, okay, and you can show them scenarios, you can show them vignettes, you can show them even a video within that game, okay, and ask them to respond to that video. Because of the nature of diversity of the responses, pretty much the problem of unconsciousness faking that happens or the social desirability that happens can be taken care of. Huge evidence is now pointing towards that, lot of evidence. Anybody here has done this, got an idea of this? Anybody? Right, so maybe something like this. Yeah, yes. So
Professor, this is just to, what is the context of this gamification in HR? Like it is purely to
conduct surveys. Yeah,
conduct surveys. It takes care of the employee engagement part, or
it takes care of, yeah, there is obviously some game mechanics which is in the back end, which you know, the gamification is also based on some theory. So it's called immersive experience theory. So once you are getting into that immersive experience, then usually people don't you know, process social desirability to that extent, and they feel that, you know, they can immerse into that particular you know, process and give whatever, you know, feedback is more genuinely coming to them. So studies with, yeah.
Okay, so the better way to you know, to give a strong background to the gamification, maybe maybe is to conduct the experiments, or
yeah. So that's what I'm mentioning, that lot of surveys and evidences are there now, which are suggesting, experiments have been conducted already, which have come up with the conclusion that, you know, faking was much lesser in the context of gamified surveys versus non-gamified surveys. So it has already come up, and please read up the literature. This is very interesting because very new, right? I mean, last 2-3 years only it is picked up.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Right. During the pandemic only, they started, you know, investing on this because of the rise in social media technologies also. Okay, so that's why, you know, they have tried doing it because the candidates were anyhow not available face to face. When you see candidates face to face, you can judge their you know, emotions to a certain extent. Okay, but when you are seeing them far across, sometimes even the camera being switched off, right? We have heard news of someone sitting and giving response and another person prompting from back. So all those things have happened. So through these kinds of approaches, organizations have found some answer to, you know, getting the right indication about their
that's
quality.
what reviewers are saying, that, you know, what is the context of gamification? What is, so yeah, that way, yes. So this gives a strong background to that.
Right. So I mean, this is again a very vast thing. As I mentioned, that separate program I am planning for addressing only this aspect. Will again invite you people, if you are interested, please join, because I so far have not found any program dedicated to teaching us how to do gamification. There are programs which tell us the theory, the concept, but they don't tell us the application. Okay,
yes,
so again,
that is the reason.
Yeah, so right. Again, as I said, I am more into application, so I try to get into the application as much as possible. So that's, you know, something which I'll bring in next time. Now let's come to this discussion also. There are two types of usual variables that we encounter: categorical variables and continuous variables in our analysis or any kind of problem statement that we have. So variables which are measured like discrete or multi-categorical things, like say gender, male, female, or say seniority, high or say high, medium, low. These are known as categorical variables. And if it is a dichotomous variable or a binary variable, we also call it nominal variable. We also have quantitative or continuous variables, which are usually also measured in terms of ratio and interval measurements, ordinal measurements mostly. So that's how, you know, you are measuring perception, attitude, personality, or you are measuring age or salary. Okay, those kinds of data.
Producer, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
So yesterday when we used Power
BI, right. Yeah,
then we have used a specific score based. For example, you know, the average score of the engagement.
Average score. Yes.
If we have, you know, these perception scales, for example, 9 items being measured on a scale of 1 to 5.
Right.
So in Power BI, it will individual item will be reflected, right?
Right. So if you, it can reflect as an individual item also, and you can make into you can convert it into, you can transform that into a average data also. Okay. But my suggestion, if you are having the data with you in a raw form, Excel form, convert it into the mean form, average form, then transport that data to Power BI.
Okay, sir. Right. Thank you.
Yeah. So then let us also be clear about independent and dependent variable. Okay. So what is the predicted and what is the predicted? Rather, what is the cause and what is the effect? If something is a stimulus, something is the response. If we are very clear about this, then it really makes our job very easy, because we can accordingly plan how to collect the data and then analyze the data. Trust me, I have been doing this for quite some time now. There is still some lack of clarity among some individuals. So I like to brush this concept a bit before moving on. So some exercise for you people. This is a statement. This is a problem statement. Stock price gets affected by recession. Can anyone tell me what is the independent variable? What is the dependent variable here? Stock price gets affected by recession.
Recession leads to stock price decrease in the stock
recession
price.
Leads to stock price. That's not the answer. Okay.
Recession is the independent variable.
Yeah, independent, yes, variable.
Independent variable. Stock price is the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I am requesting now the academicians here to stop. Okay. Let the industry people answer. Okay. Cleaner energy will lead to less pollution. Yeah. My industry participants, make an attempt. Cleaner energy will lead to less pollution. In this statement, which is the independent variable, which is the dependent variable? Think in this term, which is the cause, which is the effect? Then you will get the answer. What is the cause? What is the effect? Okay, there is a chat. Cleaner energy independent. Excellent. Very good. Then pollution is the dependent. Monisha ma'am gets a virtual chocolate for me. Okay. Oil price is dependent on inflation. Next, anybody else? Oil price is dependent on inflation. Anybody? Make an attempt. It may be wrong, no problem. Think of cause and effect, stimulus response. Think in your mind, okay? In this statement, what is the cause, what is the effect? Think in that direction. Inflation independent, oil price dependent. Okay, very good. Another virtual chocolate for Archana ma'am. This one, my favorite. What is the independent and what is the dependent variable here? Sure. H analytics is independent, or is it depend on something? Professor is independent, HR is independent. So yeah, so let me just rephrase this. So professor's teaching capability is the independent variable here, and understanding of H analytics is the dependent variable here, right? Right. Yeah. Job satisfaction can translate into better productivity. I've just made some changes to the statements, but this is how you can mention your proposition. Productivity dependent, very good. Job satisfaction is independent, right? Yeah. So so that's how we have to proceed. Any question that you have in mind, okay? So suppose unconsciousness bias, you're trying to measure unconsciousness bias. Due to the bias, maybe your perception of inclusion is getting affected. So bias comes first, then the inclusion perception gets affected. Like that, you design your questions. Okay. Take some time. Okay. Take 5-minute time. You can open Word file or a PPT. Okay. Any research problem, you take one independent variable and one dependent variable. Okay. Or you can take a couple of independent variables and one dependent variable. And can you draw a block diagram the way I have shown you earlier? Something like this, which I created earlier. Just a second. I created something like this, right? Take 5 minutes time. Think of any research problem that you have in mind. Research problem means any industry problem. Okay. Any industry problem that you have in mind. create this kind of a diagram for me. Okay, it may be like you may not be needing. So suppose you may not be needing this. Okay, create something like this, where at one end you may be having 2-3 independent variables. Draw an arrow to the final dependent variable. I would like to deliberate on that. Okay, is that cool? Only this much, something like this. Take 5 minutes. Open a Word file or any PPT. So what I mean is, while you are doing this exercise, what are we trying to establish? Since morning, I have discussed with you people, how do you approach the problem that is bugging you, that is bothering you. If you are embarking on a HR analytics project, remember I have discussed the frameworks. First thing is the critical question, right? That critical question is in your mind. Let's assume that. Okay, how do you frame that into a proposition? We are discussing that. How do we keep our mind open to the measurement of that particular problem statement, the variables in that problem statement? We are basically discussing only that right now. Okay, if you are able to create this, then you are done, you are ready to embark on the journey. Okay, when you are done, let me know, and you can share your screen and show me. A very basic model. Okay, couple of independent variables, one dependent variable. Done? Yeah. Sharad sir, can you share your screen? I think it is enabled, no? The screen sharing thing.
Yeah. I'll try, sir. I'll try.
Yeah. Just try.
Where do I'm not used to Zoom? Huh?
Right.
Where is the screen share? Ah, yeah.
Yeah, got it, right? Share screen, green button. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Right. Yeah. Right. See, immersive learning leads to learning effectiveness, which is moderated by learner motivation. Okay, this is probably something which makes very good sense, that if I have given some immersive learning experience, I'm expecting the learning to be effective, more and more effective. That's the logic, right? But the learner should be also motivated. Say I am talking about gamification, right? There is a lot of application now on gamified learning. So I am giving immersive learning to you, a module on gamified learning, but the learner, if that person is switched off, then I cannot help. Or suppose when I am having this analytics discussion with all of you, I'm trying to make it as experiential as possible, right? We are so far, I am trying my best to do that. So I am expecting the learning to be effective. But if the learner is not motivated, if the learner is switched off, then the effectiveness will be low. However, if the learner is motivated, invested in what I'm saying, then the effectiveness will be high. Are all of you appreciating what he has drawn? Okay. Right. Is this a part of your research paper, sir?
No, sir. No, sir.
Right.
This
So
is
you
more
make it a part of your research paper now. Forward research. This is a good idea. Please make this a part of your future research. Okay.
Definitely.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. Thank you so much. Next in line. Next in line. Anyone? What is this? Oh. Anyone? Okay. There is a chat. Yeah. Anybody else? Like he has shown us. Anybody else has drawn something interesting and want to show us? We are not going to steal your research ideas here. We have enough on our plates, so you can show. So just to take a quick feedback, whatever we are discussing, is it difficult to comprehend or is it understandable? Is it making sense or is it difficult? Please let me know. Understandable? Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you for the feedback. Anybody else has drawn anything? Any research model framework to show me? Else we'll proceed further. Okay, let me proceed further. If you have drawn anything, you can share with me in my mail also. Okay, so we have done this exercise for you people, and this is just to give you a base that all of our statistical analysis are based on the assumption the data is normally distributed. A data which is normally distributed usually has most of the data in the mean or the center, and some of the data points are the two tails. That's what is the real picture, but this is what we usually deal with. Okay, so we proudly conduct research in our domain, in our psychological domain, using this kind of data. Okay, mostly even if we test for skewness and kurtosis, and if the data does not look skewed or if it is not having any kurtosis, we definitely is in a good track. But this is very rarely happening. Okay, this is very rarely happening. Some kind of skewness and kurtosis is existing in most of the data points. Very rarely we'll have complete you can call say a perfect normal distribution. So that makes the job a little tough for us. We are basically making do with the best that we have. Okay, we are acknowledging that this is a shortcoming of any stochastic analysis that we do, but that's how it is. Okay, you can talk about any analysis. Nobody can be I don't think anybody in the world can be confident in saying that the data that they're collecting will end up being normal. It may end up being normal, or it is normal means say you can call it like proper. By the word normal we mean proper. That's how the data should be. Okay, but actually it ends up being like this. There are some ways of countering this also by taking care of outliers. We can take care of some missing values, anomalies which are there in the data, but in the end even then there is some level of lack of normal distribution. So one reason why I am not a big fan of statistics is this thing, that we are making a lot of assumptions, but at least to a certain extent, if we put in some checks in place, then we can be hopeful that things are in the right direction. So all the hypotheses are nothing but, the word hypothesis you may have been using or have heard of is nothing but it's a testable proposition for the problem statement that you have, and it can be of three types. You can develop a hypothesis like a question, open-ended question, yes no kind of thing. So remember Ritu ma'am mentioned no, that does this program work for us or not? That's a descriptive hypothesis. Okay, or does this technique is this technique relevant, this vendor is good for us or not, right? Ritu ma'am mentioned something like that. So that's a descriptive hypothesis. A correlational hypothesis is chance of two variables occurring together. Say if there is high humidity, will there be rain also, or is there a chance of humidity and rain occurring together, increasing together chances? So that is something which you look at, is a correlational hypothesis. In case of social science research, we conduct correlational hypothesis, but I am not a big fan of this, because correlation does not lead to causation, and in the end we are after some answers, right? Cause effect, that is what is something which is motivating us to do these kinds of analysis, which can be done with only causal hypothesis. So do not use the term relationship or related in your hypothesis, rather use the term causes, influences, there is an impact, okay, or this leads to this. Those kinds of sentences, if you phrase your hypothesis with, you are moving in the right direction. So humidity causes rain, that's a causal hypothesis. Okay, high humidity, there is a high chance of rain, something like that. I mean, it may not make sense right now, but just, you know, this is just a dummy example, but we have more and more observations. So there is a concept called null and alternate hypothesis in our research framework. It can be made very confusing to understand, so I am trying my best to make it simple. So think of the Holy Church and Copernicus, Nicholas Copernicus. You have heard of Nicholas Copernicus, all of you, right? What did he say? What did Nicholas Copernicus say? If you can recall, anyone? The first person to say something, right? Okay, let me refresh. So this is what the Holy Church used to propagate 500-600 years ago, that the world is flat. So if a ship travels in the same direction without stopping, at one point of time it will fall off the edge of the earth. Okay, because we don't see the curvature of the earth, right, where we stand. So you can imagine that we are actually standing on a round globe, this gravitation that's pulling us on the surface. Copernicus rather proposed that no, the planets are round, okay, and they are moving around the sun and all those stuff. So what is happening here? The Holy Church's assumption is that the world is not round. That's null hypothesis for you. Alternately, what Copernicus is saying is that the world is round, or the earth is, or the planet is round. So this is alternate versus null. Null basically means nothing is happening. Okay, I use this phrase a lot to keep people remembering, because most of my trainees are industry people, not researchers. Researchers will have their own jargon, own statements. For industry people, you remember it like this. Null hypothesis means nothing is happening. Okay, nothing of interest is happening in that case. No relationship, no effect, okay, or no difference, whatever is that, that particular hypothesis is a null hypothesis. Alternate hypothesis is basically something is interesting happening. Either there is a relationship, or there is an impact, or there is a difference, something like that. So you can think in that direction. So this is something, stock price and recession go hand in hand. So is it a correlational hypothesis, or is it a causal hypothesis? Who can tell? Is it a correlational hypothesis or a causal hypothesis? Stock price and recession go hand in hand. Okay, chats are coming. Okay, correlation, very good, because they are going hand in hand, right? One of them increases, the other also increases, which causes what? We are not specifying that. Rainwater harvesting will lead to less water crisis. Is it a correlational or a causal hypothesis? Focus on the word causal hypothesis or causative. Let's use the word causal hypothesis. Okay, so harvesting will lead to, okay, this will lead to, this statement is important. This statement, this tells us that it is a causal hypothesis. Okay, very good. Any doubts, any confusion? Anybody having any confusion? Now is the time you can ask. Now is the time for you to ask. If not, CGPA has nothing to do with hard work. Is this null or alternate hypothesis? Null, very good. Job satisfaction can translate into better productivity. I think I gave it in the last example also, right? Job satisfaction can translate into better productivity. Is this causal or correlational? Causal or correlational? Causal. Okay. What about whether this is null or alternate? Who can tell? Is this a null hypothesis or alternate hypothesis? So job satisfaction can translate. The word translate means impact. Okay. Job satisfaction will lead to, we can translate into, these mean causation. Okay. And since we are expecting something to happen here, job satisfaction having some effect on better productivity, that's why it is an alternate hypothesis. If I mention job satisfaction has no effect on productivity, then that becomes null hypothesis. Does that make sense to you people? I hope my academician friends will not feel bad about the way I am trying to simplify this. I am not trying to deliberately use the traditional statistical approach. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, can you come back on the last point?
Last point. Yeah. So job satisfaction can lead to or translate into, these are phrases which give us a direction, something leading to something. So X, job satisfaction, is leading to this Y, productivity, translating into productivity. That's why job satisfaction is the independent variable. Okay.
Okay.
And it leads to better productivity, which is my dependent variable. Okay. Right. Yeah, we are coming to the academic jargon soon. Don't worry. We are not going to let that out, but let's learn it like this first. So X to Y. Okay. Job satisfaction can translate into better productivity. This is an alternate hypothesis. Whereas job satisfaction does not lead to productivity. Does not. The word not means nothing is happening. Job satisfaction has nothing to do with productivity. Okay. That is null hypothesis.
Okay.
Keep this in mind. Okay.
Okay.
Right. And also remember one thing, that this is a causal hypothesis because there is a cause effect, right? So that's why it's called a causal hypothesis.
Right.
So smoking does not cause cancer. What kind of hypothesis? Null or alternate? Pushpendra said, make an attempt.
Null.
Null. Great, great. Fuel price is linked with the new budget. Is this correlational or causal?
Causal.
So right now I'm not saying whether budget is leading to high fuel price or fuel price is leading to high budget. I just said they're linked, connected, okay, related. If I use these terms, then it is a correlational hypothesis. Okay.
Okay.
Work from home policy will have no effect on employees' work-life balance. Null or alternate?
Null.
Null hypothesis. Very good. You have got hang of it right now. This one, causal or null, causal or correlational?
Correlational.
Okay. Someone is saying causal, someone is saying correlational. So, so think of it in this way. Whenever I mention will depend on, okay, that means something will depend on something, right? That's what I am talking about. So that means my way of teaching is going to have an impact on how you understand the concepts. Your understanding will depend on my explanation. Okay. How much you will understand depends on how well I am explaining the concept. Okay. So that's why it's a causal hypothesis. And plus, it's also an alternate hypothesis. I'm expecting that after the interactions, you will have better clarity about these concepts. Is this making sense or not? Let me know. Take some time. Take some time. Don't hurry, because this is a crucial concept for us. Okay.
Professor, how it is alternate? Why it is not correlation? Because it is depending on that, right?
So correlation means there is no dependence, rather there is a relation. Dependence means cause effect. Relation means explanation and understanding can happen either way. Okay. Explanation and understanding can happen either way. Dependence means explanation first, understanding later.
Okay.
Okay. So explanation and understanding cannot happen either way, right? How much you understand is dependent on my explanation, but how much I am explaining is not depending on your understanding. Maybe in that case, this becomes this thing. How much I am explaining may be dependent on your prior idea about analytics.
Okay.
Right, but not on the final understanding of this program, right?
So the last statement, the extent to which you will understand, this will be the alternate hypothesis, right?
This is alternate hypothesis. Extent to which you will understand is the dependent variable. Extent to which I can explain the concept is the independent variable. Okay. My capability as a resource person, that is the independent variable. Your understanding is the outcome of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it? Yeah. So this is critical. I know that there is a doubt in your minds even now. So as and when we move forward, we'll continue to reinforce this. Okay. And whenever you have a doubt, please get back to me whenever, even after this program is over, because this clarity, I have seen people only have become very conversant after some time. Some people, not all, but some of them.
Sir, can you move to previous slide? I have just might be stupid, but one question.
Please ask. Please ask.
Yeah, sir. For example, if the first statement, if we say that recession leads to decrease
in
stock price, then this will change a causal relation.
Yeah, then it will become a causal relation. Okay. Yes.
The problem statement is defining the nature of the hypothesis.
Nature of the hypothesis as well as the nature of the analysis.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
So that's also something which you need to keep in mind. But even after saying all of this, I would like to reiterate, do not create correlational hypothesis. Correlational hypothesis is like a half truth, whereas a causal hypothesis gives us more clarity about what is actually happening. Okay. And remember another thing, usually we try to find whether some effect is there or not. So there is no need for reporting null hypothesis also. You need to frame a very good causal alternate hypothesis. Your job is done. As far as industry is concerned, you are okay. Okay, develop a good causal alternate hypothesis. Okay, so a hypothesis is usually one-tailed if it proposes only one possible direction of outcome, either positive or negative. For example, if I develop this kind of a hypothesis, stress negatively affects mood. So I am giving a direction to the effect also. That is called one-tailed hypothesis. A hypothesis is two-tailed if it keeps the proposition open-ended. That is, the result is not predicted in one direction beforehand. It can either be positive or negative. Stress may affect mood. Okay, so if it is eustress, it may affect the mood positively. If it is distress, it will affect the mood negatively. So we do not know what nature of stress you are going through for a particular intervention. So we are keeping the problem statement open-ended. So either this or that. So this is something which you need to keep in mind while you are designing alternate hypothesis. If you are convinced that the impact of inclusive culture will increase psychological safety, so frame that alternate hypothesis accordingly. Okay, inclusive culture will increase perception of psychological safety. That's the hypothesis that you are after, or proposition that you want to test. Does that make sense or not? Please let me know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? Any doubts? Please let me know. Can you give me an example of a one-tailed hypothesis that comes to your mind? One-tailed hypothesis. Anyone? So we are done with our session. I'm just wrapping it up now. We'll take a break shortly. Think about it. Okay, during the break, think about it. After the break, let's come back and carry on the discussion. We are done with the main theoretical underpinnings that we need to carry on. Okay, and only thing that is left is now the application. Okay, so that part we'll begin in our next session. Okay, good session. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I take a lot of effort in creating these PPTs, thinking a lot about the problems that you may be going through. I can only enrich myself by getting feedback from you people. Okay, so Anil sir knows this, and even my other trainees also keep on telling that whenever I have taken a session, I have enriched the next session. So thank you for your inputs also. Without that, this is not going to be happening. Okay, so all you see is basically because last 5-6 years of feedback from you people. Okay, so let's connect at
Professor, I just wanted to add, because you put the things in a very simple way that that makes the understanding. So thank you so much for that.
My pleasure, ma'am. I will also show you people what as a researcher we do when we design these hypotheses and how complex we make it unintentionally. During after the break, I'll show you what actually we'll do if I do it in a, if rather suppose a proper statistician would be teaching you how they will approach this thing. Okay, I am not a proper statistician, so I am a makeshift statistician. So I approach it like this. We will approach it in a technical manner also. Okay, but then let's not get in depth of that. Just keep it with you as a resource. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So now it's 11:33. Let's connect at 11:45 and continue the discussion. Is that fine? It's 11:33 at my end.
Yes, sir.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you can take a short break and come back. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope all of you are back. Do you need a little bit more time? Okay, we shall wait for 1 more minute and then begin. So I was discussing one-tailed versus two-tailed hypothesis, and before the break, I have asked this question: can you design one-tailed hypothesis about any problem statement that you have in mind? So hypothesis is the proposition, the problem statement. Think of it like that. So you can tell me, or you can type in the chat box. Let me validate that. And you can chat to everyone. Okay, when you are chatting, if you can, please chat to everyone. I don't know what the option is given to you or not, so that others can also see, right? Let them see also. Any small statement that tells us that it's a one-tailed or a one-directional, unidirectional proposition, right? Alternate proposition. Anything that comes to your mind, if you can tell. Anybody? So I may use the term smoking increases the chance of cancer. So increases, I have to use this kind of word. Okay, smoking decreases the chance of cancer, those kind of words. Okay, I wish that would be true. Yeah, effective learning is positively related to career growth. Again, don't use the word related. Okay, because again you will be restricting yourself to correlational hypothesis. Rather use the word effective learning is positively affecting or will positively affect career growth opportunities, right? Immersive learning positively impacts learning effectiveness. Excellent. Okay, use this way. Then what will happen? You will end up doing those, impact analysis. Correlation, as I mentioned, that there is no direction to the effect. So we end up wondering which direction it will be. It is necessary in scenarios when you are not sure of which direction it will follow. In that case, go ahead with maybe even you can go ahead with a two-tailed impact kind of a study. So learning impacts learning effectiveness. Immersive learning impacts learning effectiveness. It may be positively or negatively. We do not know. Okay. Experiential teaching may have an impact on learners' retention. Okay. Whether it is positive or negative, we do not know, suppose. In that case, we keep the option open. But if I am strongly believing that experiential teaching helps in retention of the content, then I will use the statement like this: experiential learning leads to higher retention, higher that direction. Okay. Greater retention. That's how I will frame the hypothesis. I hope that makes sense. Now coming to a little technical aspect, we use this term a lot. Okay, when to reject a null. Yeah, bias results negative inclusion, one-tailed bias. Yeah, bias may impact diversity or inclusion is the two-tailed one. Very good, very good. Thank you. So I think all of us are on track on this. If not, please let me know. As I mentioned, that your motivation to learn this is going to define the extent till which you will retain the information. I cannot help you there. Okay, as long as I can help you as long as you have motivation. Otherwise not. So when do you accept or reject a null hypothesis? This is something which is like we keep on using in a statistical parlance. Also, we use this term. Okay, and we use this kind of a statement: failing to reject the null hypothesis or reject the null hypothesis. We never use the term fail to reject alternate hypothesis or accept the alternate hypothesis. We don't do that. Okay, so that's a kind of a statement that we follow in statistics. For practical purpose, however, think of it in this direction. What is the reason you are doing the analysis? You are doing the analysis to find whether there is an effect or not. Okay, effect of something on something or not. That's the main reason why you embarked on the analysis. Suppose that's the question that you had. Did XYZ variable have an impact? Does have an impact on the variable W or not? So XYZ are your independent variables. W is your dependent variable, right? So your interest or your vested interest is in understanding whether there is an effect or not. Okay, the null and alternate are two sides of the same coin. This statement which you have given, XYZ have an impact on W or not, will either get a support or they will not get a support. Think of it in this direction. Okay, so usually we need a criteria to see whether to check whether our our statement holds true or not. Let me type something in the chat box now. Observe carefully. Will let's use some, yeah, will eating sweet lead to diabetes? Suppose this is the question that I have in mind. Oh, eating sweet food or chocolates and all, will that lead to diabetes? That's the question I'm having. Okay. Now I have looked at what? I have looked at situations around the world. I have data from clinical records which suggests, suppose sweet eating leads to diabetes. Okay. So I will frame my question in two ways. My null hypothesis, can anyone help me here? I'm typing it out. What will be my null hypothesis here? Eating sweets
will not result in diabetes.
Will not result in diabetes. Very good. I hope the spelling is correct, but anyways, what will be my alternate? If I am talking about an alternate hypothesis which is one-tailed, how will I frame it? Eating sweets
may result.
If it is a two-tailed, then I'll say may result. Okay, or may affect. Will affect. Will affect. No, will or may are same things, but will affect or will, if I use the word will affect or will impact, such kind of terms, diabetes, chances of diabetes. Okay, this is the alternate hypothesis. The alternate two-tailed hypothesis looks like this, but the alternate one-tailed hypothesis look like this. Eating sweets will increase chance of diabetes. See that word increase. Okay, so that increase means there is an upward direction. That is called, yeah, so as Sharad sir correctly points out, it will increase the chance of diabetes. Are you getting the idea now? Yeah, some kind of reinforcement of my logic. Very good. You have got the main essence here. So regardless of whether you remember fail to reject null or fail to or reject null, whatever we use, right, as a statistician, as long as your main statement that you have in mind, okay, your main statement, main thing that you actually try to find here is that eating sweets will increase chance of diabetes or not. Because if you will not, then you will continue to eat sweets. Okay, it will, if it actually increases chance of diabetes, you may decide not to. So from practical perspective, that's the main question in your mind for which you need an answer, right? Now suppose to get an answer to any question, you need an indication, right? We need an indication to get an answer. So it may be like, what is this person has fever? How do I get the indication? Does my son have fever or my daughter have fever? How do I check? How do I check for that? If somebody is having fever or not? Checking the temperature, okay, and see.
Using a device to do that? Using a device to check.
Using a device to check, and there is an indicator for me which tells me that beyond that particular value, there is a chance of fever, or there is, I mean, it is a reality that the fever is happening, right?
Yeah.
Like sir mentions greater than 98 degree, right? So 99 degree, 100 degree, 101 degree, if it is a, I think it's a Fahrenheit thermometer, in that case, that's what I'm after. If it is Celsius, I think it is 36, 37, 40, something like that. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that you need some value to suggest whether actually fever is there or not.
Range.
Isn't that so? A range, right? A kind of an indicator, a range to tell you whether there is an effect or not. Okay, fever is taking effect or not. All of you understand that concept very well, right? That discussion just now I had makes sense to all of you. Okay, the same logic happens in case of testing of hypothesis. Instead of that 98 degree, we have a cutoff criteria. We have a cutoff criteria called 0.05. Okay, what does that 0.05 mean? I'll come to little later, but let me tell you what happens if the criteria is less than 0.05 and greater than 0.05. If you look at the figure now, it will tell you, think T is like temperature. Okay, so temperature greater than 98 degree Fahrenheit means what? There is fever. Less than 90 degree Fahrenheit means there is no fever, normal temperature. Okay, similarly, P, suppose P is that equivalent of temperature. If P is less than 0.05, then we say what? We say that the null gets rejected. Can you see that P greater than 0.05 means fail to reject the null? P less than 0.05 means the null gets rejected. Null gets rejected means what? Null gets rejected means what? What was my statement? Which was the null hypothesis in the earlier example? Eating sweets lead to sugar, lead to diabetes. What was the null hypothesis? Remember in the chat box, just follow the null hypothesis there. Eating sweets will not lead to diabetes, right? All of you agree? What was the null hypothesis?
Eating sweets will not lead to diabetes.
Not lead to diabetes. Okay. Now that particular hypothesis gets rejected. Then what is left? If that hypothesis gets rejected, then what is left with me?
Eating sweets will lead to diabetes.
Will lead to diabetes, right?
Yeah.
Are all of you agreeing with this? Okay. So this P value, we are always looking after this P value as if we are checking the temperature of the body. Okay, as if we are invisibly in our mind looking for that cutoff 98 degree Fahrenheit. Okay, to make a decision whether there is fever or not. Similarly, we are looking at whether P is less than 0.05 or not. If P is less than 0.05, all alternate hypotheses are accepted, are supported. In other words, there is an effect. Whatever effect you have proposed, that effect holds true. However, if P value is greater than 0.05, we cannot conclude that there is an effect. Okay, we cannot say that there is no effect, but we cannot conclude that there is any effect. In other words, our null hypothesis is not rejected. This is the parlance that we follow. Does this make sense or not? Let me know. Does this make sense or not? Just think about in your mind, okay, loudly. So P value, we look at something called P value. Okay, the P value we'll explain a little later. For the timing, remember that we are after something, looking after something called P value. So remember, from morning, what are we doing? Step 1 was developing our problem statement. Step 2 was getting a theory to back that problem statement. Step 3 was finding some literature support to back our problem statement. Step 4 was to develop questionnaires or to take cue from other established questionnaires to collect data to measure that problem statement. When we have collected data, we also need to provide some hypothesis. Okay, some problem statements. The problem statements need to convert it into one-tailed or two-tailed hypothesis. After that, when the data gets collected, by conducting some statistical analysis, we can confirm whether there is an effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable or not, depending on the P value. If the P value is less than 0.05, then there is an effect. If there is the P value is greater than 0.05, there is no effect. End of story. That's all there is to testing statistics. Okay, there may be so many other aspects of it, and I'm not denying that. But as far as practical application is considered, you need not think beyond this as of now. Okay, keep rehearsing this in your mind for the time being. Now let me come to this less than 0.05. What does this basically mean? This means with how much confidence can I say that the effect is there? How much confidence? You need to understand that statistics is not mathematics. Mathematics is an exact science. Statistics is a probabilistic science. That means we can never be 100% sure that some effect will take place. So usually we want as much confidence as possible to predict some outcome to happen. Will stock price get affected by inflation? I can only conjecture. After my analysis, I want to only check with how much confidence can I say that this statement holds true. Inflation leading to higher or lower stock price. Okay, so this particular thing, this confidence level is something which is defined in our statistical parlance at 3 different levels. The maximum confidence that we can expect is 99.99% confidence with very low scope of error, and the Yeah, the maximum confidence, and the minimum confidence with which we are allowed to report our findings is 95%. That means we are allowing for 5% chance of error. Or in other words, if I have taken data from 500 people, okay, on some particular problem statement, that okay, work from home leads to greater work-life balance. This is your statement, right? Okay, so this is your statement. Work from home leads to greater work-life balance. This is the problem statement. Okay, so this is a one-tailed alternate hypothesis. To test it, I have made some analysis, and I find that P is less than 0.05. So my assumption is right, that work from home has led to more work-life balance. Are all of you able to follow what I just now said? Okay, greater work from home policy or flexibility leads to more work-life balance, right? So that's what we have understood. Now, out of the 500 people, okay, we are expecting that all of them agree to this, but there may be a chance that during the statistical analysis some error was made. That means some people did not believe in that particular logic, but the analysis, during the analysis, it may have thought that that is the case. So because of that, some error scope is there. So we keep a provision for that error. That error is known as, basically there are two names to it, type 1 and type 2 error. So type 1 error is when we reject a null hypothesis when it is true. We means the statistical analysis itself, there is a provision of that error to happen. So we are expecting that no, some error is going to be there, at least as much as 5% is allowed, and minimum, if you can, as much minimum you can, or as close you can go to 100% is better. So less chance of this error happening, but at least we can give a provision for 5% error where we will reject a null hypothesis when it is true. That means we are thinking the effect is there when actually there is none. Similarly, type 2 error is a scenario when you are not rejecting a false null hypothesis, or rather accepting a false null hypothesis. That means you are thinking there is no effect when actually there is one. Both scenarios can take place, and because of that, we keep that provision of that some form of error in any analysis that we do in statistics. This happens even in machine learning. Okay, so we keep some provision of error. So it is not 100%. This science is not 100%. Now this sounds confusing, right?
So can you explain false null hypothesis? What do you mean by false?
Right. So I expect this question to come at this point of time. So let me show with an illustration. Please bear with me. Pardon me if I have used an image which may be not too up to your taste, but think of it like this. Okay, in the first scenario, you are saying that there is an effect when there is none. Okay, evidently there is none. In the second case, there is an effect, but you are saying there is none. Okay, you are saying there is no effect when actually there is an effect. This is what is happening here. There is no effect, but still thinking there is one. Whereas in the second case, effect is there, but you are thinking there is none. So a false null hypothesis is getting rejected, getting accepted. In more simplistic term, this is what is happening. If you know what I mean. So if there is a confusing, you can actually remember it like this. So I'm taking cue from this. This is my citation, right? So basically this is what we are after. So type 1 error is happening when we are, there is an assumption by the analysis that there is an effect happening when there is none. Type 2 is happening when effect is there, but we are rejecting that. That can happen at case by case basis. For each and every employee's data that you get, the analysis is rejecting some of these scenarios or accepting some of these scenarios. So we are keeping a provision for this. Does this make better sense than the earlier slide?
So are you saying that in type 1 analysis, type 1 error, what you're looking at is P is less than 0.05?
Yeah.
And in type 2, we are saying that P is greater than 0.05.
Right. In type 2 error, okay, so you are basically rejecting, you are accepting the null, right? So your null is 0.05. So in terms of null, you are accepting that 0.05. Okay, that means you are thinking there is nothing, no effect. whereas actually the case is P is less than 0.05 in the second case. And the first case, P is greater than 0.05, but the analysis is assuming that the P is less than 0.05. Okay. If there is still doubt, please let us deliberate and then clarify and then proceed. We can deliberate a little bit more on this and then discuss. Or does it make sense now?
So I'm only wondering, how can an analysis that is considering P to be greater than 0.05 have an outcome of P being less than 0.05?
So it's not like that the outcome is P being less than 0.05. The outcome is different, okay, which indicates that the P should have been measured as less than 0.05. As you can see here, the first case, the outcome looks evident to me that it should have been labeled as P less than 0.05, but somehow due to error, the model has labeled that outcome as 0.05 greater than 0.05. Okay, something like that. So basically what is happening, the confidence level with which you are playing, if you look at this thing, that the number is interpreted in a wrong manner. So that's why this goof up happens, this problem happens. And this is something which happens in every analysis. We don't have to do any separate analysis for this. We just have to acknowledge that this thing happens. Okay, and accordingly we have to prepare. So that's why we take 95% confidence level as the minimum cutoff, and due to which our p value is taken as 0.05. 0.05 meaning 1 minus 95, which is 0.05. Okay, so p less than 0.05, p greater than 0.05, within that range we are working. Okay, in any case, we are not after type 1 and type 2 error definition. We are after finding whether our null hypothesis is getting whether it is not getting rejected or whether it is getting rejected. If null hypothesis is getting rejected, it means alternate is supported. Okay, if null is not getting rejected, alternate is rejected. Then again, going by even more simplistic vision, p less than 0.05 means there is an effect of the independent variables on the dependent variable. End of story. P greater than 0.05 means there is no effect of the independent variables on the dependent variable. As long as we are discussing causal hypothesis, that's the main gist of this analysis. We only have to focus on the p value, look at it, less than 0.05, you immediately can come to the conclusion that say psychological capital has no impact on say inclusion perception of the employee. That's what you are trying to find out. P less than 0.05 means there is an impact. Psychological safety leads to more sense of inclusion. If P is greater than 0.05, as per your analysis, you have not found any evidence that psychological safety leads to chance of inclusion or perception of inclusion. Are you getting the idea now? Try to peel it down to this last discussion point, because that's what you need to retain. Neither do you need to retain these information nor the understanding of null or alternate. The only thing that matters for you is to understand whether, as per your problem statement, something interesting is happening or is it not, because that's going to be your action statement. You can take actions based on that. Okay, nobody is going to question you in the industry what got supported, null or alternate. They are going to tell you kuch ho raha hai ki nahi, something interesting is happening or not. You need to give that validation, and using that p value cutoff, remember that temperature example that I've given, greater than 98 degree Fahrenheit, fever, less than 90 degree Fahrenheit, no fever. In your case, p less than 0.05, effect, p greater than 0.05, no effect. Keep that thing in your mind, you will never lose your track. I hope I am able to reinforce this idea or not. Let me know, please. That's what matters in the end. Okay, and trust me, even seasoned analytics professionals, I have taught Mu Sigma professionals, I have taught people at IBM, at Gartner, at Salesforce. Okay, and everywhere I have seen the jargon is similar. They look at that only. At research forums, in our academician forums, we rather become more critical about this. So moving on, we also have issues related to these. I will come back to this a little later. The missing data, outlier analysis and all. The reason being, I used to teach this using Excel. In Excel, you can do this. Okay, like I have shown you here. In Excel, you can calculate quartiles, interquartile ranges, and you can find the upper fence and lower fence, and accordingly, you can identify outliers in a data. Nowadays, there is a better way of doing this, and using Orange, we can do this analysis in a single click, single step process to take care of all of your outlier issues and missing data issues. So I will take you through that when I discuss it in the next session. So please, bear with me. Person eating, state the not eating, another image where the person not eating was state. Yeah, right. Yeah. Think of it like that. That image also you can keep as a reference. Yes. Keep that also as a reference. As long as these shortcuts, these cues are helping you to remember, please do that. I have also provided a list of all possible tests and when they are used for your reference here. These are the specific tests that I am covering. There are obviously more and more tests available. With the time frame under which we are operating, it is not possible to cover everything. So we are keeping it slow and simple. I have also plans of conducting an advanced MDP on HR analytics, where I plan on covering some more topics. I don't know whether there will be takers for that in the industry or not, but the talk is on in our campus. We are having a talk. Maybe if there is a takers for that, again, my objective will to make even those complex situations more simple and more understandable, not to make it a statistics class, master class. We don't want to do that. Now I come to the main application area of the day, correlation analysis. This is to find the extent to which two or more variables are related or associated with each other. Okay, that means if one variable increases, the other variable either increases or decreases, and this happens simultaneously. Which variable increases first, that we cannot conclude. We can only say that there is a simultaneous increase or decrease happening. If both variables increase together, then we call it positive correlation. The two variables are positively correlated. If one increases, the other decreases. Think of pressure and volume. So they are negatively correlated. So pressure increases, volume decreases. So there is a negative correlation, right? Whereas positive correlation can be like temperature increases, pressure increases. So that can be a positive correlation. So if there are only two variables involved, we call it bivariate correlation. Else, mostly we deal with multivariate correlation, or where we have multiple variables in hand. And again, like in case of testing of hypothesis, we need an indicator to tell us how much two variables are correlated between the two. Then we need a metric for that. We need a measure for that. Pearson's correlation coefficient, or small r, as it is denoted by small r. This indicates the strength of association or the degree of correlation between two or more variables when the variables are continuous. Okay, when they are non-parametric, we can either use Pearman's rank order correlation or chi-square test. So you can do either of them. Kendall's tau also is there. So both of the cases, I think Spearman's rank order correlation or the Pearson's correlation, the range is still -1 to +1. So remember this point, the concept of IV and DV does not apply here. So correlation does not mean causation or impact. The reason why I suggest that it may be an intermediate step of your analysis. This cannot be your main analysis, should not be your main analysis. And we have some cutoff criteria here also. I am using one cutoff criteria from one paper where 0 to less than 0 to 0.25, we call it weak correlation. 0.25 to 0.6, we call it moderate correlation, and greater than 0.6 is called strong correlation. If it is +1 or -1, we call perfect positive correlation or perfect negative correlation. 0 means no correlation. So that's how we interpret the data. More of this will be clarified when I do the analysis by hand. So please keep this as a reference point only. I'll revisit this again going forward. And there is something called spurious correlation also. That means just because two data points are correlated doesn't mean that there is a meaning between the same. So here is a correlation. Yeah.
So sorry.
No, please tell.
Will it be possible for you to explain this slide one more time, please?
This particular one. Yeah. So correlation basically means how strongly two variables are associated with each other. Okay. So we say that 100% correlation means extremely high relationship between two variables. Okay. So
that one is completely dependent on second one,
not
right?
Dependent, they are completely related with each other. Okay, let's say the word related or completely associated with each other. Let's take a small example. Popularity of a TV show and TRP rating, they are related with each other.
Yes.
Okay, so if I have an extremely popular TV show, Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, and we look at the TRP rating, we can see that there is a positive correlation between the popularity of the different programs that are running in the air and their TRP ratings. Okay. Now 100% means it is like extremely high correlation, very high. You can call it like the maximum scenario that is possible, but usually that is not the case. The number fluctuates between 0 and 1 and 0 and -1. Okay, so the moment that I gave the example of TRP and TV popularity, show popularity, if the popularity increases, the TRP increases. That is called positive correlation. Both of them are increasing together, right? But you can also have a scenario where, say, if the BMI of a person increases, okay, the body mass index of a person increases, life expectancy decreases, right? So that is called negative correlation.
Okay.
So BMI and life expectancy are related with each other. So high BMI, low life expectancy. Okay. So the range is between 0 to +1 and 0 to -1. -1 being extremely negative correlation, +1 being extremely high correlation. The range usually is between 0 to 1. Now there also we are breaking it down into 3 slabs or three levels: weak correlation, moderate correlation, strong correlation. Okay. So till what point do I consider a correlation value to be weak? Till 0.25. Between 0.25 to 0.6, moderate correlation. More than 0.6, strong correlation. And the number can be reverse also. 0 to -0.25, weak negative correlation. -0.25 to -0.6, weak moderate correlation. -0.6 to -1, strong correlation. Is this clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Makes sense? Okay. Okay. So you can see there is a asterisk marks where I provided need for checking the corresponding p-values for statistical significance. Think of it like this. I talked about correlational hypothesis, right? Just for a while ago. So that BMI and life expectancy, can you now frame a correlational hypothesis for that? One-tail correlational hypothesis. BMI and life expectancy, a negative, one directional or one-tailed correlational hypothesis. Please decide on that. Tell me. Anyone? Anyone?
So it will be not one tail, because it's correlational, but not one tail.
No, I am saying that it may be two-tailed also. Right now, define it as a one-tailed one for the time being, just for sake of discussion. So when I say one-tailed, it means
BMI, the life, the life of the person decreases.
Right? So yeah, so let's call it, if I design it in a correlational manner, then I'll write it like this: BMI and life expectancy are negatively related with each other.
Okay.
Or are inversely related with each other. Okay. So this is a correlational hypothesis. Had I meant it from the perspective of causation, I would have mentioned high BMI will lead to decreased life expectancy. Does this make sense? Okay. How I am framing the questions, you are getting the idea or not? Let me know. Okay. Please just confirm that this thing makes sense or not.
Yes, sir, it's
right?
making sense.
Yeah, making sense. Right. So because I would like to be very careful about moving forward, because there may be people here who may not be very familiar with how this works, right? So we like to take baby steps here. So remember one thing, you will get a correlation value after the analysis. The analysis will take place, so some statistical analysis, and you will be getting one R value. Okay, the correlation coefficient value. The coefficient is nothing but like the temperature in your thermometer. We have a temperature indicator. In case of here, we have a correlation coefficient as the indicator of how much the two things are related. I mentioned negatively related. How much are they related? So suppose I get R value is -0.67. What is your conclusion from that? BMI and life expectancy are negatively related, and the R value is -0.67. What is the inference that you can draw from this? Can you try? R value is -0.67, right? No, R value, not P value. Okay, the R value is nothing but the effect, okay, or the impact, or in this case, R is the degree of association or the strength of association. Okay, so R value -0.67. Okay, look at the cutoff criteria. Look at the cutoff criteria. I told that the cutoff criteria is also applicable for negative signs. So any value which is greater than -0.6 and between 1 is something what? Weak, moderate, or strong? Tell me. Make an attempt. So we have got BMI. Let me just give the formulation once again. BMI. Sorry. And you have got life expectancy. Is the problem statement clear to all of you? we are trying to find correlation between BMI and life expectancy. We get the result R equal to minus 0.67. Okay, any value between minus 0.6 and 1 indicates that there is strong negative correlation. Remember this point. Okay, so R value minus 0.67 means there is a strong negative correlation between BMI and life expectancy. Does this statement make sense or not? Let me know. Suppose I have got R value as minus 0.33. What will be your conclusion for the same problem statement?
BMI is, if BMI increases, then life expectancy decreases by
no. Don't go by that particular statement. You can say that BMI and
moderate negative correlation.
Moderate negative correlation. That particular thing which you mentioned, will come to that slightly later. Okay, so that how much unit increase or decrease, that part is little tricky. Let us just conclude here that there is a strong moderate negative correlation. Sorry, not strong, moderate negative correlation.
Moderate negative.
Yeah. Now the problem is, where is that p value to tell me that this moderate negative correlation is statistically significant, or rather this moderate negative correlation is worth watching out for? Okay, we need a p value to back this up, back this result. In Excel, they don't provide us that p value automatically. Okay, we'll get that p value in R or in other software, but Excel does not provide us that. So just remember this point while you move forward. I'll show you what I mean by this. So in Excel, we can do this analysis. So those of you who have not installed the R yet, we can start with this analysis first, and then you can move on to the next analysis. Is that fine? Right? You can open the first data set for day 2. We can start our analysis now. Open the first data set for day 2. Day 2, where is that? This data sets. Yeah, day 2 data set, dataset 2. Day 2 dataset 2. The missing data outlier thing, we'll keep it with us. We'll revisit this next class. Okay, you will see that there is some hypothesis which I have drawn here. In there is a sheet called hypothesis conclusion, and there is a sheet called analysis, and the analysis is explained here for you people, and the data is also given here. So in that first sheet, data, first go to that. So I am asking these questions: leadership support increases employee engagement, and I am asking this question: organization culture enables employee engagement. Okay, so the first statement is basically a one-tailed causal hypothesis. The second one, I have kept two-tailed. Does it enable in the positive direction or negative direction? Depends on the culture. Okay, so I'm just mentioning enables. Let's also not use the term enables. Let's make it slightly more ambiguous. Organization culture is related with employee engagement. I'm just using a correlational hypothesis. So let me know if you are appreciating that the first hypothesis is what? This one is a alternate one-tailed hypothesis. One-tailed causal hypothesis. This is the entire nature of this hypothesis. Does this make sense? Okay, there is a query. Yeah, no query. Okay. And the second one is a alternate. Both of them are alternate, because I'm not saying not related. I'm not saying not effect, right? Alternate one-tailed, alternate two-tailed. So usually correlational hypothesis don't mean any two-tailed or one-tailed, but let's just use it for the time being. Okay, two-tailed correlational hypothesis. So we have got 3 variables here. We have measured 3 variables here: perception towards leadership support, perception about the organization culture, and we have also measured how much employees feel engaged at the workplace. This is our problem statement. Okay, are all of you understanding the problem statement? Agreeing with this? How we have captured the data? We have captured the data using questionnaire survey. we are assuming here that the questionnaire surveys may have contained 5-10 questions, but we have taken the average of all those responses per candidate, per participant. So here we have in total, let me see, a lot of candidates. I think around 500 people have filled up the data. This is a dummy data set, so there is nothing to it. Just for the sake of practice, we are doing it. Let me know if this makes sense. So, any doubts? Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to understand. This might be a bit of a trivia based doubt, but then I just wanted to understand. The second statement, organization structure, is related with employee engagement. We're calling it two-tailed correlated, but can it also be like a two-tailed causal if we change it? Organization is impacted. Organization culture impacts employee engagement.
Yes, definitely. The moment you make it, actually two-tailed correlational hypothesis is not meaningful because correlations are always open-ended. Okay. So but here, definitely if you make this change, so then it becomes a two-tailed causal hypothesis. You have got perfect understanding. Perfect understanding. Now it becomes an alternate two-tailed causal hypothesis. So first one is a one-tailed one, second one is two-tailed one. Basically, simultaneously we can test for that. And we have basically some cutoff criteria based on which you can tell whether which particular hypothesis holds true. But in the end, broadly speaking, we are after that p-value only. In the end, we are after the p-value. If the p-value is less than 0.05, our job is done. Kaam ban gaya, we say. Okay. We need to find whether p-value is less than 0.05 with respect to these particular data points, the particular propositions. This is what we are after. And where to look for the p-value? We look for the p-value in something called the beta coefficient. What is a beta coefficient? I'll discuss a little bit later. For the time being, let me know if this problem statement makes sense or not, and how I have arranged the data, does it make sense or not? Okay. Then in that case, you can, if you have not installed if you're not installed data analysis tool pack, let me know, I'll guide you. Otherwise, you can click on this. If you have not installed this, let me know.
So how to do that, sir?
How to do that?
I haven't.
Right. No problem. You go to file. And I think there is this more option. Go to more, where you'll get the option button, right? Click on options. Click on add-in. In that, select analysis tool pack. This one, analysis tool pack. Also, there is something called go. Click on that go button. This pop-up comes up, add-in pop-up. I want you to click this checkbox called analysis tool pack and click on OK.
Okay.
Right? And we are done. You must be now able to see this when you click on data on the extreme right hand side. Anybody facing trouble in this? Let me know. Let me know. So although I have promised,
if you can just tell go to file.
Oh, right. Yeah. You go to file, then you go to options. So in this case, can you see there is more? In that there is option.
Sir, I don't.
Or if you have Excel options, you may be having Excel options.
Yes, option.
So click on that. Okay, click on that and go to add-ins. Within option, you must be having add-ins.
Yes, sir.
Right. So there is something called manage Excel add-ins. Can you see bottom?
Yes, sir.
And there is a button called go.
Okay.
Click on that. This kind of pop-up will come up.
Yes.
The first thing is called analysis tool pack.
Yes.
Check the box, click on OK.
Okay.
And we are done. So this is in case you are not comfortable with R, you can still do some analysis with Excel. But I would like to showcase to you people how R gives you slightly extra information as if we get it from SPSS or SAS, some proper data analysis toolkit, which is not available here. It's a very limited option, but it can still do some help for us. Now, if you click on this data analysis toolkit, which is available under data tab, this window will come up, data analysis. Here, can you see correlation? You will see there is something mentioned called correlation.
Yes.
Yeah, just click on OK. Select that and click on OK. This dialog box will come up. You will see this dialog box has come up.
No, nothing. No dialog box has come. Let me try again.
Just try again. Yeah. Just select that correlation option and then click on OK. This dialog box should come up.
Can you redo the step? We should first click on data analysis.
Yeah. Right. You will first click on data analysis. This thing will come up, right? In there, select correlation and click on OK. This window should come up. Can you confirm?
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that, right? Great. So now all you need to do is select this entire data set. Whatever data I have, select the entire data from top to bottom, including the headers. Select the entire data. So that means I am talking about A1 to C501. All right. Select this entire thing and check these labels in the first row box. Check the labels in first row box. All right. And in that, in the output option, you will see there is something called output range. Let's do the analysis here itself. Just below, just a second. I'm going up just below the hypothesis. I'm just putting the analysis there. Okay. If you wish, you can select any cell. I am putting it somewhere here. So maybe this particular F5, let's take F5. So I'm selecting F5 for my output range, or in other words, where my correlation table will come. So I'm putting it here, F5. Arbitrarily, I'm putting it at F5. You can put it F6, whatever. This is what is there to the analysis. Specifying the range of the data, clicking labels in first row, specifying output range. Is this three-step process clear or not? Please let me know. Please let me know. Clear, right? Great. Anybody lagging behind? If not, click on OK. If you do that, you will see this kind of a table will come up. This table will come up. So we are after this only. So you'll see culture, leadership, engagement, culture, leadership, engagement, or in other words, it's kind of a 3x3 matrix, and there are some values mentioned here. All you need to look at here are basically, see, the correlation values are reported here in such a manner that this box, let me highlight one of the boxes. How do you interpret this, right? Let's look at that. I'm highlighting one box. This is G7. There is a value 0.47. So G7 is at the intersection of which two variables? You have to think in that direction. G7 is at the intersection of which two variables? If I draw a line kind of horizontally and vertically, which two variables are touching at G7? Think and tell.
Organization culture and leader support.
So the correlation between organization culture and leadership support is 0.47. Okay. Monisha ma'am, are you following?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So 0.47, right? So Sharath sir, able to follow?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. So remember this list. So that means what kind of correlation? Weak, moderate, or strong? Moderate correlation, right? What about this one? What is this value representing? Correlation between which two variables? The second, this one, let me highlight in blue. 0.16 represents correlation between which two variables?
Organization culture and employee engagement.
Perfect. Okay. All you are doing is you are letting your eye do the talking, right?
Yeah.
You are following from vertical and from horizontal, draw imaginary line. Whichever case the cell is intersecting, that is your correlation value. Are you getting the idea?
Yes, sir.
So why this value has come as 1 at the top? Yeah, weak correlation. Thank you for the inference also, because this is less than 0.25, right? So there is a weak correlation between culture and engagement. Are you getting the idea now? So at the top, you can see 1. What does this represent? Correlation between which two variables? 1 represents what? Okay. Perfect correlation, but this is between which two variables? This 1 represents correlation between which two variables? Again, do that horizontal vertical thing. Can you speak up? Yeah.
It's only one variable, organization culture.
Right. What it is like Karthik calling Karthik. There is a movie which came, no? So it's like same person. So when that kind of thing happens, X on X, correlation between X and X is always going to be 1. Right? So this is of no importance to us. This value, this 1 that you see here, is of no importance to us. We shall focus on only the correlation between two different variables. Are you getting the idea? Can you now do the last task? This is our last task. 0.173 is the correlation between which two variables? Tell me. .173 is the correlation between which two variables? Leader and employee engagement. Excellent. Yes. Right. So now, are you getting the idea? If I have conducted a correlation analysis in Excel, this is the output I'll get. This is how I'm going to interpret the data. Okay. And this will tell me whether the strength is moderate, strong, or weak. End of story. Nothing else here. Does this make sense or not? Let me know.
Yes, sir. But I have a question here, like this one, that organization culture, and then in the next we have leader support,
right,
versus leader support and employee engagement. So this is nothing, right?
This is not important for us because this is the correlation between the same variable with itself. With only itself. So that doesn't mean it's an identity matrix kind of thing or identity value. So forget about that. We only are interested in these 3 values because these are correlations between different variables.
Okay.
Okay. And in that we have to look at these values and infer the nature of the correlation, the strength of the correlation. This we can infer, the strength and the direction. So all these correlations are in the positive direction, but they are either weak or moderate. This is the inference that you are getting from this. Okay. All right. The only problem is, see, there is a hypothesis here also. Leadership support is related with organization culture. Employee engagement is related with organization culture. I have 2 correlation hypotheses to back up here. This value has to be backed up with a hypothesis test. For that, we need to again look at p-value. Excel does not provide us the p-value. Okay. So we have to just make a second guess that 0.16, the value is low. So maybe it is not significant. But rather than going in this direction, we can go in a more structured direction. So those of us who use statistical software per se, we are also provided a corresponding p-value. So it's like, 0.47, the correlation is moderate, but is that still, meaningful? That question is still remaining. Okay, is that still something which we need to look out for? That question is still there. Okay, 0.16 is a weak correlation, but does that mean that we will trash this value? Does that mean we will not care about correlation between engagement and culture? It is only going to be determined by that p-value. If the p-value is greater than 0.05, employee engagement and organization culture's correlation is of no importance to us. They are not correlated. Okay, there is no evidence of their correlation. On the other hand, if 0.47 is associated with the p-value which is less than 0.05, we say the correlation is moderate and this is statistically significant. We need to make a note of this, that culture and leadership support are correlated. Without leader support, culture cannot prosper. Okay, that's the inference that you can develop from this. Are you getting the hang of it or not? Let me know. Does this now make sense or is there any doubt? I would like to ask you. And now I would request you to open R. Okay. I would like you to open R. I would like you to open this console, R console. We'll do this analysis simultaneously now with R and we'll check what happens. Is that fine? Then you will be enough to judge, you will be yourself be able to judge why I am insisting on on doing the analysis with R and not with Excel, because Excel appears to be much easier, right? Why get into R? But then R can be also as simple as Excel. Okay. Have you opened R? Now the only issue that we may face is some download issue of the package. That may happen because of the cloud server being down, and it may happen because of the internet connectivity at your end also. I am hopeful that you will not face any glitch. So with that, keeping my fingers crossed, I am asking you to follow the steps. Okay.
Yes, sir, it's open.
All of you are ready? All of you are ready? Professor Ritu, ready? Professor Pallavi?
Yes.
Right? All of you ready? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Right. So all of you need to go to this packages section. Click on the packages section and click on install packages section. Okay. Those who have not installed, for them, you will see this kind of a pop-up will come up. Zero cloud. Can you see zero cloud? This is basically nothing but the universal cloud across the world. Whichever country, whichever system is having this package currently available with us, it will help us in installing the package. Okay. So don't select Australia, Brazil, Canada. It will limit our search. Keep it as it is and click on OK. Let me know if you're able to follow till this much. And over the course of time, I'll request you to please, keep me updated on the issue, okay, that you're facing. I have clicked on OK. Are you getting this kind of a list called packages?
Sir, I am getting this. I just click on packages and then selected the first one, and then it is showing.
No, don't select load package, select install package. Okay.
Okay, because now it is nothing is moving. Shall I restart that again?
Restart in the sense?
Like close the application and do
yeah, you just close that application, go back to packages and click on install packages. Okay. Do not click on load packages, click on install packages. Then zero cloud may come up. Select that and click on OK. This package list will come after that. Let me know if you have reached this stage or not.
So, Professor, if we can use the R Studio.
You can do it in R Studio also. You may face some issue. That's why I expected you people having R base with you. In R Studio, in install packages, you will find it. You may find it. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem was with R Studio. Yes.
Right. No, you will not face that much issue. I have helped in the installation in R Studio also. So I usually don't go into R Studio, so little uncomfortable with that. So this is alphabetically listed. The package is alphabetically listed. You need to just scroll down. I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. Stop at R. Now it's P. See R, right? And I want you to search for something called RCMDR. I'm just putting it in the chat. You need to search for something called RCMDR, which stands for R Commander. It's a package which is installed within, which is available inside R as a package. So RCMDR, can you see lots of plugins? RCMDR plugin, RCMDR MISC. Forget that. Click on this capital RCMDR, this thing. RCMDR. Archana ma'am, you have reached this stage? Sharat sir?
After this, it is asking whether I want to continue with my own library.
Right. Don't go there. Don't jump step. Okay. Wait for it. Okay. Till this stage, all of you have reached or not, let me know.
No, sir, not yet. This packages thing has not come to me. It's still loading.
It's still loading. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. What about others?
Yes, sir.
You have got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What about Pushpen sir? Have you got it? Are you doing it with me today?
Yes, I'm just trying to pull that up.
Right. Anybody else doing it with me? You got it? Okay. Archana ma'am has got it. Anybody else? Neil Madhav sir, you're trying at your end or not? Right. So RCMDR, right? So you have to click on OK. So Ritu ma'am mentioned that you click on that, see this kind of a thing, it will start. Okay, downloading and all those things, it will start. Now for me it is already done, so it is giving me the thing that RCMDR is successfully unpacked. All those things it will tell. For you it may ask that particular window will come, right? That just a second.
Okay. Can you? I'm still not finding that.
Right. No problem. See, you have got the R console, right? You've got the R console, right?
Yes.
If you click on packages here, you will get something called install packages.
Okay.
Click on that. If you have done that, then it has given you this kind of a image, maybe. Just a second. This kind of a window may have come up. Let me just enlarge this. Right, secure CRAN mirror. It's come up. Click on OK. Click on OK. Okay. Now this packages list will come up, ideally.
Yes, it's come now.
Come now. It is alphabetically listed. I want you to scroll down from A to R. Okay, A, B, C, D like that. Go to R, and in R you locate this RCMDR. Only RCMDR.
Right.
Right. And then let the relevant packages to be installed in your local system. So that question will come to you. Do you want to use a local repository? Use it. Okay, don't create any problem. That doesn't create any problem. Yeah, click on it. Okay, you click on it, you will be seeing that automatically the process will start. Okay, once it is successfully installed, it will look something like this.
No, once again, should I go for personal library? Yes or no?
Yes, go for that. Okay.
RCMDR.
Yeah, go for the personal library. That message might come. Now this is where it will be better if somebody can share their screen, because there will be some additional packages the particular system will keep on asking you to install. Okay, so it's not a one-step process. So if somebody can share the screen, I can guide you through. Maybe Professor Ritu can do that, or somebody else.
I already clicked. Now it's just installing. So
right. No, I want you to just open the page showing the installation. Can you do that?
Yeah.
I'm sharing, sir.
Okay, yeah. Right.
Sir, it's like after my
Scroll down further. Yeah, please tell me.
It's just that when I clicked on OK after selecting the package from the package list,
right,
it has the installation part has already started on its own. It's got completed also, and it's showing the downloaded binary packages are in so and so.
Right. Wait for it then. Wait for it. There is another part to it. I'll tell. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just wait for it. So you are already reached a very good stage. Yeah, sir, please scroll further. RCM. Yeah, it has come. Can you see RCMDR? Only RCMDR. Click that.
No, it's going up.
Yeah, click that. Yeah. Don't go up. Yeah. Click on OK. Yeah. Would you like to use personal? Yes. This is the message which Professor Ritu was getting. Yeah, yes. Can you see now this kind of a thing is coming up, right? So installation thing is coming up. That's what Lakshmi ma'am mentioned, that she has also, I think most of you will be now at this stage, right?
But I did not get any like asking me to like the personal what.
Right. That's okay. That is something which sometimes it is requesting, sometimes not.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because sometimes what happens by default, if the repository that is selected in your installed our software, if there is no conflict, then it is having no issue.
Okay, got it.
Right. So you see that there is a lot of sub packages are getting installed here. You have to understand that R is a completely syntax based program. What we are trying to do is we are trying to reach out to that kind of R which has got only buttons. Okay, so we are basically pressing buttons and getting the same result, for which we usually type a lot of syntax and get the same result. So that's why all these packages are required. And I think right now Lakshmi ma'am also is at this stage, right? Professor Ritu is at this stage, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Right. Now I am typing something in the chat box. I want you to type exactly the same thing, or you can even copy the same after the cursor. Be very mindful of this, okay? What I'm typing, please be mindful of this. So I've typed library RCMDR. please copy the same thing, paste it and click enter. Pushpen sir, please do it, and others observe what is happening here. Library, you can type also. You can type library, give a space, bracket, capital R, CMDR. You can type it also if you feel like. Yeah, after the cursor. Yes. So I made a false promise that I will not ask you to type anything. So at least this much you have to type. CM, C not N. Yeah, CMDR. Be mindful of this. Okay. Give bracket, hit enter. So it is asking for this thing for all of you, right?
Yes.
So again, click on yes. So far, so good. Yeah, click on OK. So far, so good. So again, it is loading further packages for you people. Kindly validate others. So as I mentioned, it's a 2-3 step process for us. And even then there is a chance it will not work. So that's a downside.
It's giving me an error.
Error is coming, right? Okay, for sir it has works. He has got our
the following packages used by RCMDR are missing: SEM, RMARC.
Right. So can you click yes? You want to install the package, that message is coming, right?
No, without these packages, some features will not be available. Install these packages, yes.
Yes. Click on yes.
Install and then it says CRAN.
Yes. Click again yes. Okay. Pushpen sir went to this only. So he has got our commander with him.
No, but this is popping up as an error. It's
no,
giving
that's
a
fine.
correct
That's fine.
cross.
That's fine. No, I say that you can. I mean, just now Pushpen sir also went to this. So Pushpen sir, you can stop the screen share. Ritu ma'am, please share the screen. I'll guide you. Don't worry.
Yeah, when you said click, then I went ahead and clicked.
And done it, right? So now further installation is happening, right?
Yes. Now our commander has popped up.
Come up, right? Yeah. So we are solved. We are done. We are ready for the action. So now let me introduce you to the hidden truth of R, where you don't need to do what you call that. I will use the term taking permission from my coding experts that we don't need to code, right? So that non-coder thing which I mentioned, I am also typing the same thing. So let me try to keep my promise. Okay. So this is called R Commander, a very useful interface for conducting analysis within R without typing any code. First thing first, let us start by looking at the interface. The only two things currently of interest to you will be data, from where you can import data. If you click on data, you will see there is a drop down menu, and from where you can import data. These are the supported files. You can import even from SPSS, SAS, Minitab and Stata, as well as from the most important file of our requirement, which is Excel. You can also import from text, clipboard or URL. Okay. Sometimes you can import data from packages also. Okay. Active data from packages. Now this is a very important function for us. Importing data in R no longer an issue. If I click on Excel file, this kind of a window pops up. Import Excel dataset. I'll click on OK. This will take me to my local computer. I hope you're able to follow. If not, please let me know. I'll retrace my step back. See, here is my data set. Shall I retrace my step back? Or are you able to follow? Please tell.
Yeah, I think 1 or 2 steps back will help.
Yeah. And Monisha ma'am, are you done with the installation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, great. So I told that this is the interface. Now all of you are having the interface with you, right? Nobody facing any issue? All of you are ready with the installation, right? Right. So in this data, if you click, you will see there is a drop down menu. Click on import data. You will see another drop down menu comes. From there, click on Excel file. Is this okay? Once you do that, you will see this kind of a window pops up called import Excel dataset. Here you click on OK. Don't do anything. Click on OK. This will take you to the local folder, local computer, where you can retrace your step back to the actual folder where you have kept your data. Right? So I am looking at which data set 2 correlation regression, the same data which I gave you people, right? Data set 2 correlation regression, but don't select these data set. Select data set 3 correlation regression for the time being. Don't select data set 2. I'll tell you why. Okay, select data set 3 correlation regression and click on open. If not able to follow, please let me know. In this, it is asking for sheet 2 and sheet 3. So please check which sheet has the data set. In data set 3, there are 2 sheets, right? Sheet 2 and sheet 3. Sheet 2 has the data. Sheet 3 does not have the data. Okay, so remember this thing, that sheet 2 has the data for us. Okay, so what we'll do in R, within R commander, we'll select sheet 2 and click on OK. I am stopping here. Let me know if there is any doubt. At this stage, all of you have reached or not? Can I get some feedback from chat or from you people?
Sir, I selected the sheet 2. Something red has come.
Something red is actually a good thing that has come for the timing. Usually we assume that red is bad, but in this case, red is good. If you observe carefully, this is essentially the first R code that you have generated. Those who are conversant in R, those who have worked with R and have taken the painstaking step of typing these commands, or in most cases copying these commands from some place and then using the R console, they will recognize this as read Excel. Read Excel is the command used to import Excel file within R console, and within the bracket you can see the path. In my case, I have the data within D drive. Within that there is a folder called consultancy. In that I have now created a folder called IMI MDP. In that there is a folder called dataset. Within that dataset 2, dataset day 2, dataset 3, correlation regression .xlsx is available. Now row names equal to false basically means that all the row data points, they are actually data. Only the header, the first row is the header. So that's what has been specified here. In Excel, what we are doing, labels in first row. Remember, we are checking one column here. That thing is automatically done, and we have chosen sheet 2 in this entire Excel file. Strings as factors equal to true basically means any data which is a string data, they have considered that as a string data, not a numeric data. This is actually the code. Yeah.
Okay, so header for you it has come true. For me it is false.
That's not an issue also. I mean, that's actually not an issue, because as long as the header is understood or identified by the particular program, your job is done. Okay. So that should not be a big issue. I am not a big expert in these syntaxes, so sometimes they definitely can be tweaked. I mean, those who are experts, they may correct me.
Okay.
As far as my analysis is concerned, it will not create a problem. Okay. Now
my data is not loaded yet. Okay. So shall I just close the R commander and open it again, or because it's hung, I believe.
So it's not loaded yet. What do you mean? What is the thing that you are getting? Can you show me once?
Just a minute, sir. Now I think it is happening.
It's coming, right? Okay. So with your permission, we are approaching 1 o'clock. Can we extend the session till 1:15 and begin the post-lunch session at 2:15? Is that fine?
Sure.
Right. Thank you. I would like to at least show the correlation analysis output in this. I have not touched base on regression yet. We are running a bit slow, but that's okay. We are going to cover everything. So let me one more time tell you that the most important thing that you need to look at is the statistics column. In those who have used SPSS, you are aware that there is something called analyze, right? So in this case, in R commander, that particular heading is statistics. So here within summaries, you have correlation metrics. Okay, you have got correlation test. You can also do missing observation count. Okay, you can do frequency distribution, test of normality. All those things can be done here. Okay, in contingency table, you can look at enter and analyze two-way table. Under means, you can do all possible types of t-test and ANOVA to a certain extent. If you're talking about variance testing, you can do Bartlett test, Levin's test, all of this here. Certain non-parametric tests are given here. You can do confirmatory factor analysis, exploratory factor analysis, cluster analysis, scale reliability validation with this, and you can do linear and logistic regression with this. These many analyses are possible here. Cluster analysis is recently added, so k-means and hierarchical cluster analysis can be done here. As much as my understanding,
very easy, sir, in comparison to RStudio.
Right.
It is like SPSS.
Like SPSS. Yeah. So that's why this is my go-to tool in case I'm not getting into more high-end applications like say multi-dimensional scaling or discriminant analysis, which is more, if you are or if you are moving into Mancova, such kind of analysis, then SPSS or SAS will stand out. Otherwise, these particular software, a free of cost software, does a pretty good job for us.
Right.
Okay. So now in this case, we'll go to summaries and we'll click on correlation matrix. We want to test correlation like we did in Excel. We'll do the same thing here. Let me know if you're able to follow me or not. We went to summaries and now we are coming to correlation matrix. Don't click on correlation test, click on correlation matrix because we have 3 variables. If you have only 2 variables in your analysis, go for correlation test. Otherwise, if you have more than 2, go for correlation matrix. Does that make sense? Okay. Let me know if you have reached this stage or not. So this works a lot because corporate entities usually do not have access to SPSS or SAS. So in that case, what can be a easy, a free of cost solution to conduct these analysis, right? Since morning, remember, we are doing it very step by step. We started with the proposition development, the measurement issues that may be there in the development issues, and then now we are moving to the analysis part. There also I have started slow. We moved with the Excel analysis. Now we are moving to the R-based analysis, trying to show you how it is different from Excel, right? So I click on correlation analysis, okay, correlation matrix, and you see this thing has come up. So here we have got absenteeism, number of days of people are absent, customer satisfaction feedback taken from customers about the satisfaction from the employees who have served them, commitment of the employees measured using a questionnaire, self-efficacy measured using a questionnaire, work-life balance measured using a questionnaire. We also have serial number, which is basically the employee's ID. Leave this out. That's basically a label data. We don't want that. Basically a nominal data. We only are dealing with here either ratio or interval data. Okay. So ratio data are the absenteeism. Okay. This is like an absolute data with the absolute 0, whereas customer satisfaction, organizational commitment, and work-life balance, they are relative data points. Basically, like between 1 to 5, there is no absolute 0. Spacings also between the two does not mean equal spacing, right? So this is how we have basically 4 values. You have to select them using the control button, using the arrow button, using keeping the control pressed, or you can probably go and click also, you'll probably get it. All of you are getting this highlighted, all these variables highlighted? Any doubt?
Yes, sir.
Getting it, right? See, already Pearson's product moment correlation is selected for you. Okay. Had this data been categorical, or rather in this case ordinal kind of data, in that case I would have gone for Spearman rank order correlation. Both options are there with me. Okay. On the here I can go for complete observations, and last point is most important, pairwise p-value. Pairwise p-value means, see, in the end we are doing correlation between 2 variables at a time. So I will get correlation between absenteeism and customer satisfaction, absenteeism and organizational commitment, absenteeism and self-efficacy, absenteeism and work-life balance, and so on. Okay. All of these correlations will be provided a corresponding p-value. Are you getting the idea?
Yes.
So absenteeism and customer satisfaction, suppose the correlation value is 0.56. What is your inference? Tell. What is your inference if the value is 0.56? Moderate correlation. Okay. Okay. Others are getting it or not? Let me know. Please recall, we have 3 cutoffs, right? 0.25, then 0.25 to 0.6, and greater than 0.6. We are operating on that assumption. You can always go back and check other literature where this particular range varies. I am not going to debate on that. For the time being, to facilitate the discussion, we have fixed our levels to 3 levels. Okay. So absenteeism and customer satisfaction, suppose the correlation is 0.5 or minus 0.5. Okay. What does that mean? Or minus 0.2. What does that mean? Let's just deliberate on that a little bit.
Weak
Negative correlation, right? Minus 0.2 means weak negative correlation. Very good. Now this value will also be associated with the p-value. Okay. After this analysis, when you select this pairwise p-value, you will get a result where a corresponding p-value will be reported. So all you need to do is check the p-value. If the p-value is less than 0.05, what can we conclude? Can anyone make a guess?
Negative.
Okay,
No,
let me give you the first head up, then I'll ask again. If the p-value is less than 0.05, we have to conclude that the correlation value, although it is weak, although it is minus 0.2 only, it is still significant. Okay, it is still something which will have a make a note of.
How? How?
Because the p-value is less than 0.05. In this context of absenteeism and customer satisfaction, even a weak correlation can hurt my business. What does that mean? Employee being too much absent, right? That means customer satisfaction can go down if employees are too much absent in their work. Okay, although this association is only minus 0.2, for the sake of the business, if the p-value is less than 0.05, I need to look at it as a at least some level of a problem. It is not an acute problem, but it is a moderate problem, moderate headache for me. I'll have to look at the solution. On the other hand, if the p-value is greater than 0.05, I can consider not bothering about this problem at this moment. I have maybe more pressing problems at hand. Are you getting the logic or not? Let me know. Let us do the analysis and find out. So the moment I clicked on OK, I got the result. Oh God, I think it closed down. No.
Do we have to click on apply also?
Yeah, you have to click on apply. I think this thing closed down somehow.
So we need to click on OK or apply.
Okay. Just a second. I'm just opening it. You click on OK. You have got a result, right? All of you have got a result, right? How many of you are afraid by looking at the result? Tell me. Too much data, right?
Yeah.
So we need to again skim through this data and make sense out of this data. So that's where I will come into the picture. I'll tell you what to look at, what we can filter out. Till this much, all of you have done. You clicked on OK. You have got the values with you. So I'm just scrolling up. Okay, I'm just scrolling up. We were here. Remember, we entered the data. Right? All of you agreed on that. Now remember that the second syntax has appeared here. rcore.adjust. Core stands for correlation. rcore is the syntax that we use for conducting correlation within R. Those who have been using R Studio, we regularly use this syntax, where we are trying to find the correlation between absenteeism, customer satisfaction, commitment, self-efficacy, and work-life balance. See, within bracket, the variable names are given. Type Pearson. Pearson's correlation we are trying to do, and complete correlation. Why complete correlation? You will see this particular table that you see here. This is a complete correlation table, similar to what we get in Excel, devoid of the lines in between. So that's why the results in R are little shoddy. Okay, they are not very eye pleasing, and R does not bother. People who have developed R, they do not bother of doing anything about it. So they're like, take it or leave it. So that's where we are, but we can still make sense out of this by making the same logic. Horizontal line, vertical line. So minus 0.6591. What is this correlation representing? Can anyone now make a guess?
Weak.
Correlation, first of all, tell me correlation between which two variables? Minus 0.6591 is correlation between which two variables?
So this is customer satisfaction feedback and absentees number of days.
Absenteeism, very good. Now the value is minus 0.65. That means negative correlation.
Yes.
Right? And greater than 0.6, greater than minus 0.6 means what?
Moderate.
Strong, moderate, or weak?
Strong negative correlation.
Strong negative correlation. Excellent. Because greater than minus 0.6, right? 0.65 minus 0.65 is greater than minus 0.6. So we can say it's a strong negative correlation. Okay. So this much, so anyhow, Excel also was giving us. What additionally it is giving us is this thing, the pairwise two-sided p-value. Do not go to the adjusted p-value Holmes method. That's a by default result they're giving. We are not interested in that. Okay. What we are basically seeing here, the problem I'll tell you is that this table which has come in the below, the numbers actually they have shifted. This value should have been in line with the value at the top, but rather than that, the value has shifted this side. In other words, what I mean is that for minus 0.6591, the p-value is this. For minus 0.1285, the p-value is this. Or in a broader sense, what I mean is that these numbers that you saw at the top, they correspond to these p-values. Let me know if this makes sense or not. If this is confusing, ask me. So you will see there are 5 columns at the top, right? The top table has 5 columns. The bottom table also has 5 columns. But in R, the columns don't appear just below the previous column. Okay, they are slightly displaced on the left hand side. So you have to mentally make a point of this, that okay, let me see if I can draw something. I can't know. Is it possible to draw something? Zoom does not have that feature, right? Okay, I cannot draw a line here. Otherwise, I would have just given you an idea that how it is understandable. Let me know if it is confusing. Let me know. The first column in the top table corresponds with the first column at the lower table. That's how you have to read it. Does that make sense or not? Let me know. And they do not report the p-value for the values which are 1. For the values which are 1, you will see there is a blank space. Okay, there is a blank space. Wherever there is a blank space, that means that is the p-value of 1. P-value of 1 is not calculated. And 1 means what? Absenteeism correlated with absenteeism, right? Customer satisfaction correlated with customer satisfaction, if you recall, right? So we are not bothered about the first row. We are bothered about the second row. In the second row, the value is p less than 0.0001, which means p is less than 0.05. Okay.
Yes.
So that basically means that this particular effect that you see here, the not effect, this association that you see is statistically significant. Okay. But what about this one? For the second case, the correlation between commitment and customer satisfaction is how much? Commitment and absenteeism is how much? Correlation between commitment and absenteeism is how much? Can you tell?
Moderate.
No, give me the value first.
0.1619.
That is the p value. I'm asking about the correlation value, the R value. The R value, which is
minus
0.1285. This value, right?
Yeah.
Commitment and absenteeism. What is the correlation between self-efficacy and absenteeism?
Minus 0.0789.
0.07.
Yeah, minus 0.0789. The correlation between work-life balance and absenteeism?
Minus 0.1410.
Minus 0.1410. Archana ma'am, able to follow? Monisha ma'am?
Yes.
Right?
So just one question is, it's minus. So when we're looking at minus here, we're looking at correlation analysis, right?
Correlation analysis. By minus, we mean that if absenteeism increases, then customer satisfaction decreases. Absenteeism increases, commitment decreases. Absenteeism increases, self-efficacy decreases. Absenteeism increases, work-life balance also decreases.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the assumption that we had, and the result is showing us that is what is happening. Okay. Now we are trying to associate these values with a corresponding p-value. Okay. So for minus 0.6591, the corresponding p-value is less than 0.0001. Okay. So p-value less than 0.05 means what? We have discussed this. Which thing is applicable? Alternate or null?
Null.
Less than 0.05 means alternate. Greater than 0.05 means null.
Null. Null hypothesis is rejected. That is
null is rejected. Alternate is supported. Right? Let's use the term supported for the time being. Let's take that liberty. Alternate supported means what? There is a relationship. Okay, the relationship holds true. Okay. So for organizational commitment and absenteeism, the correlation is minus 0.1285. You people have identified that, right? What is the corresponding p-value? Can you identify? Corresponding p-value can you identify? By looking at the table below. See, for minus 0.6591, which is the correlation between, or the R value between absenteeism and customer satisfaction, the p-value is given here, less than 0.001.
Yeah, 0.1619.
So for R value minus 0.1285, the p-value is 0.1619. Let me know if you are able to figure this or not. Okay. Now, if this is this p-value greater than 0.05?
Yes.
That means?
That means
null.
Yeah, it's not null.
Null not rejected, right?
Yes.
Or in other words, we can say that there is no relationship.
No relationship.
Null not rejected means null accepted. Okay, now let's not use the confusing term of null not rejected. Null accepted is null is true. Null true means no relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Go for the third one. Self-efficacy and absenteeism. The correlation value is minus 0.07. Okay. What is the corresponding p-value?
0.3916.
Which is greater than?
Yeah, null accepted.
Yeah. So null accepted means there is no relationship. Okay. Let's use the word null accepted. There is not much harm. Why we statisticians are adamant in not using the term, I am yet to figure out. As far as practical application is concerned, you can say that null is getting support here. In other words, nothing is happening in this case. No relationship. Okay. What about work-life balance? Is it related with absenteeism?
No.
No. That is the answer we are after. Okay. This is the answer I am after. Rest everything and go for toss. I am only interested in this answer. Are these related or not? Because if these are not related, my HR policies are different. If they are related, my HR policies are different. Right? So in the end, the analytics is done to check whether my HR policy needs a change or not. And this is what I am coming up with. This analysis is conclusively telling me where there is an intervention needed. Okay. In this case, I can only see that absenteeism is negatively affecting the customer feedback. As a HR manager, what kind of action can I take based on this? Tell. This is a critical finding for us. So what kind of feedback, what kind of result, actions can I take? Increase in absenteeism resulting in decrease in customer satisfaction score, which can harm my firm's bottom line, right? This is not a very simple finding. This is a grave finding for us. So as a HR manager, what can be the intervention? Any ideas?
You'll have to look at policies also. You'll have to first understand why there is absenteeism. Flexible policies.
Right.
All these policies needs to be reviewed.
Right.
Alternately, you need to have more than one person in the team who can take on that role.
Take on those roles, right? So that there is someone to fill up the shoes, right? So maybe those alternate policies which do not hamper the leave taking issue, but also does not jeopardize the customer satisfaction. Think of that win-win, right? So see this result, why? See, this may be something which you may be guessing has been happening in your business. Okay. Customer feedbacks have been coming in, pouring in, and that gives you an indication that something is wrong. But this kind of a survey gives you a conclusive picture of what is happening. And this kind of analysis is like, now there is no doubt. Okay. Now I am done with my intuition, my hunch. My gut feeling was telling me that something was wrong, but now my numbers are backing my gut feeling. Okay. So this is why analytics comes into the picture. All right. So we stop here. Let's break for lunch. Once we come back, I will take you through the journey of regression, t-test, and ANOVA. All three are similarly equally important for taking meaningful data-driven decisions in any space, be it DNI, be it HR, be it any space. Same process is followed. The approach is not different. As I have already may have shared, I have done consultancy with even these operations people. Okay, and So the idea is that you can expand this knowledge to other facets also. Okay, so let's stick to this. Keep this ready with you. Next session, post-lunch session, we'll be doing a lot of hands-on exercises. Okay. And trust me, all of this is documented in the PPT also. Okay. I have documented all of this with in major anecdotes everywhere. Okay. So you will be able to go back and check on this whenever you go back as a separate validation. Okay. Plus you have the videos at your disposal to go back to, and additionally, in case required, you can get back to me also. Okay. I don't want you people to let go of this knowledge as easily. Okay. I mean business here. So I would expect all of you to also invest that kind of time and energy. Thank you. We'll connect at 2:20. Now I'm giving you 1 hour time. Let's connect at 2:20 to carry on the discussion. Is that fine?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
We'll
you.
connect at 2:20.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch because we are up for further analysis and applications, right? So just to take a stock of how things went in the first half, how many of you, before the start of the session, how many of you have never applied these at all, ever, even in Excel?
Not tried it so far.
Right. So far, if I have to assume that most of you, like the industry participants, have never applied these methods in some analytics project or other, given that kind of a novelty that it poses, my question is, I mean, how much did you feel that, although I understand that there is still scope of further deliberation, there is still scope of maybe more practice, but despite that, there is a first impression in every aspect. So here also I'd like to take a check on this first impression. How much difficult did you feel that this proposition is? Because in the end, all I'm saying is that it is as simple as checking that temperature, right? That body temperature with a thermometer.
If you get the logic right, then I guess it becomes very easy. So finding the correct hypothesis and the correct approach, that is what decides how the outcome would be.
Yes.
What you're trying to derive with the outcome.
True. Very true.
I guess with more practice, with more instances where we can apply, this would be, I mean, it's from a difficulty perspective, it is not difficult, but the only thing is we need more to identify more use cases where we can put this to test.
Yeah, right. Very true. Very true. So that's one reason why even when I give you those case studies, I mentioned, right, that it's a continuous process. So if you stop here, it stops here. So otherwise you have to continuously reinforce it, and it only happens if top management believes in this. So wherever I have found top management has a very strong belief that this can make a difference in the business, there has been a continuous flow of resource maximization or utilization or development, and that has actually resulted in very insightful projects. So you yourself at CGI have seen something, right? So you have seen from close quarter, others may have also. So that makes it a very interesting aspect.
Yeah.
So I think almost all of us have joined. So let us begin. Once again, we'll toggle between Excel and R for the time being, so that gradually I can win you off the Excel perspective and then make you more fixated towards R Commander. That it is not that difficult. Let's come to that conclusion first, if we can. In 3 hours it is difficult. It's difficult. 3 or 6 hours it is difficult to get hold of this. Usually when I take the long-term courses, I spend almost 10 hours on this. So 6 hours is like cramming it up a bit, but still no problem. We can still get some idea.
Professor, just a quick question. I think the interface which I have right now, the R Commander, the 3 columns are coming together and the next 2 are in the next line. So is there any, I can change it or something?
You can actually. Why it has happened, when you have conducted the analysis, you probably had it like this, minimized. If you have it minimized, then it will come like that. You have to maximize it and run it. So my suggestion, just close this analysis, repeat it again, but this time keep it maximized.
Okay.
So this sounds very silly, but as I told you, our developers are very upfront about this, that whatever we are giving you, take it or leave it. So they are not about aesthetics at all.
Okay. So shall I close this entire thing and run the command again?
Right. That will be better. If you do that, then you will see that it is all in the same line. In fact, right now it is in the same line. Consider a scenario when you have 10 variables, then it has got no space. So unlike in case of Excel or in case of SAS, SPSS or SAS, where it can cram everything together in the fit page, it will not do so. It will go to the next page. So the next line. So that actually is a kind of a letdown from R. But seldom we do such extensive analysis. As long as we are keeping things manageable, R does the job for us.
So one quick question, Professor, if I'll close this and just do it again, or if we run another query, that thing also will come in the same way?
No, it will not come in the same way. You can keep this open also. In that case, you run the analysis once more. You will see then again the tables will get populated below what you have already got. Okay, vertically below. That time it will be aligned.
Okay.
Right. That also.
So I'll do that.
Yeah, you can do that also. Yes.
Okay.
Anyways, we are done with this analysis. We are anyhow going to close this. So we'll be doing analysis with something else. But anyways, keep this open also. Let's keep this open also.
So little silly question, like how you close this one, because it's a complete interface, right? So just
close this means it gets closed completely. In that case, you have to again go back to R. Okay.
And start again.
That start happens only when you type library R commander. And then this thing, library bracket R commander RCMDR bracket close, hit enter, and it will open again.
So running any query, we have to first start with library R commander. Okay.
Without this, directly it will not come.
Okay.
So the way out is you have to open R first, then call this package, then work within the package.
Okay. Got it.
Got it. Yeah. So that's what we are doing, and right now we have done correlation analysis. So since this can become a little crowded, I am closing this. I'm going to open it again, just show you again what to do. So exit. Okay, I'm exiting this. I don't want to save this. If you want, you can save the script file. If not, do you want to save the R markdown file, which is this one, the top one? If you don't want, then don't do that. It doesn't serve any purpose anyways. Save output file. I don't want to do that either. So I'm just saying no. Obviously, in the actual scenario, you will save the output file. Right, so in that case you save it. Anyways, let's again go back to this calling of this function. So what all I'm doing is I'm again typing. Okay, RCMDR. R should be capital. Keep that in mind. Okay, now see, it has not come right now. Okay, one thing that can be done is then. Oh God. Okay, I have to close R also. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes we have to close R entirely to call it back. The only reason I promote this is because of the simplicity of the model, but there are obviously a lot of issues that are still there in R commander. Since it is free of cost, that's why I promote it. Otherwise, definitely SPSS or SAS have much more eye-pleasing interfaces, or even say a Minitab, right? They have much more eye-pleasing interfaces. So before going to the actual analysis, remember that I have given all the details here. Now I come to the aspect of linear regression, or in this case, we are talking about regression being the process of finding the impact of independent variables on one dependent variable. So in this case, the constraint with us is that only one dependent variable can be taken in your model at a time. Okay, if the dependent variable is continuous, we conduct linear regression. If it is categorical, like a yes no kind of a variable, then we conduct logistic regression. And there are other forms of regression also. Coefficient of determination is one of the metrics that is available after the output comes, which tells us how much is the variance explained, or in practical term, how much is the total effect of the independent variables taken together on the DV. The value ranges between 0 to 1, where 0 means no effect and 1 means 100% effect. I'll explain them stage by stage even further. Just wait for it. And here, if you're interested in understanding the overall effect of the independent variables on the dependent variable, look at R square. If then you want to also look at the independent variables individually, how much they're impacting the dependent variable, then you look at something called beta coefficient. So essentially, this is the linear regression equation. So what we get here, we get the y is the dependent variable. Beta naught is also known as intercept or also called constant. I call it unexplained variance. And this part I call explained variance. Not just I mean, obviously a lot of other people will call that. So unexplained variance is basically the effect of certain other variables on the dependent variable, which I have not kept in the model. In my analysis, I have not measured those factors, but they are also in part in play. So those hidden factors, they will have some impact on you, but that part also gets captured during the analysis. That hidden factor, like a black hole, it is there. Black hole not able to, you cannot able to see a black hole, right? But it is there. The gravitational pull tells us that it is there. So beta naught basically gives us that. So forget about beta naught. Beta naught is not of our interest. We need to look at the other part, the b1 x1, b2 x2, let bk xk, all these things. What are these x1 x2 xk? These are independent variables. X1 is number one independent variable, x2 number two, like that, xk, k number of independent variables can be there. b1 b2 b3, these are also called slope coefficients. For practical purpose, think of these as the impact that x1 has on y, that gets reflected in the value b1, in the value b2. So it's like the strength or the gravitational pull, or whatever to call it, the force with which x1 impacts y, that force gets measured, or that impact gets measured using b1 or b2. That beta value, whatever the value, we can interpret that as that impact. So individually, how much x1 has an impact on y? b1 unit. Think of it like that. Or rather, you can say that for 1 unit change in the x variable, y variable will change by b1 unit. b1 unit change will happen. Let's give an example that probably will make sense more. As you can see here, the dependent variable is pi sales, and you have got two independent variables, the pricing of the pi and advertising done, okay, to promote the pi. For 15 weeks, data is collected. So we have got week 1 to week 15. The pi sales is your dependent variable. Price and advertising are your independent variables. Is the problem statement understandable? Is it clear?
Can you repeat it once more?
Yeah, I'll explain again. So pi sales, whether it is dependent on the price of pi and the advertising cost incurred by the company to promote the pi. We are asking this question. Okay. So my question here is that if price increases, does sales decrease? That's a question I'm asking. If advertising cost is increased or advertising expenditure is increased, will that increase sales? These are questions that I'm asking. Remember, from the very first class, we were talking about question, right? So the questions led to this equation. Okay. So I have asked some questions. Does advertising expenditure increase lead to more sales? And does price increase lead to less sales? These are questions that I'm having in my mind. I have this business, pi business, right? So I am worried whether this will have an issue or not. So what to do? We go to data analysis, select regression from top-down menu, select the input range. Input range consists of independent variable values, and the cell containing DV value is put under X range. Okay. Sorry, I meant the other way around. Sorry, it's a mistake here. This is X range and this is Y range. Select the output range where you need to get the result. Something similar you have been doing. So this kind of a box comes up when you click on regression. So input Y range is the dependent variable, input X range is the independent variables. Label is where you need to specify that the topmost header column is included. Confidence level is always 95% here. So P value is measured at less than 0.05, and you can go for the outcome to be reflected somewhere here. So this kind of an output comes up in linear regression. Same for the pi cells. For the pi cells, this is what is the result I'm getting. So the equation looks like this: sales is getting affected by advertising and price. How much? If price is increasing by 1 unit, 1 rupee or $1, sales is decreasing by $24 or $25. If advertising cost or expenditure increases by $100, then price increases or sales increases by $74. This is how it is represented.
Can you say that again, Professor?
Yeah, I'll do that again. Just a second. If price increases, price of the sales increases by $1. Okay. Remember one thing. If you go back the previous slide, you will see price is in dollars. In this particular case, this situation. So price is in dollar. Advertising is $100. The units are like this. Remember the unit. Okay. So if price increases by $1, earlier the pie was sold at $5. Now it is sold at $6. So since there are consumers who are price sensitive, since the price has increased, they may have stopped buying that product. So that is reflected in the sales. The sales has reduced by $24 in the end. Minus 24.975. This reflects the decrease in sales due to increase in price by $1. Does this make sense or not? Let me know. So this value minus 24.975 reflects what? This is the impact of price increase on sales. Okay, how much impact? You can convert it into dollar value. Just sink it in and then tell me where there is a doubt. So if price increased by $5, what will be the sales decrease? Can you confirm from this? Anyone make an attempt? If price increases by $5, whatever, suppose $5 was the initial price, now the baker is selling it at $10. How it will hurt the sales?
Decrease by 125.
Decrease by $125. Minus 25, right? So minus 25 multiplied by 5. Archana ma'am, take time. Monisha ma'am, take time. Understand, then let us proceed. Okay. Remember one thing. This is not an equation. This is a story. There is a story which is hidden inside. We have to find that story. Okay. So even before going here, let us understand that here, what are my independent variables? Let's trace our way back. Price and advertising. These are my independent variables, right? Understood? Yeah. So price, how much is it affecting sales? The answer is in this number. The answer is in this number. This number is giving me some answer. Okay. What was the question? Will price have a negative impact on sales? If I increase price, will my sales decrease? That is the question, right? So my hypothesis is that price will have a negative impact on my sales. That hypothesis is getting supported here by this number, that yes, we are seeing actually that is what is happening. In the past 15 weeks, whenever the price of the pie has been increased, the sales has decreased. So this number is representing that 1 unit price increase or $1 price increase will reduce sales by how much dollars? How much amount of sales will reduce because of that? So now if I keep on increasing price by each dollar, 1, 2, 3 like that, correspondingly that much amount of sales will go down. Okay. Any doubts, anyone? Please ask. Is it understood? Makes sense or not? Please let me know. Understood? So what is this 306.526? Any idea? I told you right now that this is beta naught or unexplained variance, or in other words, this is a scenario when if price was 0, okay, or advertising cost was also 0, means nothing happening there, no change. Even then there will be a sales of $306 for the pie. There are some people who love pie, irrespective of the price, irrespective of whether they saw any advertisement or not, they will go to the shop or they will order pie and they will eat it. Because of such customers, at least $306 will be sold. But the moment I increase price, $306 will reduce by $24 or $25. Okay. On the other hand, if I increase the advertising budget, earlier I was spending $900 in advertising. Now let me spend $1,000, $100 increase. Immediately the sales will shot up by $74. Okay. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So something like this is actually happening here. And in case of regression, you will see there are basically 3 tables which come up. Okay, this particular regression statistics table, which will provide you the R square value, which is also known as the coefficient of determination. That's a very fancy name for it. In a crude term, R squared is nothing but the joint effect of price and advertising on sales. Or jointly, price and advertising is explaining how much variance in sales. Variance means change. How much change in sales jointly is getting explained. So if you subtract 74.131 minus 24.975, you will get 52.148. Okay, something like that. So this is the number that we are after. 52% variation is being explained by R square. Okay, this R square is a good information, but more important is basically this table, the table at the top, at the bottom. This is the one which is giving me the data on the beta coefficients. These are called beta coefficients. I'm terrible at drawing, please pardon me. So minus 24 and 74. Remember, these are the terms which are my beta coefficients, or beta coefficients also stand for individual effect or impact of each and every independent variable on the dependent variable. We are in the end after this, that independent variables impact, not after R square as such. Okay, independently on a granular level, how much each variable's change is having an impact on the final dependent variable, that is what we are after. And in that case, we look at p value. You see, I have circled it. If the p value is less than 0.05, it tells me what? It tells me there is an effect of price on sales. There is an effect of advertising on sales. How much effect? The values will tell me. This is the story that is happening in this background. So try to please sink it in. The second table, let us come to that little later. There is something called ANOVA table. So we'll come to that little later, because already there is enough information on your plate. Let's try to digest the information one by one. Okay. All right. So let's do something. Let's do something. Let us come back to that particular Excel file. That Excel file that we were working on. Remember? This one, culture and leadership support, how much impact they're having on employee engagement. Okay, this is the question that I'm asking. We conducted a correlation analysis regarding the same. Now let us conduct a regression analysis using Excel. Are all of you with me, or do you need more time to synthesize the information? Let me know. Is it okay? Okay, day 2 dataset 2. I'm referring to day 2 dataset 2. Okay, so what you do, again, go to data, you go to data analysis, and there if you scroll down, you will see regression. Let me know if you are with me.
Sir, would you please repeat?
Yeah, I'll repeat again. I want you to open day 2 dataset 2 correlation regression, where you did the correlation analysis, that same dataset. Okay.
Yes.
In that same sheet where you have the data, you have got culture, leader support, engagement, right? So my research problem is what? Culture, organization's culture and leadership support are important predictors of employee engagement or not. We want to test that, whether culture and leadership support have an impact on engagement or not, employee engagement or not. Is the research question clear to all of you? Let me know.
So let me repeat that thing, Professor. So we are trying to analyze here that organization culture and leader support is affecting the employee engagement.
Yes. Okay. How much they are affecting or influencing the employee engagement perception of employees. Okay. So ideally, what we have done, we have captured this data using survey, culture perception survey, leader support perception, and employee engagement perception. 3 surveys are conducted. Okay, that's how this data has been calculated, captured. I will also show you how we go to the previous step. How do we collect the data? That also I'm going to show you. But for the timing, we have got the ready-made data with us. Surveys have been conducted. The analysis is now ready for us to jump into. So Monisha ma'am is clear in her concept. I think others also are there. If not, please stop me. So what we need to do, go to data, click on data analysis and click on, and you scroll down and click on regression. When you have the data analysis window, there you click on regression and click on OK. So you have got an input Y range and input X range. Y is the dependent variable. Okay. There is this shortcut, no? How do we take the entire data? Forgotten. Always I forget. Shift control down, no? So C1 to C501, this is my Y range. And we have two X variables, two independent variables. So we can take two independent variables simultaneously here. So we'll take this entire data, or culture and leadership support, both of them in our X variables. Is it clear? Could you make this selection? After this, select labels, and in the output range, click this box, scroll up. Let's scroll up. Let's select this particular F13. Okay, because it is just below the correlation table, so you can also have a look at this. Okay, F13. Sorry. Then click on OK. You will get the regression value. So we will essentially get, once again, as I told you, 3 tables you will get. This is the first table. Okay, this is the second table, a pretty lengthy table. Okay, and this is the third table. So basically you are getting 3 tables. So I'll just compress it a bit so that the analysis is not that problematic for us to view. Right. So our main topic of interest is what? To test whether employee engagement is dependent on organization culture and leadership support. This is your regression equation. Crudely speaking, this is your regression equation. Okay. You also have the beta naught or the intercept, whatever you call it. So let's call it beta naught. So beta naught is this intercept, this value.
Professor, sorry. So the output range will be?
Output range will be any arbitrary cell inside this, in this sheet. I have chosen F13.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything you can choose. F12 also is okay, as long as it is not overlapping with the previously typed data. As long as it's not overlapping. Okay. Are all of you getting the output or not? Please confirm. Is the output available to you? Right. Okay, great. So here, as I mentioned, there are 3 tables. The first table gives us some answers. The second table gives us some other answers. Third table also gives us some answers. Okay, so we are after answers. We are not to be frightened by all these numbers that have been generated. Among these numbers, some of the numbers make more sense to us than the others. For example, in the first table, I will be rather looking at these 2 numbers only for the time being. R square and adjusted R square. Okay, R square and adjusted R square. So what are these numbers telling us? R square and adjusted R square, they tell us how much is the joint effect of OC and LS on EE. Joint effect. So the joint effect here is 0.038 multiplied by 100 or 3.8%. This joint effect is only 3.8%. 3.8% is not a very big effect, very small effect. Essentially, it's like a very feather effect or a very minute effect of these 2 independent variables on the dependent variable. However, it also must be kept in mind that if statistically speaking, even a small effect is significant, we may probably need to have a look at it. Why has this become significant? Is there a story behind this? Do we need to interpret it in a different manner? So there have been research as well as practical applications in the industry where the deviance or the effect is small, but the implication is vast. For example, in clinical research, even impact of 4-5% can determine life and death. So there you have to be very wary about this kind of a effect. Whereas there have been scenarios like customer related, market related, or HR related interventions where 3-4% may not be a very mind-boggling effect. So we may actually discard this analysis altogether. Then again, as I mentioned, one of my organizations with whom I did consultancy, they are into steel production, and for them, a 4% change in the surface temperature appeared to be so drastic, like a huge tragedy could have happened. So they could identify even a 5% change as a red alert for them. So it depends on the industry. A small effect is how severe it is industry specific. So here, although it is only 4%, so we have got a 4% kind of a output. In this scenario, this is being a work-life balance and all those kind of things, we can probably discard the analysis altogether, saying that this is not relevant for me. 4%, I'm not bothered. But in case if the industry was sensitive to this kind of change, then what will I do? I'll need to look at, first of all, whether this model which I have created, this is called a model, the one which I've highlighted just now, EE equal to BO plus OC plus LS. This thing is also called regression model. A regression model can look, or rather you can call it a research model. Let's not call it regression model. It's a research model, or you can also call it a research framework. So these research frameworks, what they do, they are the ones based on which you are doing the analysis. Now, is this model sound? Is it valid? The answer to that lies in a statistical test called F test. The F test is a test which gives me the answer that yes, the logic based on which you have created a research model appears to be good, enough. And where do we understand that the F test is significant? By checking this particular value known as significance F. Significance F tells us whether this F value is significant, and again the same logic holds true whether the value is less than 0.05 or not. This value should be less than 0.05 all the time for us to consider this regression analysis to be meaningful. If this F value is not having a p value which is less than 0.05, end of discussion. Our model itself is not stable. If the base is not strong, the house will fall. So I am not interested in any analysis where my F value is not accompanied by a significance value which is less than 0.05. So here you will see it is 5.998 e to the power minus 0.5. That basically means 5.998 divided by 1, then 5 zeros. If I do the analysis, this analysis actually looks like this: 0.00005998. So 5.998 actually means e to the power minus 0.5 actually means this value. So in Excel, they convert it into the epsilon value. That's why they are making it like this. Actually, the value is this thing. Based on this, can I say that the value is less than 0.05? Let me know. Okay. Let's also take a step back. Just now what I mentioned, 5.998 e minus 0.5. Okay, the thing which I am explaining, this is actually school level mathematics which we have gone through at one point of time. Just strain it a bit and you will remember that e minus 0.5 basically is like a inversion. So it's like e is like representing 5.998 divided by 1. E is 1 followed by 0.5 is the indication of how many zeros will follow. So here I have taken, I think, 4 zeros. Fifth zero also is there. Yeah. So it's like this many number of zeros followed by 5.998. In other words, this is very small. This is a very small figure. Hence, it is less than 0.05. Hence, we can say that although the impact is 4%, the model is good. The model holds true. This is the first level of understanding that we need to have while we look at a regression outcome. This we don't need to report also. The major application comes later, but this is like a prerequisite analysis. Once this prerequisite thing is holding true, then we move forward. In a nutshell, what I mean is that whenever you get a regression output, first thing that you should look at is significance of F. If the significance of F is less than 0.05, we proceed to the next level, next step. Otherwise, we stop. If it is greater than 0.05, our model is bad. We scrap that analysis. That is the first step. Second step, we now look at the R-square value. If the R-square value is, if the F is significant, whatever be the R-square value, we may be interested in that depending on the industry context. As I mentioned, mining industry, or say it's a like a chemical furnace factory, or it can be like a steel manufacturing industry, where even a 4-5% fluctuation in surface temperature of the boiler can lead to a huge explosion, fatal explosion. Or it may be like, say, a very minute scientific experiment. A 4% change in some parameter can lead to a completely disastrous outcome. Or it can be like, say, medical treatments, where a simple change in the composition can lead to the patient's death. Under such circumstances, 4-5% change can also mean something. But there are industries where this does not mean much, like in our industry in HR. So there, in that case, even if F is significant, we can still stop our analysis. That's where the human intervention will come into picture. However, if you had a satisfactory R-square, then you can look at these values. These values are the beta values, the ones which I'm highlighting now. These give me the answer. Okay, so actual equation now becomes, EE equal to 2.5 plus 0.09 organization culture plus 0.10 leader support. This becomes your regression equation, which I have shown you in my PPT in this. If it is understandable or not, please let me know. We will not proceed unless we have understood this. Okay, I am not bothered whether I am able to cover all the content. I want all of you to understand as much as is discussed. Okay, let's clarify the concepts, then move forward. Please let me know. Now you can even ask me questions, okay, with respect to even this Excel analysis, and I can explain to you. I also need to correspondingly check these p-values. What do these p-values tell us? Can anyone make a guess? What do these p-values tell us?
Whether it is the null is accepted or rejected.
Right.
Alternate is accepted or null is accepted.
Right. But for you, for all practical purpose, it is also telling us whether culture is
correlated or not.
Not correlated, affecting, impacting. Okay?
Impacting or not.
Yeah,
right.
Impacting engagement or not. So I am after that question, right? That is my main objective, my quest. So whether culture is really affecting employee engagement, the answer lies in this p-value. If the p-value is less than 0.05, it is affecting the engagement. If it is greater than 0.05, it is not. So now give me your conclusion. Is culture affecting engagement based on the p-value?
Yes.
Very good. Is leadership support affecting engagement?
Yes.
Very good. How much? Now the question comes, how much, right? The how much is given in the coefficient value. Okay. What does this mean? How do I interpret this? It means if somehow the employees, the organization makes some change in the policy, okay, the leaders are given some training so that they can support the employees more, they become more supportive of their employees, then what happens? The perception may change about the existing culture and the leadership support. So the study is saying that if I increase organization culture perception by 1 unit, then employee engagement will increase by 0.09 unit. If I increase leadership support perception by 1 unit, employee engagement also will increase slightly by 0.10 unit. Both of them are telling me that even if I invest a lot on culture and leadership support development, the impact on engagement will be still very small. But maybe in a different context, that small change also matters. I gave you example of several industries where such small changes also matter. Let me know.
Here the p-value is again, e raised to minus 42, isn't it? So then the p-value
2.615, the p-value for intercept. Yeah. Yes. So that also means what? The value is very small. Okay. The value is like 2.615 divided by 1 followed by 42 zeros. So in other words, it's like almost like zero. I mean nothing, right? 0.0000 like that it goes on. So it is definitely less than 0.05. So intercept also is significant, but intercept is not something which I am after. Intercept means what? This means any other variable which may influence employee engagement. Can you name some? Can you name a few other variables apart from culture and leadership support which may increase employee engagement? Anyone? Let me know. Any other variable that comes to your mind that increases employee engagement or may increase employee engagement in this case? Anything?
Rewards.
Rewards, right? Very good. So reward perception or reward fairness, let's call it that. Okay. Anything else?
Learning opportunities.
Learning opportunities, very good. So that means what? I did not capture all of that, right? I captured only culture and leadership support. I could have captured those two variables also, but those two variables are invisibly having an effect on the employee engagement perception. That invisible effect is here. Okay. In fact, that's a very big effect. So we could have actually added more and more relevant variables in this analysis and got more clarity on what drives employee engagement. So those who are into DNI space, they can actually do similar kind of studies with carefully chosen variables, okay, that will impact the final outcome, which may be inclusion perception, which may be psychological safety, which may be something else. So you define that, and then accordingly we can proceed. Okay, is it making sense or not? Please let me know. Wherever there is a doubt, please let me know. Adjusted R square, I will come to little later, or maybe we can discuss separately outside the forum also. These are technical terminologies which we use. For example, this DF stands for degrees of freedom. Okay, we have sum of squared error, mean squared error. So basically, this F value that you are seeing here, that is coming here because of some calculations which are happening here. So the F value calculation is happening because of it's kind of a intersection of all of these that are there. So how to do these calculations, you should not be bothered about. You should be bothered about these 3 points only. Okay, whether the model is significant or not. If so, what is the overall effect of the independent variables on the dependent variable, or what is the variance that is getting explained by the chosen independent variables. In certain context, even a small change matters. There you need to report the analysis. Otherwise, you can scrap the analysis. In this case, you can actually scrap the analysis. I just showed you how to go forward, given this happening. This analysis was also done by me earlier in a separate training session. I have got some notes made out. So this is also for you people to take home. Okay, please take this home and read it and understand what to do. Okay, so I'm saving this also so that you can have this ready reference. Okay. Any doubts, please ask. Now let us turn to R Commander. Let us just learn how to use the same R Commander interface to generate a regression output. Okay, so here let us import the third data like we did in the earlier case. I'll tell you what is the dependent variable. So we have day 2, data set 3. So again, it is in sheet 2. So open it. The same formula, you will see the same syntax appearing again. Are all of you following? Are able to follow till this much? Any doubts, please ask.
So should we be overwriting the data, or should we be Opening a new R command.
You can open a new R command, or you can overwrite also, it will come below. Okay, it will come below. So as long as that's not a problem for you, you can go ahead with that. So you have to go to statistics and you have to go to fit models. You can see linear regression is there. So you can also conduct multinomial logit, ordinal regression, linear mixed model, generalized linear mixed model. Generalized linear model is for logistic regression. So almost all the things that are capable, that you are capable of doing, apart from maybe Poisson or Gaussian analysis, is possible here. Even here also you can see there are a lot of distributions that you can look at. Okay, discrete and both these continuous distributions. Some models also are there. You can do some hypothesis testing. Okay, so there is option for AIC, BIC. Okay, stepwise model selection. Okay, please explore these also as and when you can. Lots of graphs can be created here. My suggestion right now to look at, at step by step, otherwise you'll feel lost. So the fit model, you click on linear regression. Okay, you will see something like this kind of a window pop up. Stop me in case I'm moving fast. Please stop me. This window should pop up. Now here we have got several variables. So absenteeism, customer satisfaction, organizational commitment, self-efficacy, and work-life balance. All of these are there. So we'll take organization commitment as our dependent variable, and it is measured through absenteeism, customer satisfaction, self-efficacy, and work-life balance. Okay, so we can just use the control button to select these, select these 4 variables in the explanatory variable box, and in the response variable box you have to choose organizational commitment. Okay, that's how it is. Nothing else to be done. Have you reached this stage? Do not choose organizational commitment in explanatory variables and serial number. Done. Now only you have to click on OK. Once again, you can scroll up. You see R Commander is also very good in providing me the syntax. So if you have done regression in R, you know that the syntax that you use is called LM, linear model. So LM is used here. So commitment, after that you can see organization commitment, after that you can see a tilde sign. Tilde sign is equivalent to equal sign in R. So absenteeism plus customer satisfaction plus self-efficacy plus work-life balance having an impact on commitment or not. Okay, using the data set we are reporting this. So main analysis is here. If you are wondering where is that F statistic which we found in Excel, here is the value. Here also you will see it is e to the power minus 10, 4.958 e to the power minus 10. What does that mean? Is the p value greater than 0.05 or less than 0.05? Who can tell? Greater or less?
Less than.
Less than, right? That means what? Your model is sound. Model is good. Okay. So you have picked up 4 variables: absenteeism, customer satisfaction, self-efficacy, and work-life balance as possible predictors of organizational commitment, employee commitment. Okay. So what is your model? Essentially, your model looks something like this. Something like this. Okay. So basically, like say you have got 3 or 4 independent variables and 1 dependent variable. Okay, somehow it looks like this. Okay, so F statistics confirms whether the model is valid or not. Okay, p value is less than, if F statistics significance value is less than 0.05, model is statistically logical. Else we will have to conclude that the regression equation is not stable. Okay. Right. So so something like this is happening here. So first question that you have addressed is this. The second thing is R squared. So here they mention it as multiple R squared. So what is the value R squared? 0.3466. you have to multiply 0.3466 with 100. So that tells you that overall the 4 variables are accounting for 34.66 or almost 35% of the change that is witnessed in organizational commitment perception. Or in other words, you can also rephrase it like this, that the 4 variables jointly have an impact on 35% on the organizational commitment perception of employees, which is not bad compared to the last time when it was 4%. This is 35%. In HR context, about 50% R square is considered to be good. Okay, even if we can explain about 50% of variance, we consider that to be a relevant study as far as academicians are concerned. Okay, when it comes to industry, I am yet to see any standardization as of now. Okay, but I would like to believe that maximum 60-65% variance, if we can explain, that should be good enough for our industry, for HR industry or HR domain as a function. We can always rely on that. Here it is so here it is moderate, not very good, not very bad either. So what is my next question? Among the 4 independent variables, number 1 was this one, second is this one, third is this one, and the 4th one is this one. Which of these are having an impact on the dependent variable? Are all of these having impact, or is like only one factor is having impact? The first line, as like earlier case also, is belonging to the unexplained variance or beta naught, also called intercept. Okay, so as you can see here, intercept is significant. That means I could have added more and more variables, which would have made more sense. But right now we have not done that. That's why we are restricted to only 4 variables. And what are these? Absenteeism, customer satisfaction, self-efficacy, and work-life balance. Now tell me, the beta coefficients are where? This table does not look similar to the Excel table. So estimate stands for the beta coefficient, and PR greater than T, this stands for the p-value table. The others you don't need to worry right now. You need to only focus on the estimate value and the corresponding probability value. So if you look at this particular thing, if you look at my screen, what is the estimate or the beta coefficient for absenteeism? Can you tell me by looking at this table? What is the beta coefficient for this table? Anyone? For absenteeism? It is, yeah.
The whatever is under the estimate, right?
Right. Whatever is under the estimate.
-0.019.
Right.
But it's not
-0.01. Yeah, it is not significant because as you can see, the probability value is greater than 0.05. It is 0.14, which is greater than 0.05. What about customer satisfaction? Monisha ma'am, make an attempt. Customer satisfaction. Make an attempt. What is the beta value and whether it is significant or not? Try. If it is wrong, no problem. Under the estimate column, you have to check the value which corresponds to customer satisfaction feedback. That is the beta value. Similarly, the corresponding p value has to be checked whether it is greater or less than 0.05. Archana ma'am, yeah.
It is moderate, right?
Forget about moderate. You tell me the number first. It's not, this is not correlation, okay? This is regression. So we are not looking at moderate, strong, or weak. We are looking at the absolute effect.
So it is minus 0.025.
Right.
That is the beta value, and the probability is greater than 0.05.
Right, right. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. So anyone wants to try self-efficacy? For self-efficacy, Pushpan sir?
The beta value is 0.64402.
Yeah, right.
However, the probability,
again, E minus 12 means what? 8.03 divided by 1 followed by 12 zeros. Okay. Which means
it is less than 0.05.
It means less than 0.05, right?
yes.
It's a very small number.
Yeah.
Which means it is a significant factor, right?
Okay.
Self-efficacy is determining the commitment. Okay. In R, they also provide some stars beside those probability values which are less than 0.05. and it will not provide star beside those probability values which are greater than 0.05. So it's a quick fix for you. Wherever there is a star, that particular probability value is less than 0.05. Okay.
Right.
Right. So 3 star means it is, I mean, the effect is significant at p less than 0.001. 2 star means the probability is significant at less than 0.01. 1 star means the probability is significant at less than 0.05. That's how they proceed. Okay. Lakshmi ma'am, work-life balance, can you try like this?
The beta value is minus 0.23.
Yeah.
And the significance is less than 0.05.
Very good. Very good. So that's all there it is. If you are understanding this, then this is what it is there. Now the interpretation is what? For the independent variables which are not significant, or in other words, absenteeism and customer satisfaction, their p-values are higher than 0.05. So forget about them. They are not of interest for us. But self-efficacy and work-life balance, they are meaningful to us. So what we are saying is that if self-efficacy increases, okay, then organizational commitment also increases. How much? 1 unit increase in self-efficacy increases commitment by 0.644. Okay. And similarly, if work-life balance increases, perception increases, then commitment decreases. So in this case, if 1 unit work-life balance perception increases, the commitment decreases by 0.23 units. Although obviously these are dummy data, sometimes these may not be logically sound. Ideally, if work-life balance perception increases, commitment should increase. But because I'm using dummy data, so it's not making sense logically. But I mean, we are going prima facie by the result, not by the logic here. Okay, hopefully you are able to appreciate.
Pratyush sir, I have, so for example, when we have this, when we explain beta or estimates, 1 unit increase in this leads to increase in this much percentage, can also, we can say like this also.
Percentage is actually not the right term. Okay. Because it can actually see percentage means what? Your unit is going to determine the percentage, right? So right, if your unit is 1 to 5 scale, okay, then using the term percentage does not make sense. Okay, so rather than that unit, let's follow that same thing. So you have got a scale of 1 to 5. So 1 unit, like say earlier, your perception of self-efficacy was 3. Yes, now it has become 4. So in that case, your commitment was earlier 3.5 has become 4.6, 4.2. So that's the interpretation.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So is it okay? All of you are understanding the logic or not? Please let me know. So there is only one way to find out whether you have understood what I've said. And that is again giving you one exercise, right? So this time, so you have got so there was this data merging exercise, if you recall. Day 1, data set 5, right? From there, so here, if you look at the variables, average duration of each training, performance rating, new client acquisition post-training, number of training programs attended last year. So this performance rating is after the training, okay, after the training. So let's also call it performance post-training. So I am just evaluating how effective is the training program. So how many programs they attended, how much duration they spent, how much average, on an average, their performance rating was during the training, whether that is having an influence on the new client acquisition post-training. Okay, have I increased my client acquisition or not? Or is there any effect of trainings attended, okay, performance received during the training, and average duration of each training on and also new client acquired on training ROI. Let's call it like that. Okay, let's consider this. And can you do the analysis? Training ROI being the dependent variable and all the other 4 being the independent variables. Right at your end using Excel or R. Better if you use R, you will get more clarity.
Can you please again explain the DV and IV?
Yeah, the DV is the training ROI. Okay, and these variables are the IVs. The ones which I've highlighted in green, these are your IVs. Training ROI is the DV. Okay. Don't take the other factors like job role, department, training type. We may revisit them later, but right now not.
So there is a small error that my R is actually showing in the console video. It is telling that error in library, there is no package called RMCDR. And when I click on the install packages, there also I don't see it anymore.
Okay, can you share your screen once? Let me have a look at it.
Sir, I don't have the copy of this merged data.
Which
Probably
data?
It was done as the merged data.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm sharing. Just
yeah, even I don't have that.
Right, I'll share. Who else? Manisha ma'am does not have, right?
Me too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you have to take, there are two sheets here, okay, in this data set. So training impact, take the training impact sheet. Okay.
In the meantime, can I share my screen?
Okay.
Yeah, you can share your screen. We go to package, let me see. Earlier it was working, right?
So can you also send me the data set?
Yeah, just a second. Just scroll up a bit. Be slow, okay? Otherwise, I'll not be able to see. Yes. Slow it down. Otherwise, you'll skip it. Yeah. Yeah. Means itna bhi slow nahi aur thoda fast kar sakte. You were able to see it earlier or not?
Yes. Very much.
Right.
Sir, can you please share the data set in chat box?
I'll do that. Just a second.
This is RM and
No, further up, RCMDR, not RMCDR. Okay, the name you have typed wrong. RCMDR, not RMCDR.
RCMDR.
Yeah. So you basically need to just type again. Go back, cancel this. Yeah, type library RCMDR. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is fine now.
Right. So I have shared the data set in the chat box also. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Just keep on repeating in your mind that there are basically 3 steps here. First thing I'm looking at is whether the model is stable or not. If so, how much is the variance explained by the independent variables together on the dependent variable. Lastly, individually, how much impact or influence are these independent variables having on the dependent variable, considering the p-values. This is the entire story. If we can decode this, no problem.
So, Professor, I have a question here.
Yes.
You know, when we're considering the ROI on training in itself as a whole, you know, then is there any specific reason we are considering the number of training programs? Because you are, as a whole, taking the training programs itself, right?
So there are multiple training programs conducted, right? Sometimes by an organization, and it's like, you know, there are several modules. So by training programs, I meant different modules. Okay, how many modules were completed? Now, what happened during the pandemic? There was this organization who have got floated 1,000 such short training programs, okay, for their employees free of cost. Now the participation rate was much low, so they were like trying to see, okay, depending on that, how much ROI are we getting? If those who have invested more time on the training program, are they giving me more revenue versus those who have not? So they were trying to see the participation in the program, is it influencing the ROI from the training or not? That's why this number has come. This is also a metric in any MOOC level platform. A MOOC platform, you will see a lot of people drop out, a lot of people don't enroll, and then they don't complete the courses. This is true for even corporate universities and other learning centers that organizations are learning, center of learning, center of excellences. So you will see that this kind of data gives us an idea about that chiropractic model thing only, that in the end we are only going to be calling a training successful when we are getting something back from the training, not just by the trainees being satisfied with the training. That's one stage only. Let me know when you are done. Is it done? Analysis done? Can you show? Anyone can show their output?
Can I do it?
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's see Sharat sir first. Yeah.
I'm fine, sir. Let madam share it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No problem. It's fine that both of you are eager to show. That's good.
Archana, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, sure. I was just about to tell you. Let me share.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the one. So if you look at the LM formula, it's here.
Right.
And this is basically the analysis that we'll be looking at.
Right.
But before that, just as an understanding, if the model
Yeah.
is strong or not, it is the strong model.
Yeah.
And over here in terms of understanding our analysis, it seems to have a significant impact, from the new client acquisition perspective. The ROI of the training has been significant from a new client acquisition perspective, and it has had a minimum impact on the number of training programs attended. The significance value is a minimum there.
Okay. Right. Once again, if you look at
And
the value
moderately.
also, the value also is minus 7409. It's indicating that more programs attended actually led to less training ROI. So what can be the inference? Like it may be like lot of training programs were mindlessly curated without taking consent of the employees, right? And that may have led to training fatigue or learning fatigue. And this is something which actually have happened in some organizations during the post-pandemic time or during pandemic time, because people are sitting at home. Let's learn. So, and people were rushing to these online lectures. I myself have stayed back in the evenings for training professionals on a daily basis at that point of time. So I understand that there was a lot of training fatigue, learning fatigue. Maybe that may have led to the less return on investment. So we don't know. So something like that may have happened. So in this case, two things are of worth noting. Client acquisition post training has increased, okay, due to which the training ROI also has increased, and number of training programs attended is not the metric. Rather, the quality of the attendance is important, not the metric of how many programs they have attended. The right program should be given to them, okay, which should impact the revenue.
But sir, here performance rating is also negative.
It is negative, but it is not significant. So anyhow, I mean, this decrease that is happening because the performance rating is right now not alarming for us. At a group level, if we do further dissection, we may get some result. So that we have not done here. So remember one more thing, this is just a bird's eye view analysis. We can always go deeper down the analysis. The rabbit hole is very deep. So if you really are interested, you can go down that also. For the time being, this also is a nice result. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All of you have got this result, right? Or not? Anyone who did not get? Okay, Monisha ma'am also got this. Anyone who could not get it? Anyone? So can I assume that at least in terms of the operations of our commander rather, okay, to conduct say correlation analysis, regression analysis, is the fundamentals clear? Are the fundamentals clear to you now? If some data set comes to you, will you be able to move on along without any further intervention? Is it possible? What is your view? Okay, all right, okay, great. So so that's one of the implications. Let me give you some further indication, because see, as I mentioned, that the rabbit hole is very deep, and before even going to this, right, these neat diagrams, what we have something already ready for us. Let me give you a glimpse of one of the projects which I've done with one of my past clients. So this was about DNI. So this is the awareness about certain programs. Okay, so they were asked that we have conducted some programs. Obviously, most of them knew about it, but still, if the average awareness is high or not, they wanted to find out. So they have asked 6 questions. The company asked 6 questions to their employees, about generically how much they were aware about these programs being conducted. So what I have done, I concluded or computed one mean awareness or an average awareness score for all of these. Okay. Similarly, culture of openness. Some questions were asked. Average cultural openness variable was created by me using the average formula. We also asked questions on psychological safety. This company has asked questions on psychological safety, respect for workplace. Questions were asked on equity, manager's support, sense of belongingness, psychological well-being, and diversity perception. Okay. Lastly, the average diversity perception was the overall, how much people believe their organization is diverse and inclusive, or rather is more pro towards inclusive culture. That was the main thing that we are after. In the end, in sheet 2, you will see we are having only the average values, not the independent item values. The independent item values are not used for our analysis. We have taken only the mean values. This is something which I have been so far providing you in dataset 3, dataset 2. Those variables which you saw, they came after the analysis was done. So this is the behind the scenes story where the questions are being asked. How can I get these questions? I have already told you that you can get them either through focus group discussion with experts, subject matter experts. You are developing it on your own. In that case, you can also get the questions from specifically designed and validated questionnaires which are available free of cost and are applied in varied number of cultural contexts, and they have given good result. So you can make a balance of both and maybe implement your own questionnaire framework. Once that is done, you can ask questions, get the results. Once the results are got, you can create these mean values or average values. Finally, you have your master sheet, or this is your master sheet where you do the final analysis of regression, correlation, or whatever. One step that is left is this thing. I'll just give you a glimpse of this. So we obviously start with questions, right? So here also we asked questions. Okay. So a bundle of awareness programs implemented by a company called Interweave. Okay. Such as Unnati, unconsciousness bias, women back to work. These are initiatives and awareness programs. The literature also pointed out to possible impact factors such as equity, sense of belongingness, psychological safety, cultural openness. Literature was talking about this. What role management has to play? That's why management support and inclusion identified as possible facilitators in making the D&I initiatives more impactful. In the end, we again formulated hypotheses. We identified the stimuli and the response. So fair and respectful workplace, this was considered to be a perception which was an outcome. Similarly, diversity stereotype perception was another outcome. We thought both of these are going to be influenced by the awareness level towards the D&I initiative, how much they believe there is a culture of equity, how much the managers are enabling inclusion process and inclusion actually which they believe in the virtual workplace, because that time they were also doing this. Now, this particular concept, I am just showing you what we do. We not only just take data, not only do we collect data in this format, but we also need to be sure that in the end, are my respondents understanding the questions in the exact order that I mean, okay, exact order that I have asked it to be. So for that, there is a process called validation, okay, of the data, or validity checking of the data. For that, you use a technique called factor analysis or exploratory factor analysis. When you do that, we get a result. Here, the result that you see, the PPT which I showed you, as you can see here, this was generated using R Commander. Okay, this was generated using R Commander, and based on that, we could conclude that initially the organization started with these variables, but the factor structure told us that only these variables are relevant, otherwise not. Okay, so we had to merge some variables into one factor, or we had to let go of some variables. In the end, we refined the factor structure depending on this. Okay, we ended up having this kind of a regression model where dependent variable 1 was this, dependent variable 2 was this. So we conducted two separate analysis. Two separate regression analysis were conducted, correlation analysis was conducted. This is one of the regression analysis where the response is fair and respectful workplace. Another regression analysis was conducted to understand diversity stereotypes perception. That's how we ended up conducting a project with very high level of statistical validation. Okay, so this is something which I thought I'll just share with you people, because in the end, this is what you would like to do, right? Something like this you would like to do at your end, at a grassroots level. You would like to create something like this. So I believe that's where we need to be very mindful of the prerequisites. Okay, I have, as I have been continuously telling you from the morning, there are those logical steps one after another. If you follow those steps, if we try our best to ensure that the real information is coming to our hand, the analysis also will be equally good, equally trustable, and we can make inferences which are really meaningful and obviously impactful also. Okay, this process is tough. This process is complex. It can be more complex. Okay, some of my faculty colleagues know that I am actually discussing all of these concepts at a much toned down level than it is supposed to be, but that's how it should be. The knowledge that is required should be democratized. The knowledge that is required should be toned down, filtered down to the more application level that is required. So please try to understand that our objective is to adhere to as much with guidelines as possible. There are certain guidelines. If you don't follow them, we cannot say that we are doing analytics. Okay, we are probably pretending to, right? So hopefully that also makes some sense to you people, especially those who actually want to implement such projects in your organization. You can definitely take a cue of that. Okay, any feedback from this? Please let me know. Any feedback on this? Let me know. Any doubts? Please let me know. Okay, if there are no doubts, we can take a break. Okay, and we can come back at say another 10 minutes time, and then we have the last session to cover. We can carry on with that. Is that fine?
Sure.
Okay, right. So we'll come back at say 3:55. Is it fine? Or do you want to connect at 4?
3:55.
3:55 fine. Right, we'll connect at 3:55. Yeah. Let's connect at 3:55. We'll maybe begin at 4. We'll wrap up. Okay, no problem. Pallavi ma'am, it's okay. You may take leave, and you can just keep joining. I don't know if you can with one of the devices. Okay. Thank you so much.
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, like, when we are using this R console,
right.
You asked us to, I mean, we downloaded the packages of Zero Dash Cloud.
Right.
It's the universal package.
Yes.
Yeah. So in but in our studio, like we will be requiring particular packages, right? So will
no, I mean packages in the sense means when you go to our studio, there is install package option. Okay, on the right hand side.
Yeah.
So there only our commander is there. So
okay, so
can,
directly directly just like how we type over here, library and our command.
So what happens in our studio, if you have done it, what happens, it opens the our commander opens, but it gets minimized in the taskbar. So I have seen students telling me, sir, it is not working. So I asked them to share the screen, and then I observe our commander in the taskbar lurking behind, so that's a problem. So you just observe in the taskbar, it opens. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Means it's a very trivial thing, but it happens. So let's connect at 4. Let us connect at 4. We'll wrap up by 5:15. Okay, that's fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll wrap up by 5:15. Yeah. Thank you. Hello and welcome back for the last session for the second day. So in this, we will discuss two more interesting concepts and how these two concepts are so relevant for so many applications in human resource management, apart from other areas also. So we're going to discuss t-test and ANOVA. So I have some data sets that I've shared with all of you. Using that, we will again do hands-on analysis, both with Excel as well as with R, like I have done in the previous session. And before that, I'll just give the context, what t-test is, what ANOVA is. So we'll start with t-test. Once that is done, we'll go to ANOVA. This particular segment is slightly low in content, so I'm hoping that by 5:15 I'll be able to cover. So just let's hope that we don't overshoot time too much. I completely understand that it's a Saturday and you have got other commitments also. So in case you have to drop off, no issues. Maybe just continue to log in for some time and then do that. Ideally, I'd like you people to stay. So discuss the basics of t-test. We'll discuss that. What applications of t-test are there in HR analytics? And then if ANOVA is something which is a very useful tool, how is it useful for HR, right? So t-test is statistical for comparing two different groups or different categories of observation in terms of one common continuous output. Comparison may be between two mutually exclusive groups, like an independent sample t-test situation, or the same set of people over different times, which is a paired sample t-test situation. So you want to compare two different departments in terms of absenteeism, right? Department A and Department B. T-test can help you in doing that. Independent sample t-test can help you in doing that. Whereas comparing performance of one sales team before conducting a training and after the training is over, that's where HR intervention, right? So L&D interventions should incorporate experiments, controlled experiments, to understand whether really a change happened or not before or after training. So when at TAPME, I was fortunate enough to have a discussion with Logistics Skill Council. So we traveled there to Chennai to have a discussion with some of the senior management. One of the discussion points was about this only. How do you ensure that after the training given to the logistic students, the students who are enrolled in that course, how much change it is having on their knowledge, on their behavior, on their attitude. So we wanted to measure all of that. So in fact, some framework development also happened for in that direction. So what is independent sample t-test? Think of it like this. There are two groups of people, okay? Group A and Group B. Both of them have generated revenue for you. One of them have generated $500,000. Second one has generated $600,000. So by prima facie comparison, naked eye comparison, which team has performed better? Who can tell? Group A or Group B? Just by looking at the value, Group B, right? All of you agree. Now, analytics enthusiasts, they have said that no, instead of looking at this figure in a plain vanilla manner, let us implement some statistical test and see if even then this difference of 100K is really significant, or is it like manageable. So difference is okay, but is the difference in a manageable range, or is it out of hand? If it is out of hand, we will make an intervention. Otherwise, we will keep a close watch. So the assumption that we are taking here is that, say, any common output can be there: sales, revenue, customer footfall, absenteeism. Instead of groups, it may be like two stores. Okay, like in one time I was having a consultation with Tata Metallics. So they had two foundries, okay, two foundries, blast foundries for melting of the steel. They wanted to check whether in terms of the productivity, in terms of certain parameters, the two foundries, are they operating at the same level or at a different level? And if so, if they are operating at different levels, is one of the foundry lagging behind in terms of the benchmark set? So for them, the two entities that we compared were two foundries, okay, and they were having certain parameters on which we did some test, and the results were also pretty interesting. Okay, so groups should ideally be homogeneous, that is almost comparable in terms of demographic and other professional characteristics. What does this mean? I am asking two sales teams to go out in the market and sell a particular product. In one of the teams, I have chosen only the expert or experienced salespeople who know the market, who have a list of clients or possible vendors with whom they can contact and get the sales done. Suppose the second group I have created with all novice employees who have joined only last week. This is known as heterogeneous group. That means the two groups are very different in terms of their composition. So I don't need to be a rocket scientist to guess that the second group's sales performance will be lower than the first group because of the sheer lack of experience and contacts and networking, right? So ideally, you should have a mix of same, kind of a composition in both group A and group B. So group A may be a mixture of experienced and novice candidates. Group B may be also same. Experienced individuals can guide the novice ones. So it is not because of the nature of the experience or the level of experience that the sales are suffering. Group A versus group B, they may be suffering only because of the lack of their effort, okay, or the lack of their skills in convincing customers. The product that they're selling is same. The market they're operating are also same. It cannot be like group A is selling in the urban market and group B is selling in the rural market. Then these competitions will not hold true. You need similar setting to compare these two. So group A versus group B comparison only happens when it is an apple to apple comparison, not an apple to orange comparison. Does this make sense, everyone? Let me know. So this has implication in several sectors, okay? This has implication in several sectors, including your sector, ma'am, Monisha ma'am. So because you see, in your case, you are dealing with perceptual differences between male and female, right? So in that case, whether because of the difference in gender, are the perceptions different with respect to certain outcomes, that can be tested empirically using this kind of approach, okay? Then you also have paired sample t-test. This is useful for L&D functions. So Pushpen sir can take a note of this. That is there a difference in a group between 2 points in a time? So you have got same groups of entities which are compared when at time 1, whatever was their performance or whatever benchmark we are comparing, I compare that with their performance at time 2. It can be performance, it can be understanding. So for you people, I can do a paired sample t-test. Before Friday's session started, whatever was your understanding about analytics, and after Sunday session ends, what is your understanding? On a scale of 1 to 10, I may ask you to respond. So suppose before the start of this program, you mentioned on a scale of 1 to 10, your understanding is 1. After the end of the program, it has become 5. So 1 to 5, is it sufficient? Is it sufficient enough increase? That we can test using paired sample t-test. Any queries? If you have, please ask. Let me know. Typical HR scenarios.
So the pair sample test is like more like a comparison kind of.
A comparison, yeah. Even in the other case also it is a comparison. But
and it will go in the scale format, right? Like beginning.
What you want to measure, that will define it. For example, as you can see here in group A, I have measured what? Revenue, sales revenue, right? So I am measuring sales revenue as the main factor, which is differentiating group A versus group B, right? So group A may be having 30 employees. Each of them have some revenue that they have generated. Group B also has, say, 40 employees. Almost similar composition also should be mandated. Group A cannot have 30 employees and group B has 70 employees. In that case, because the group B manpower is more, that's why sales is higher. So we need to have group A and group B almost similar in terms of the different contexts that they're operating. The context should be as similar as possible. Then we can make a comparison. So group A's case, I am measuring outcome as a revenue. You can measure in terms of, say, job satisfaction. Who is more satisfied? In that case, you can measure using scale. Okay. Or say satisfaction with the course. In our case, it can be like I can ask a question about satisfaction with the HR analytics MDP before the start of the program, after the start of the program, something like that. I mean, that doesn't make sense, but yeah, when I consider that, then it is like understanding before the training, after the training. That is paired sample t-test. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Okay. I'll give some examples. Has there been appreciate change or not in trainee mindset and behaviors before and after completion of a particular training program? So I have conducted, say, unconsciousness biased training, right? Before the training starts, I'll ask them questions to understand whether they really have some hidden unconsciousness bias. After the training, I'll again try to measure whether that bias is still there or not. If it is not there, your training was successful. Okay. Lot of organizations are currently, especially L&D space, consultancy firms are currently incorporating this in their proposal that not only am I going to provide you the training, I'm also going to provide you the feedback of the outcome, of the impact. So through this analysis, they are doing these kinds of inferences. So is one type of training resulting in better output than the other? So suppose you are the manager and you have asked for multiple vendors. So suppose vendor X has proposed one training, vendor Y another training, vendor Z another training. So among these, which one is giving the best result? So then depending on that result, you can either try to discard one of the less efficient training programs or the ones which are troublesome. Okay, the ones where employees are not happy. You can let go of those vendors. Accordingly, you can fine tune the roster of training vendors. Is there any significant difference between two different work units in terms of the output generated? That also can be understood. Okay, another example can be work from home versus work from office. Which one is more productive? Some organizations, some studies have already been done, and the technique used to find that is t-test. Work from home versus work from office. Okay, any situation that you can come up with like this, can you add to these questions? I'll type them here. Please tell me if you can come across in your industry any question that you can think of. Anything that comes to mind? Any question that you can frame? Let's add it here. Anyone? Anything that you can think of? Anything. Make an attempt.
So which model of workshop will have more impact, the virtual or the in-person?
Very good, very good. Will there be different learning retention depending on whether a workshop is conducted
virtual or in person?
That can be a good answer. So you can I mean if suppose our organization is conducting training like this, okay, like has employee engagement improved after the introduction of 5-day week or 4-day week, right? 4-day work week, something like that. So before that, after that, if you have measured before the 5-day work week or 4-day work week employee engagement, and now if you are measuring the same thing after the introduction of the same, then that will also be something which you can cover using paired sample t-test. Okay, will be different learning retention depending on whether a workshop is conducted virtual or in person, can be captured using independent sample t-test. So I'll just mention the tests also here. Has there been appreciation change in trainee mindset before and after? This is paired t-test. Paired t-test means same group of people, they are compared across time or across locations. Is one type of training resulting in better output than the other? Independent t-test. Okay, is there any significant difference between two different work units in terms of output generated? Any idea what this will be? Paired or independent?
Independent.
Very good. Independent. Last one. Will there be different learning retention depending on the workshop is conducted virtual or in person? In case the same group of people went through virtual as well as in person, then it is paired sample. If it is like your group went through virtual, the next batch I am conducting face to face, and I have measured your learning retention and their learning retention, then that is the independent t-test. So it is paired or independent depending on who is the participant, depending on the participants. Are you able to follow or not? Let me know. Do this make sense?
Yes. What about moonlighting? More men will moonlight than women. That is also t-test.
That is also t-test, but yeah, obviously, but in this case, I mean, moonlighting, I mean, will a woman be, I mean, okay, let's not get there. Yeah, that maybe that will be analyzed using t-test. Yeah, right. Already, in fact, there is study going on about whether new generation employees are doing more moonlighting than the ones who are in the earlier generation, or tech savvy people are doing more moonlighting than the non-tech savvy individuals. So that kind of studies are already happening. You have seen in the future of work group, right? Some chatter is happening. So
yes,
yeah,
yes, that's where I was picking the idea.
Right. You can do that, and again, in that will be independent sample t-test, because two groups, right? Male and female, separate. So you can conduct paired sample t-test, independent sample t-test, both of them in Excel. So this kind of an output comes up, but before going there, let's do the analysis by hand once, right? You can open this data set. You will see there are some data sets mentioned. Day 2, day 4, data set 4, paired t-test. So this is like pre-training understanding of analytics and post-training understanding of analytics, like something like this we are doing, right? So I am trying my best to give you as much understanding as possible, but I may not be successful, right? It depends on whether you really feel that way. So I have asked, like maybe say from my MDP cell, feedback questions will come. So there may be a question will come before the training started. Were you understanding the training? So I suppose that question I have included. After the training, how much is your understanding? That question. So something like that, a reference has come on a scale of 1 to 3. People have responded on a scale of 1 to 3. 1 being least understood, 3 being all completely understood, and 2 being satisfactory, almost halfway. So this is what we have. Go to data. Go to data analysis once more. Here, if you scroll down, you can see there are several t-tests mentioned. T-test paired 2 sample for means, t-test 2 sample assuming equal variance, t-test 2 sample assuming unequal variance. The last two are for independent sample t-test. The first one is for paired t-test. T-test paired 2 sample for means. Select this and click on OK. I'll stop. Let me know if you have reached here.
Professor, please repeat that. No?
Yeah,
like what are these?
Right. I'll repeat. Yes. So you have opened the data set, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So if you click on data analysis, this particular tab comes up. I want you to scroll down to t-test paired 2 sample for means. There is an option called t-test paired 2 sample for means. There are 3 t-tests. Only the first one I want you to select and click on OK. If you do that, then this dialog box appears. All of you reach this stage? Let me know. Then all you need to do in variable 1, you need to put in the pre-training understanding of analytics. And in variable 2, you need to put in the post-training understanding of analytics. Again, click on labels, click on output range. Once again, let's choose any of these, arbitrarily this particular cell, F5. Can you follow? Are you able to follow?
Yes, sir, but the Excel is taking a little time for me. This box has not yet come, so I'm just waiting for it.
Okay, right. Others, what about others? What about others? Right, okay. So all you need to do is specify the first variable A1 to A52 in variable 1, and in variable 2 B1 to B52. Click on this labels button, and output range you can specify within this particular cell as F5 or F10, whatever. Okay, so you'll see this kind of a output comes up. The paired t-test has been done, so an output will come up. Let me just expand it a bit. So basically the first column that you see 1.6502, this is pre-training understanding of analytics, and now it has become 1.74. post-training understanding of analytics. So earlier, whatever was the understanding of the trainees, now it has increased to 1.74. Not much, but it has increased to a certain extent. So there are so many other numbers that are thrown into the mix. I want you to only focus on the first row, one which I'm highlighting. You can also keep on highlighting. Okay, and this particular value that you see here, so they actually mentioned two p-values. They're actually mentioning two p-values. The second p-value I'm just keeping at a bold. You can report either of these. In Excel, they report both p-values, considering they don't know whether you have chosen a two-tailed hypothesis or a one-tailed hypothesis. When will I choose one-tailed hypothesis? When I'm sure, right, that after the training, there is going to be increase in understanding. But I am right now not sure whether that is going to happen or not. So I can keep my hypothesis open-ended. So what is my hypothesis? Let's look at that also. Okay, what is my hypothesis? My hypothesis is that understanding of analytics will increase among participants after the training. This is what I'm trying to look at compared to what they knew before the training, right? So I am expecting that this is what is going to happen. But this is what kind of hypothesis? It's a confident hypothesis. I'll say it's a confident hypothesis. What does that mean? That means that I am very confident that that's what is going to happen. So this is the one-tailed hypothesis. The same thing, if I am not very confident in my capabilities, okay, I am not sure whether really this will work or not, whether you will like what I'm teaching or not. So I'll keep this hypothesis two-tailed. What will that particular sentence look like? Understanding of analytics will differ among participants before and after the training. So before and after the training, whatever they know, it will differ. I am not being sure whether the understanding will increase or whether it will decrease. Like some faculty members can be, or trainers can be so terrible that whatever you knew, you have forgotten, right? You will forget that even. So whether I am that kind of trainer or not, I don't know whether if that would have happened, then 1.65 pre-training understanding and post-training understanding could have become 1.5, less than 1.65. So hopefully that is not the case, but that nobody can can predict, right? So that may be the case here. So in this case, what this output is giving us, it is giving us the probability value for both the scenarios. Whatever use your hypothesis, you can refer to that particular corresponding p-value and report that. That's what it is telling us. So as long as you are focusing on only these three rows, the first row, the probability one-tail, probability two-tail, you are done. Now, depending, suppose this was the hypothesis that you have framed, then you report only the first one. This one, I'll just highlight it at a different level. Yeah. If you have initially chosen this as your hypothesis, okay, then report this one. On the other hand, if you have chosen this as your hypothesis, then you choose the probability two-tailed. Is this making sense or not? Let me know. Doubts, please ask now. This is all there is to paired sample t-test, nothing else. What can I infer from this? Can you tell? Anyone can tell?
That there is a real improvement.
Yeah, or rather you can say there is an improvement which is backed by statistics. Whether really that is enough or not, we need to again question, because you spend money and I have only been able to increase from 1.65 to 1.74. So was it really worth it, right? So that question can come to our mind, but at least statistically speaking, I have done my job, no hard feelings, something like that. Okay, are you getting the idea or not? Please let me know. This can be difficult to understand if you're doing it for the first time. So there is no harm in discussing a little bit and clarifying the doubts. First of all, have you understood that this entire table can be synthesized into mainly these two values? Have you understood that or not? Please let me know. These three values, and that in that also you are free to choose either this probability one-tailed or probability two-tailed, and report the mean values. That is enough. If you can report only that, your analysis is complete. So you can say that yes, as per my finding. Yeah.
I wanted to understand, how do you, like, the sentence formation that you will put in for tail 2 in this context, when you're looking at the H2, the hypothesis 2 that we've taken,
right?
How would you call out the conclusion?
See, ideally speaking, if I am conducting a training, so for any organization, if they're investing some training, they will not formulate the second hypothesis. That basically means that you are not confident in delivering the training, right? So if I am a consultant, I will definitely go for the one-tailed hypothesis. But what I meant is that there may be situations where you are not very sure. I mean, it can be so much that it's a new vendor for us, right? So the company may say that, okay, we don't know what will happen, let's keep the option open. So that's the company's perspective as to whether they are cautious in the approach, in thinking that there will not be any impact. However, most organizations, when they shell out money for training, they expect there should be an impact. So for practical purposes, the one-tailed hypothesis only makes sense when it comes to L&D interventions. Right?
Sure, understood.
Understood? Yeah. Here, for the sake of discussion, I also mentioned that two-tailed hypothesis. It actually does not make sense here. Okay. Any queries? Any other observations? Makes sense, right? So shall we transition to R and see how to do the same thing? Okay, you can open R Commander. Any query, please let me know. You can open R Commander. Okay, expand it full view. Go to data. Before moving forward, do one thing. Just copy this entire analysis that you have done, right? Just cut it and paste it in some other sheet. Don't keep it there. So your data set should not have anything else. Okay, should not have this analysis. Otherwise, it can create problem. Let's don't go there. Okay, you got it, right? So whatever analysis we have done, we have saved it in a separate sheet. Now you can import the data. So we have day 2 dataset 4 paired t-test. Opening it. Select this particular sheet. The dataset is there. Go to statistics, go to means, and here there is something called paired t-test. So here first variable is pre-training, second variable is post-training. Click on OK and you are done. Shall I retrace my step back? After loading the data, you have to go to statistics. In that, you have to go to means. Within means, you have to click on paired t-test. There are two things: first variable, second variable. You have to click on pre-training and post-training. So there is an options button also. As you can see here, by nature, it is giving a two-sided hypothesis or a two-tailed hypothesis. However, you can specify one-tailed also. that difference will be less than 0 or difference will be greater than 0, you can specify. Okay.
So one step back, this pre-training, right? Pre-training understanding of analysis, analytics, sorry.
Understanding analytics,
then
post-training understanding analytics is the second variable.
Okay.
And then click on OK and you are done.
Okay.
Right. Once more, you will see that R has thrown at you the syntax. So not only are we using R, but at the same time, you're also learning the R syntaxes. So T.test, pre-training understanding of analytics, post-training understanding of analytics, alternative two-sided, confidence level 0.95 plus paired equal to true means the paired sample t-test. This is the formula or the syntax for paired t-test. So we don't need to type any formula for conducting any such applications. The data is in front of us. So usually when you see this, we actually have to look at this p-value. This is the same value which came in our Excel file. The two-tailed p-value, if you check, you will see the same value is there. It also gives us this thing, the mean difference. Gives us the mean difference. This basically tells us what? Compared to pre-training, the post-training, our understanding is more. So pre-training understanding minus post-training understanding, if it is negative, it tells us that the pre-training understanding was lesser, post-training understanding is more. So that's why it's a negative value, which indicates that yes, some increase in the understanding has happened, which is also statistically significant. But you may question, only 9% increase or 0.09 unit increase, is that enough? So when you choose your vendors, if you conduct such analysis, you may get an idea about the effectiveness of the vendors, okay, just to justify and validate the amount of expenditure in training that you are incurring. This analysis can be the validation for you. Hopefully this makes sense. Let me know, please. Does this make sense?
Sir, can you just explain the mean difference again?
Mean difference, right? So suppose before the training, your understanding was on a scale of 1 to 10, 4, right? After the training, your understanding is 6. So 4 minus 6 is minus 2, right?
Yeah.
So that's what is being indicated here. So the pre-training understanding is lesser compared to the post-training.
Okay.
Because I have chosen it like that. Na? If you remember in the statistics, I chose it like that. First pre-training, then post-training. If I would have chosen post-training, had I chosen post-training first, pre-training later, you'll see now it is positive.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what tells us that post-training understanding is more than pre-training.
Okay. Got it.
Got it. Right? Yeah. Anything else? Any other query? So this is where what is there for t-test, paired t-test. When it comes to independent t-test, the process is slightly different. So I'll come to that also. So in case of independent t-test, what do you need to do after you have gone to the data? I mean, there's something called manage variables in active data set. So in that, there is an option called convert numeric variables to factors. We do this in SPSS also. Okay, so convert numeric variables to factors. So if you click on that, then this window opens where you can identify the factors. Say for example, gender. If you choose gender, so then you can actually, if they're coded as 1 and 2 like that, then you can name them as male and female. This thing is important. Okay, if you make the change, then only you can conduct independent sample t-test. Otherwise what happens, if you observe also, you can see independent sample t-test is not highlighted. That means right now you cannot do independent sample t-test with this kind of data, the data that is given to you. This data will not work. So we need another way of some kind of data structuring. So how to do that? In the same file, I am doing the analysis. So I've chosen day 2 dataset 5 independent t-test. Day 2 dataset 5 independent t-test and clicked on open. So once again, I have got the data with me, dataset 4 independent t-test. I have loaded the data with me. Now, if I go to statistics and click on means, still it is not active. Independent sample t-test is not active. So what to do? Okay, let me stop here. If you have loaded the data, please let me know. Second data, if you have loaded. All set. Day 2 data set 5. We have one more data set to do, and we are done with the day. Okay. So those who are looking at their watches or clocks, how much time left? Yeah. So basically, if you go to data, you can go to manage variables in active data set. In that, you can come down to convert numeric variables to factors. I'm keeping it paused at this point. Let me know if you have reached this stage or not, then I'll guide you further.
Yes.
Got it? Okay. Now click on this. You need to so if it's like this, performance of sales team and performance sales team B, you cannot do the analysis in Excel. You cannot do the analysis in R Commander. You need this processed data where the sales teams are mentioned. Team A, team B, kind of that. I have mentioned this. Okay, two teams are there, team A and team B, and their corresponding performance rating is given. Okay, so this is what we need to use. I'm sorry, you need to load the data once more. Need to load the data once more. Open the data once more. This time choose the processed data. Processed data. The moment you have done that, if you go to statistics and go to means, you will see independent sample t-test is activated. What is happening here? This thing, this labeling that I have done about the type of team or the name of the team, right? Sales team names. That is something which can prompt the software, our software, to understand that there are basically two groups here. Okay, otherwise it will be not able to understand. So right now, if I go to means and click on independent sample t-test, I have sales team and I've got performance. So sales team is the group, sales team A, sales team B. I am measuring their performance. Again, options are given. All of these are okay. I am assuming equal variance or not. Equal variance means the teams A and B, they are similar. So I am expecting that they are similar. Okay, so I am assuming that, and I'm clicking on OK. So I get my two sample t-test, which is also known as independent sample t-test. Okay, once again, my focus will be on the p-value, which is less or greater than 0.05.
So what are the other things available in that options tab?
That options tab, the options
difference less than
right.
0, difference greater.
Those options are with respect to this thing, your one-sided or two-sided or one-tailed or two-tailed hypothesis, whichever you are specifying. Okay, confidence level and equal variance assumption. One-tailed or two-tailed, that's what you can decide, right? So that's what.
So what have you chosen? So sorry, I missed there.
I have chosen one-tailed. Two-tailed. I've chosen two-tailed. No, two-tailed. I've chosen two-tailed.
Okay.
Means it is already by default given like that. So see, whether you have chosen one-tailed or two-tailed doesn't matter. Your analysis is not going to be too much, varying in that sense. Okay, but essentially what happens if the test is usually not significant in a one-tailed scenario, it is not significant even in a two-tailed scenario. But sometimes it so happens that in a one-tailed scenario it is not significant, but in the two-tailed it is significant. So at least at two-tailed, if it is significant, by default at one-tailed also it will be significant.
Yeah. And okay. If we assume the variance to be unequal,
that will not make much difference. That is your a priori knowledge that you have about the groups. If your a priori knowledge tells that the groups were very different from each other, okay, then you choose that assuming unequal variance. Okay, but if you know that the both groups are homogeneous, then you choose assume equal variance. Okay. Right. So this p-value, this tells me some information. This is the one which is telling me some giving me some information. So this value is greater than 0.05, right? It is 0.24, which tells me what? Anyone? In this case, what is happening? Performance of team A and team B, are they different or not?
No.
Remember one thing, if in this case p-value is greater than 0.05, that means null is supported, right? The same logic like we did in regression and correlation, whenever p-value is greater than 0.05, null is supported or null gets support. Null support means there is no effect. Null support means there is no difference. Okay. So here, since p is greater than 0.05, null is supported. That means there is no appreciable difference between team A and team B. In terms of their performance, both are equal, almost equal, equivalent. Are you getting this inference or not? Please let me know. So team A's performance is 1.81, team B's performance is 1.75. Although they are different as far as naked eye comparison, statistically speaking, this difference is negligible. We should not be too much bothered about whether team A is superior than team B. Both are at same level. Are you getting the idea? Any doubts? Let me know. Any queries that you may be having, please ask. Anything that comes to your mind. Makes sense or not? First of all, does this make sense? Does this make sense? Can you, yeah, right. Sharat sir says this makes sense. What about others? Any doubts? You can clarify now. Okay. If this makes sense. Okay, this will come later. So doing the same analysis in Excel, I usually don't go there because in Excel, these group-wise comparisons can be difficult to conduct once the group sizes increase. Right now, with only 2 groups, it will manage, but with 3 groups, it becomes difficult. So that's why let's stick to R from now on. Although I can show you that also, the Excel one also, and maybe that probably is needed also. Maybe tomorrow we'll just revisit this a little bit, right? So this is so far, this is what you have got. And the last bit of the puzzle is a scenario where all of these are mentioned here. So you can please have a look at this also. The last bit of the puzzle that you look at is analysis of variance, also called ANOVA. Okay, this is a technique to compare difference in the mean output or say attitude, or it can be performance between 3 or more groups of employees or product lines or sales teams or students. Okay, so when there is only one dependent variable, you can apply this technique. In case you have multiple dependent variables, there is another technique called multiple or multivariate analysis of variance. MANOVA can be used in that sense also. It is not meant for categorical dependent variable, and we have an assumption here that the groups should be homogeneous. Okay, so this is an illustration. You have got 3 hospitals, A, B, and C. So we are asking number of patients cured due to the administration of 3 different vaccines during the COVID. So hospital A, you have used Covaxin, the hospital B, AstraZeneca, and hospital C, Moderna. I hope that the names are separate. I'm not that much conversant with the companies. I'm just giving an idea here. So there are 3 different vaccines at these 3 different hospitals. Okay. And I have got a figure about the number of patients cured by these hospitals. So suppose here I have got a number, say 50K. Here it is 35K. And here it is 40K. These number of patients got cured. Okay, 50K, 35K, 40K. With respect to number of patients cured, my question is any of these vaccine more effective than the others? That's the question that I'm asking. Under such scenarios, ANOVA testing can help us. And organizations nowadays are very much prone towards experimental designs to understand what kind of impact a certain change in a policy or a certain change in a practice is actually resulting in. So organizations are doing this. Recently, Mr. Yogi Shriram, he graced our college in our HR conclave, annual HR conclave, and he mentioned this point categorically, that understanding experimental design is important. So here I am giving you a demonstration of that only. Okay, so here, although numbers are telling me that yes, Covaxin is the best serum, I will not conclude based on face value. I will do some analysis and then only I will make some assumption. Okay, so the ANOVA test can tell us, okay, which of the 3 vaccines is having the best effectiveness, or are all of them having same effect. Although 50, 35, 40, these are different numbers. Statistically speaking, if the numbers are almost similar, doesn't matter which vaccine you take. Depending on that, you can take the action. And there are different types of ANOVA. We are going to restrict ourselves to only one-way ANOVA in these discussions. Maybe in a future advanced session, I can cover other factors, kind of actions. So here, for example, accident rates for the first, second, and third shift, if there is a difference or not. Okay. Or expected mileage for 5, say JK tire and all those tires, say 5 different brands of tires. Okay, how the mileage is different or not. That gives us an idea which brand of tire is better. So there are some assumptions also, but let's not get there for the time being, because there are lots of assumptions which need to be kept in mind for rolling out experimental designs, which right now I don't have the time for. I can only give you an idea about how do I conduct ANOVA and how do I interpret ANOVA result. So in that case, you can do ANOVA using Excel as well as using your RCMDR. So Excel outputs look like this. So just let us conduct this analysis also. You have the other dataset with you. Day 2 dataset 6 ANOVA. Can you open that? So you have a process data for ANOVA. I want you to open that. Process data for ANOVA. Basically, there are 3 different training types: simulation, then you have on-the-job training, and the last one is expert mentoring. So you want to know among, or rather, I think there is a 4th one also. No, three types of trainings are there, and we are trying to see before their training were given, whatever there was level was there. After the training, has it increased or not? If so, I mean, is it like that? I mean, pre-training, was there any difference or not among the different groups? There are 3 groups of trainees. Okay, one group has been asked to go and sit in a simulation exercise. Another group has been asked to learn on the job. Third group has been provided an expert to coach them. Now we are also aware that pre-training, before the training began, almost all of them are at the same level or not. Because if they're not at the same level of understanding of the concepts, the results can vary. So we can check using the pre-training performance result whether all of them are at the same level of performance or not. Okay, after the training, whether their performance has increased or not, And if so, which particular training has resulted in higher performance, we can capture using ANOVA. Does this problem statement make sense or not? Please let me know. Is it okay, or shall I explain again? Please let me know. Right. So what we do, we go to the data tab, click on data analysis, select ANOVA, and in ANOVA we select ANOVA single factor. Then we click OK, click on the input range box, select the range of variables, click the output range box, select your any output, and you will get this kind of an output coming up. So once again, what I meant is that you go to data, right? Here you go to data analysis. And if you go up, you will see ANOVA single factor. Click on that. Okay.
So what's the difference? Two factor, three factor?
So two factor is a scenario where you are talking about a factorial ANOVA. ANOVA where there are two levels. So training type and say training time. Okay. So training time can be like say morning and evening. Okay. Or daytime and evening time. Training type, 3 types. So you have got 3 types of training, and that also imparted across different time zones. So now that becomes a 2-factor ANOVA.
Okay.
Factorial ANOVA.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that is little difficult to comprehend in such short time. So I have left that out. So I'm just taking all of this. Once again, same process. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I chose from a different sheet. You need to go to process data for ANOVA. Here you can do the analysis. With the format like this, it will not work. This format works in R and this format works in Excel. Right? So here you go to data analysis, ANOVA single factor. Everything else remains same. You will get the result here. So this sum
so
that
where
you
is
see,
the before and after data in this?
The before and after data is here. Raw
Okay.
data.
Okay.
Okay. So in the process data, we have taken this thing, the post training data right now. The post training data has been taken for the time being. Pre training data I did not take.
Okay.
So once again, you will see there is a p value mentioned here. So this p value means what? This p value, like in earlier cases also, this should be less than 0.05. If it is less than 0.05, we can conclude that yes, there is a difference which exists between the trainees who went through simulation training versus on-the-job training versus expert mentoring in terms of their performance. And if you look at it, you can see that the overall performance, the average performance, let's look at the average. This average is nothing but the average performance. They don't mention it like that, but this average is basically average performance. So you can see simulation trainees, their performance is least. Okay, on the job trainees have the highest performance, followed by expert mentoring. But expert and on the job are almost similar, whereas in terms of the simulation trainees, they are not at par with the other two. That's why this difference is coming. So our focus in ANOVA analysis should be only at these two things. The rest will fall in place as long as you can focus on the first two. Any doubts, please ask.
So what is the difference between groups and within groups?
that is basically a variation that we are talking about. The between group and within group, these values that you see here, they in the end are helpful in calculating this F statistic. This F statistic is then compared with the F critical, and if F statistic is greater than F critical, usually it leads to the p value being less than 0.05. So how do we calculate? Is basically like, see, SS, right? This SS that you see, it is divided by DF. SS divided by DF becomes MS. Okay, so SS1, this is SS1, between group square sum of squared error divided by DF1. DF1 stands for degrees of freedom. This is equal to 1.25. Similarly, 113 divided by 383 is 0.29. Now F is basically MS1 by MS2. 1.25 divided by 0.29 will give you this figure. So all of these are done to calculate the F value. Okay, ma'am. Now this DF is basically, the degrees of freedom, or how many variables are free to vary. If there are 3 groups, DF1 is 3 minus 1, or whatever is the DF1 is n minus 1, number of groups being n. And this 383 stands for total number of sample size. So sample size is, suppose, k minus DF1. So 385 minus 2, that's 383. That's how you calculate all of this. Okay.
Sure.
So internally, all of these calculations are going on. If you feel like, please go ahead and read up these things. In any standard statistics books, they have been covered in detail. My objective is to filter this information for you, so that there is a lot of information. You don't get confused by it. So focus on this average. Average is the average outcome. Here it is performance. In some other situation, it can be average absenteeism. It can be average mortality, anything. Okay, average inclusion perception. It can be anything. And the corresponding p-value tells us that there is a difference. What this analysis does not tell us is which group is statistically speaking markedly different from the other two. So although we can say by naked eye comparison 1.64 is lower than 1.83 and 1.78, can we have even a statistical validation for the same? For that, we need to do something called post hoc analysis. And that cannot be done in Excel. It can only be done in R. Now coming to R, let me open the data. So this is the last demonstration for the day. So I'm opening the raw data, the one which we did not use. Now if I go to statistics and click on means, okay, we can do one-way ANOVA. So you can see the training type is mentioned here. Training type is mentioned here, and you have got post-training performance and pre-training performance. So you can actually check for both. For the timing, if you check for post-training performance, you can select this pairwise comparison of means. This is what is very important. Okay. And click on OK. So it will throw at me some data. This is not important. So the formula. So one reason why R is being used is because suppose you have a AI/ML team or a data scientist team working for you, they will have generated these kinds of reports. So earlier when these things would have been provided to you, you will say that no, I don't understand this. But now you will be able to. So here AOV means analysis of variance. Okay, so post-training performance is compared with respect to the different training types. So again, training type, the p-value is given here 0.0149, right? Say the same values, F value and everything are same. And if you go down, the mean values are mentioned here. These are the performance values, mean performances across different training groups. Now, if you go further down, they call it Tukey contrast test or Tukey test. This is called post hoc test or Tukey test. What it does, it is comparing now pairwise, on the job training minus expert mentoring. This is the first comparison. Estimate tells me that it is 0.0578 and the probability is 0.6748. In other words, you are saying that on the job training versus expert mentoring, the trainees are almost similar in their performance. But if I look at simulation minus expert training, the result is minus 0.1358 and the probability is 0.1110. Again telling me compared to expert mentoring trainees versus simulation training, the difference is not very alarming. It becomes alarming only in case of the trainees who are in simulation training and those who are in the on-the-job training. In other words, those who went to on-the-job, they learned so much, their performance was so high that it was very much different from what those trainees, unfortunate people who went for simulation training, got to know. So your inference can be the simulation training which was provided by maybe an external vendor was not up to the mark. You may consider revisiting or scraping it off altogether. Okay, resorting to only the tried and tested methods of training employees. Are you getting the idea now? And why I mentioned that this is the only significant difference, because here the probability is less than 0.05. All the time you have to look at estimate and probability. Estimate is that value, that actual value, okay, and probability is that indication that the difference is similar or not. Does this make sense? Let me know, does this make sense or not? So one thing I'll tell you is that all of these concepts, if they are novel concepts for us, it will take some time, right, to get it acclimatized in your system. So please, only suggestion is give it some time to get there. Okay, it may be daunting, it may be little, sometimes even apprehensive for you, but trust me, I am giving you the dilutest version of all of these analysis that is possible. Okay, and I'm very confident when I'm saying this. So try to get there. If you get here, this is enough for you to get into a lot of analytics interventions. Okay, and I am seeing a lot of corporate people now adding this in their KRA whenever they are even doing some skill building or showcasing their talent in these areas. They are getting a lot of traction. Okay, I'm just not talking about career options, but also about consultancy projects. Okay, impact in terms of certain internal developments. Everywhere there is an impact. So if you know how to do this analysis, how to interpret, how to synthesize this data and connect the dots, that gives you a leverage over others. Okay, and this is just a one side of the coin. This is just one small aspect of what can be done, right? Like tomorrow when I discuss, you will see that there are so many other things that can be also incorporated, and that too without the fuss of coding things, right, which makes it little dull for some people who are not interested in this. So I'd like to stop here and take some stock. Let me know. So I'll be sharing the PPTs with you people. Have a look at them, and tomorrow we can again maybe do some practice and then move on to machine learning, right? Text mining, all those applications. How does that sound? Is it okay?
Sure, sir.
Sure. Right.
Yeah.
Right. If you have any doubts, if you have any queries, if you want to ask now, if you please do so. Okay, and then we can close the session for the day. Carry on our discussion again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. I will be putting the link on by 9:45. You can start entering the room, and then we can begin at 10 a.m. Does that sound right?
Sure.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So apart from Orange, any other softwares to be downloaded for tomorrow?
Nothing, sir. Nothing. Orange is the one-stop solution for all possible machine learning applications that can be done. Okay, so I'll take you through step by step through most of the applications that can be covered in a single day, and further clarifications if you need, further explorations if you want to do, I am always at your disposal. So let me just also mention my mobile number in case anyone is interested in getting in touch with me. So please get in touch. I have been always keeping in touch with my earlier participants, earlier clients, and they continue to share with me a lot of very interesting insights. So I learn a lot, especially from these programs. So I don't need to conduct a t-test to establish that. I know that by heart. But let's hope that tomorrow's sessions also give you further food for thought. Take some time to settle all this in. Okay, and then reinforce the learning. That is the way forward. That's what I will say. Okay, thank you so much. Let's connect tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Thank you so much.
Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.